Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't shine. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by a secret.
Count that big bang.
Double kill turns to 3. The team secret. Take him down. They don't have the damage. SBTC.
이거 내 썸이다.
Welcome to the WCS Philippines. We are now on day 2 of week 2. And if you caught yesterday's matches, it seems like week 2 favors the underdogs, which I think could lead to some interesting matches today. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Odalus and the newcomer to the panel desk, Dash.
Welcome.
Hey, Dash.
Hey, what up?
Well, how are you feeling about your debut here?
Ooh,
On the desk.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of excited and also nervous at the same time, but I'm excited and
We
how
don't
it's
bite.
gonna go with the panel. Yeah,
We don't bite, promise. We only give
Okay,
panel
okay.
consequences here.
that's what I'm scared of.
We will now hold you to, of course, as part of this desk. But of course, we have to thank everybody who makes this events possible, like PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
We would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with the 33 watts Pro Fast charging experience enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 and a very, very fun show match is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And we were definitely amused with what happened yesterday. Checking out our series highlights, Odalus, and these first two, the first two matches that we saw for that day, we saw two big teams, a little unprepared against relatively smaller teams.
Well, FLA and RRQ, I mean, your statement was more for the second game. For FLA, RRQ, you feel that whoever wins this, there won't really be that much of a question because both of them, they are relatively strong when it comes to the roster. But FLA yesterday showed their true identity, and that is to have Danny just go all out on the marksman role, bagging back-to-back MVPs. Meanwhile, on the second match, we saw something unprecedented that did happen, and that is Team Secret going down against the winless team in Sunsparks. Now, I don't know what to say about this. I know Dash has something to say about this upset that did happen yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I casted that game yesterday and I was like super surprised on what's happening all around because Team Secret just fell down. They just broke down against the members of Sunsparks. Sunsparks played it so well during that time. And also, I'd like to add, Marksman meta I think is coming back
yeah,
to
there you
WCS PH just because right now, during the the 4 games that we had yesterday, 4 series, I think all of them played Marksman, the teams who win.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
I think the only person that has yet to play a marksman of all our Dragon laners is the Dragon laner for Cerebrum Esports. There you go. How has
Oh,
been
right.
picking the AP champions. He has picked the Lux, the Ziggs, and the Brand. So maybe today in our Marksman Mania, we would
Yay.
see how be put on a traditional marksman.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Marksman Mania. So today we are actually going to be focusing on our carries, on our AD carries for today, as we head on over to our player spotlights, of course, once the series begin. But I think the only thing that isn't really news from yesterday, Dash, is that, of course, Underground, Team Underground, I mean, it's no surprise,
right.
they're still undefeated.
Yeah, they're still so strong. They're still up there, quite with the unorthodox rap. I wasn't expecting the last part in where they used Ashe as an ADC against a Vayne, which is really not
How about
usually
the Janna?
Vayne always goes. Oh yeah, also the Janna is also something that
It's
I
our
want
first
to
pick,
point
by the
out
way.
because I
Just
think
him.
yeah, I think it really works, honestly, especially that we have a lot of engaged tools on most of our players on the other side. Janna plays really well because just one Monsoon and they're all disrupted.
Exactly, and teams are now showing up their ally stars. During last season, during the Icon series, it has been very well documented that if the other team goes for the Alistar, you would normally see a Janna as a counter pick for the engages that Alistar brings to the table. So,
Right.
we could be seeing the weather forecaster more and more as the day goes by.
It would be a treat to see that in Arthros for sure. A little bit of a throwback to, the original form, I guess, of this current roster. But, of course, just to remind you guys of our format, save the date because beginning April 1 will be the playoffs. And, I was actually saying that, like, April 1, there's probably going to be, like, some pranks on there. Or maybe just on the panel. Maybe it's going to be a little bit... Maybe
I
it's
hope
going to be a bit of a
Osiris
twist.
will be with us on the April 1st.
I
Yeah.
do hope so too. I think like for sure we definitely have to extend the pranks on April 1st to the casters. Perhaps we
Yeah.
have to do
Double the
that.
prize, maybe?
Maybe
Kinda scared.
indeed.
Or maybe we can put out a rule. Like, we have to predict the team that we don't want to win or something.
Maybe. For sure, there's gonna be some twists. I think like since we brought up the panel death consequences, we have to follow through, especially on April Fool's Day, right?
Yeah.
And checking out our standings from today, Dash, I do have to ask you because we do ask everybody who comes over here on our panel desk your top 4 and how it has changed from week 1 going into week 2, especially with yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, top 4 if I could. Yeah, I'll go with the top one first. So my first one was Team Secret at first, then Team Underground, Fennel Adversity, then Oasis came at 4th for me. But right now, I'm not really sure what's gonna happen though, because so far Team Underground got up there. Team Secret now down to 5th place due to it's not 5th place actually because they're tied with a lot of teams, but still they're down there. So I was not expecting this turnaround, especially with my power rankings.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like, with regards to Team Secret, it's like when we started the WCS, they're like Team Secret, okay, they're all the way at the top. And then as each day of the WCS goes by, it's like they're struggling and they're slowly going
Did you see
down.
their post yesterday?
Oh my
They
god.
got beat, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Pain.
For
Pain.
sure, yeah.
And it is of course going to be another one for Team Secret today, and we're expecting them of course to come back in their full form as they face off against their opponents today. Let's actually check out the schedule to find out who they will be facing off against. I think that, of course, we have Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity. Very interesting. We're going to dig into that a little bit later. But we also have Oasis versus Cerebrum. RRQ versus Underground is a very interesting match indeed. It seems like Underground, of course, the undefeated. And here comes another challenger, another big boss trying to challenge them for that undefeated crown to try and make the gods of the WCS bleed. And we have Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports. Now, I need to ask you guys, as the panelists over here, we're gonna have a little thumbs up, thumbs
There you
down kind of question. As we pan on over back to the panel desk because I can't see your thumbs anywhere at this point. While we move on over to schedule. There we go. But thumbs up, thumbs down.
Test some.
Is
Oh,
it-
okay.
Oh, what is it?
I wanted
what
to
was
test
that?
my Timo, but yeah, it's black.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm
So
Yeah.
cute.
I'm sorry,
It's so
direct.
cute. Timo is cute as merch.
Mm.
Timo not so cute in game. I just have to say. But yeah, for Team Secret, thumbs up, thumbs down. Is it panic time for them? What do you guys think?
Who goes first?
I think you should Toulouse.
I would say, okay, no sugarcoating here. Thumbs up. Mainly because Sunsparks wasn't really on form last week, and
Yeah.
having defeated by the 0-3 team that is scraping or that is really trying to crawl back into form is such a confidence shaker for Team Secret. I feel that the morale was basically on an all-time low. This is not a Team Secret that we have loved to watch for one whole year. Remember, during their debut, during the summer season, they were basically turning heads already, right? And come fall season, although they were starting very, very slow, they were still able to rack up wins. But this season, so fairly different, and I think, yeah, there should be some sort of a panic button that should be pressed right now for Team Secret.
Dash?
And on my side, I think yes, I would really agree on that because it's been quite a real hard struggle for Team Secret, especially when it comes to the communication. It sometimes breaks down. Sometimes they're not on the same page when it comes to the plays that has been happening throughout the map. That's why I think, yeah, it's a panic time for Team Secret.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see they are our last match of the day, but our first series of the day is going to be Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity. Now, interesting for Sunsparks, as we talk about Team Secret, Sunsparks, of course, managing to take that to 0. So, Toulouse, the spotlight is on them right now.
Exactly. No. Yesterday we talked to Arjak and he said that well, he called out Fennel for voting against them, and basically,
Yep.
I mean, we have to do our jobs, right? And we have to analyze the games as it is and call the games as it is. Sunsparks yesterday, I wanted to call it a miracle win against Team Secret, but a clean 2-0 against the reigning defending champions of the Philippines shouldn't be really tagged as a miracle. One of the guys that really did help them win is their Dragon Laner. A new version of Consi was unlocked yesterday by putting him on a hyper carry. Vayne on games 1 and 2 was really the key element for Sunsparks to get the upper hand come late game against Team Secret. With an average KDA of 3.07 and still very remarkable and consistent damage output at 30%, you should expect that Consi will still remain or I'm hoping that he will still remain to play the hyper carries in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, definitely I would really agree on Consi right now that I'm expecting that he'll do the same right now because he has been playing a lot of marksman since the start. Even during week 1, he has been playing a lot of this marksman, and so far it hasn't been that effective during week 1, but now he's harvesting everything and it's working out for their side. And so far, I think Consi, he's absorbing a lot of the pressure. That's why some of their members are being enabled because Consi has been absorbing a lot of the pressure, especially with the Bane Lulu pick yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for sure, especially since on the side of Fennel Adversity, he will be up against Danny, which we will be putting the spotlight on a little bit later. But first off, for the rest of the team, though, Dash, both of these teams are riding on momentum from yesterday because not only did Sunsparks get that 2-0 from Team Secret, Fennel Adversity got that against RRQ, another big, international name that we have here at the WCS.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Fennel Adversity is a really strong team. They have been performing really well since the start, but it's going to be quite a challenge right now, especially with the momentum on both sides. I mean, Sunsparks and also Fennel Adversity. I'm liking so far that Doming has been enabling most of his laners when it comes to the play, but I would also like to point out that Danny just performed so well yesterday, and I'm kind of scared on how this bottom lane Dragon laners are going to be doing today.
I still think that the identity of Fennel Adversity, the double D from the summer season
Yep.
will
Hey.
never leave this team. And
Right.
hand in hand and trying to make sure that Fennel University will have the control. And come late game, Danny again will pop off. Oh my G, 36%! That's one of the
Wow,
highest average damage share that I have seen for a Dragon Laner, for a player alone in competitive Wildrift. In Wildrift competitive, I think the highest that I saw was 37%. That was back when Mirmo was still playing for the Mirmo team. So yeah, this is just 1% off of that highest average damage share that I've seen so far. So yeah, props to Danny. I'm so excited to see the matchup of Danny versus Consi.
Yeah, and looking at our head-to-head over here, it's gonna be interesting indeed because Fennel Adversity has made that trademark protective circle around Danny, that controlled aggression just until Danny is ready to pop off. That has been some of their trademark. And so far, it's been a strategy that's been working very, very well for them here at the WCS Dash. So going up against Consi over here, I mean, how do you think these two styles are going to contrast?
Yeah, this is a very different style. Honestly, on the side of Sunsparks, Consi absorbs a lot of the pressure to enable almost all of the laners. He's like the sixth man, or rather the shadow that they're actually using on for the side of Consi. And on the other side, everybody's going for Danny. So it's the light versus the shadow right here for Danny versus Consi. So very different playstyles, yeah.
Okay. All right. Some Death Note references there. I see you. Right?
Yeah.
But the last time that we hyped Danny of going against a certain marksman that we are also highlighting, Demon Kite, they both played AP carry. So if there's one thing I am hoping for, at least for this particular matchup and for this day, that our Dragon Laners will stick to the marksman mania that we've been brewing and we've been excited to see. Because when it comes to mechanics in Wildrift, our Dragon Laners has been on top. I talked to one of the Dragon Laners from MYSG, that was Sagi, and he really loves the way Danny plays in the Dragon Lane, and that's a huge props coming from fellow bro, right? From a different region, and that just goes to show that Danny and Consi, I think this is going to be mano a mano, and this will be our first, I would say, marksman mania for today.
Hey.
Yeah, an exciting one indeed. And yeah, I mean, it goes to show that even other regions have their eyes on Danny at this point. So it's going to be interesting indeed to see how Consi will step up to the plate in our head-to-head. But of course, we have our own head-to-head here on our panel desk, as we do have our consequence for the day. Before we get into our predictions, I'm going to draw it now, actually, because some of these consequences require a little bit of preparation.
That's still a
So-
lot.
Yes, there's a lot. You can add
scared,
some suggestions over here, Dan. I'm gonna so that you guys can see it. I'm just here.
Yeah.
And,
I love your outfit, Mika.
oh, thank you. I thought I'd go with the tweed today and act like it was not hot, swelteringly hot outside. Oh my gosh!
Okay.
I actually love this.
What's that?
Dash, I have to say, do you watch Peacemaker?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. So this is gonna be fun
Peacemaker dance?
for sure.
Oh my god!
Oh my. Okay.
Okay. This is actually fun, and
I'm okay in losing.
Yeah.
Actually,
Maybe
I
we
wanted
should
to
all
try
do
that.
it.
I think
don't know.
I'll change my predictions now.
That's-
So
Yeah,
yeah.
but by the time that we get to the live events, hopefully we
Oh,
could do.
oh,
I would be the
that's gonna be
eagle.
fun. That's,
Oh yeah, for sure.
oh my gosh, that's gonna be fun for sure. And now I wish we were live and on site right now, because this would be so much
Yeah, I'll
fun.
be the eagle. That's it.
You come in at the
And then
end.
Infinity could. No, Infinity is actually big in height.
Yeah.
Who's the judo master?
Yeah. I feel
Oh
like
no.
thing.
Who's gonna
that
play
can be
that? No.
Infinity.
Sure, yeah. I think that works.
Right. I think just putting this out there, Osiris should have the title role. I feel like that
So
would be
he
fun.
will be the peacemaker and he
Yeah.
will carry Infinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, if you are missing our references, there is a certain show that Mika, myself, Poch, and even Dash is actually crazy about.
Yeah.
That's that's a show from DC, I guess.
Yes. DC,
I'm right,
DC.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a DC universe.
So yeah, if you haven't
Yes.
watched at least the trailer, at least the opening scene,
You
try to
ju-
catch that one
just
because
have to
that's
watch-
what we are going to do.
Yes, just watch the opening scene. You don't need to watch like the rest of the show if you're not into it. Just watch the opening scene because it's definitely something for the books. But in order for us to get to that, we first
Yep.
have to iron out our predictions for the day. So Dash, I'm gonna put you on the spot first. Which way is it gonna go?
Okay, I'll go with Fennel Adversity 2-1. Can I explain? Is it okay if I explain?
Yeah, of course.
your
Okay,
time.
so it's because I want to go with the Sunsparks hype train, but I still need one more win. If they win against Fennel Adversity here and prove me wrong, I'll go. I'll hop aboard the Sunsparks hype train. Yeah,
True,
but
true.
for now,
Alright.
yeah, I'll go with them. I did it at 2-1 because they won against Team Secret yesterday. So yeah, I'm being a bit conservative with my predictions right now.
Mika, go ahead.
No.
Ladies first.
Oh, okay. I actually do also agree that this is going to be Fennel Adversity, but I think this is a 2-1. And I just have to say, shout out to Prod who is now calling us out. They said, kakasorry nila kahapon sa Sunsparks and that is definitely true. But I also do agree with that. Like, I feel like, the momentum is there and we're definitely seeing a more improved Sunsparks. But
Yeah.
I feel like, on the side of Fennel Adversity, they've just been so consistent. So I feel like Fennel Adversity is more than prepared against Sunsparks. But I do think that momentum, that high, that little bit of adjustment, is probably going to take one game.
There's another letter D when it comes to Fennel Adversity. I know that we have Danny and Name, but there is what we call discipline. And that is the calling card of Fennel Adversity over every team. And let's face it, this is still an underdog versus a Goliath. Fennel Adversity, by record, they're not going to take things easy against any team, and they will be playing the same way they play every single time. And I think, relatively wise, roster wise, experience wise, it's still Fennel Adversity that we're talking about. So it's against you guys, and nothing against Sunsparks, it will still be a clean 2-0 in favor of Fennel Adversity, because I feel that all the checklist or all the check marks that is needed for them to get that clean 2-0 is over onto the Fennel side.
Yeah. I do definitely agree. And Fennel Adversity, of course, we've been calling them throughout the Sea Icon series. We've been calling them our favorite underdogs here at WCS. I still have to. The name sometimes kind of like sticks, but I still have to remind myself that these aren't underdogs anymore, especially not after coming second to Team Secret at the Sea Icon series fall season. So I kind of like have to wash it away that these guys, this is Fennel Adversity, and they're pretty kick-ass. They do represent the region in a lot of other tournaments as well. So these guys definitely have the experience. They have that discipline to back things up. Now, one other question that I didn't get to ask actually yesterday, Fennel Adversity yesterday. I mean, like a while ago with our thumbs up, thumbs down before we got into the series. Fennel Adversity, they did take down RRQ. I know we're going to see them a little later, but I also want to ask if it is indeed panic time for RRQ. What do you guys think? Instead of thumbs
I'm not
up,
prepared.
thumbs down. We can move it a little bit later.
Dash.
We can move it a little bit later as we go up
not
against
yet
RRQ.
sure, yeah.
But that's something to think about because we do have Team Secret and RRQ somewhat 50-50.
Relatively, it's
Yeah.
kind of unfair for RRQ to have the same treatment as Team Secret, because Team Secret, we've been doing this, Mika, since last season. We've been folding them to a different standards, to a higher standards, and for RRQ, I feel that they are still trying to find their identity. We will see. We'll see. I'll be happy to think about it and then answer it next time. that we have your panel.
Yeah.
Sure. Like maybe a little bit later as we get into the series for RRQ because I feel like what we saw yesterday was Fennel Adversity versus RRQ, and we talked about this too, that it was more of like what the Fennel Adversity did nothing new, so to say. They just stuck to their guns because they are that very consistent team. RRQ was little experimental. So on the other side though, because they are up against Sunsparks right now, Sunsparks, it's not so much that they're experimenting, but I feel like they still haven't gotten like their identity, whereas Fennel Adversity Dash, it's like they had known their identity and they've been working on it since the summer season, refining it for the fall season, and now like this is them.
Yeah, and this is quite a bit of difference, especially with Fennel Adversity having their identity already being the disciplined team, playing around Danny and Dolmek whenever they can. And also, for the side of Sunsparks, I think they're slowly going for that identity in where there's always a pressure onto their ADC, and after that, they would just flow out. Like what Hayes did yesterday was something that I was surprised of, that even though that the pressure was not on him, I mean the pressure was on Kanzi, Hayes was able to pop up and was able to
I've
get
been
MVP,
having the guy. I've been having the guy. And finally it happened yesterday. I'm so happy, by the way. I'm so happy for my man. And also Kanzi.
Oh yeah, Autolus has been raving about Consi ever since like the earlier seasons as well during the Sea Icon series.
And there's also one thing I wanted to talk about, Nika. This is about the changes that we saw 3.0B. We've been seeing diversity when it comes to Keystone runes choices. I've been seeing face rushes. I've been seeing electrocute. And I think this is actually a good time for us viewers and for us panelists to observe what really is effective, because the pro players right now are experimenting. So fun.
That's true. That's definitely true. And that's also why we have Marksman Mania as our focus for today as well. Because we are seeing, the patch favor this kind of meta currently. And right now, you guys can also let us know your thoughts on this, on the latest patch, or maybe some of our panel consequences, or your favorite teams. Just head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags, hashtag WCS, WCSPH, or hashtag Wildrift Champions SEA. We have some tweets right now, and we have Duncel, a good friend of us here on the panel for sure.
He's part of my guild, by the way.
And part of the Auto Guild. Can't decide the best teams until the top 6 has been set. Very true. But for me, it is always those teams who have the most dedication to win, who will all prevail. Wasakan ng dreams. I do agree with that, definitely.
It's so on you, right? Wasakan ng dreams.
It's your Konyo Tita back on the rift.
I like it.
It's your Konyo Tita back on the rift. Do we have another one?
I think so. We have another one.
Do we have another tweet? I saw tweets with an S.
Yeah, me too. I saw 2.
We have another. Sondra, another one.
Oh,
go ahead,
roses are red. Mundos are blue. Kung ayaw nyo kay Yasuo, kay Timo na lang. Right, yeah. Yeah, let's go with Timo, yeah.
This should be
I know that the color scheme is kind of twisted right now, but this is actually shout out to my good friend Tony for gifting me a keychain. Timo, if you missed,
it's a keychain?
Yeah, it's a keychain. Right? There you go. There is an ongoing. Yesterday there was a watch and win promo that was actually included in the WCS Philippines Facebook page. So make sure to hop on there and check out. Maybe there will be another set of giveaways ready for our viewers.
Oh, well, everybody loves a giveaway for sure. So check that out, guys. And I do believe we have enough stalling for now, if that wasn't obvious. So yes, we have enough stalling for now. We are now ready. We are now ready, guys, to head into our first match of the day between Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity casters. You guys are up. Over to you.
Well, welcome back everyone here tonight for WCS Philippines. My name's Infinity and this is Crazy Apple, and we're here to start this day off with Sunsparks versus Fennel Adversity. And Crazy Apple, we saw the performance yesterday. We have a new patch today as well to experience new runestones, as Autolus have stated, and now I'm actually quite excited to see what the new changes are.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking as well, because as Autolus mentioned yesterday, we've seen some players use Phase Rush. I think one of the things one of the champions that we spotted was a Darius having Phase Rush, and that's just so useful if you're trying to go for these 1v1s in the top lane because you can proc it really, really fast on that champion, chase down anyone there, and you could really get those kills. But yeah, so many rune changes, so many things that happened yesterday. An upset, really. Sunsparks was able to get that 2-0 against Team Secret, and now they're gonna go in this series against Fennel Adversity, which I feel guns blazing at this point. They're very, very hot right now, and this is gonna be their second test. I feel like the yesterday series was like a surprise test for them that they didn't really think that they were gonna get that 2-0. But now, if they get the series win here, then I'm the same with Dash. I'm gonna go into the Sunsparks hype train.
Absolutely. Can expectations be met? Can Sunsparks win yesterday be here today against Fennel Adversity? As we're now here on the draft, it's all eyes on the screen here that with an immediate ban coming from Sunsparks of Lee Sin, followed up by the Yuumi from FLA.
Yeah, first couple of bans for both teams are your usual standard ones. Of course, taking out that Lee Sin away from Domeng. Yesterday's was Domeng's birthday, and he did a 3-man birthday kick as Autolus, and that I would mention really a big highlight play right there coming from them. And the Yuumi ban, as we were talking about it as well yesterday, this champion was recently buffed in 3.0 and this cat was a menace essentially week 1 here in the WCS PH, but I feel like the changes to her stats, the buffs have really been mostly focused on non-competitive play and more casual play and more solo queue play, because she hasn't been seeing a lot of success there. But because of these buffs, it's gonna get a lot stronger, especially for competitive. That's why I really think those bans were really good for this champion.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the changes from 3.0B. Just ban this cat. It's just so much of an obnoxious champion in the bot lane, or if someone wants to flex it, it can go top lane. But just an interesting trivia for the viewers watching at home. Lee Sin at the moment has 100% win rate so far, and Jace and Camille are one of the few champions that has the highest ban rate. So there's going to be an interesting scenario with Seth coming through here, Deadeye, or Crazy Apple rather.
Yeah.
What's the expectation here?
Well, thing is, it's this pick that you usually go for because it is one of the stronger picks. As you mentioned, it's in the same league as Jace and Camille, where it's usually in the pick and ban phase, usually either pick or ban by any team, and Seth is just this very staple pick where you can put in different lanes. But I would want to highlight the first 2 picks coming out immediately from Fennel Adversity, the Lulu Vayne. They were the team that utilized this very effectively. We have seen this same combination yesterday from Consi and Arjuk, and now it's on the hands of Danny and Rafi. I would want to see what would be the answer right here from Sunsparks. Would it still be the Marksman Mania that we were talking about, or it could be a different adaptation from their side?
Yeah, and most likely after this first 2 picks, we could expect some more bruisers coming from Fennel Adversity to tank the front lines to protect the king, which would be Vayne to be the hyper carry here for Fennel. But here for the side of Sunsparks, Crazy Apple, we have Thresh, we have Corki for that bot lane or the mid lane flex here for Corki.
Yeah, there's still that possibility, but I do think it's mostly gonna go to the bottom lane or to the Dragon lane alongside Consi, because Consi has shown that he's really, really good at piloting these traditional marksmen. So far with the first 3 picks for both teams, the Darius has also been picked. For the side of FLA, it is, I believe, the most picked champion right now here in the WCS. It's just a very comfortable champion, and right now we will be looking at what Arisen will be using. Would it be still the Conqueror? Would it still be the Phase Rush? But looking at the current win conditions for both of these teams, for Sunsparks, they still have that flexibility on that set. The set can still go into the jungle, can still go into the Baron lane. So it will depend most likely on the picks coming from Fennel Adversity. I do think that even in Nastro's hands, this is just perfect with regards to the set. They already are setting up this really good front to back composition for the side of Sunsparks. On the other hand, Fennel Adversity also has the same combination right now with the Darius, with the Vayne, with the Lulu. Look at some of the bans. I was thinking, hey, maybe a Gragas could be shown here by one of these teams, but it is currently banned alongside the the Nunu ban coming from Fennel Adversity, which is kind of curious because yesterday we were seeing this Nunu Vayne Lulu combination to really boost up this Vayne. They are the team who has opted to take that out. They will be the first ones picking in this next pick and ban phase. Let's see right here. I do believe they might be locking in a jungler here. It could very well be one of the junglers that we usually see, like the
Kha'Zix, Rengar, right? Available right now for Fennel Adversity and Sunsparks to pick up. And I think the bans here from Sunsparks is evident from the draft of Fennel. You don't have AP, we're gonna ban Gragas, we're gonna ban Fizz. But now, unexpectedly, we're seeing Olaf for the side of Fennel Adversity to be that frontliner for this team.
Yeah, another Juggernaut, another Bruiser, another frontline for the side of Fennel Adversity gives him a lot more space when it comes to these front-to-back team fights. I also think it's going to challenge what will be the jungle pick for Sunsparks. They might be looking for that call. They might be thinking that Sunsparks right now is thinking of that Kha'Zix. So having that Olaf to be more of this bully early on for these possible invades for the scuttle takes would be pretty good. But the answer from Sunsparks is that Jarvan. Both teams right now really looking towards that team fight, towards that big wombo combo objective fights that we're just gonna stare at and wait for the first one to flinch for the first engage. Alongside that Lucian, that adds another more scaling element to the side of Sunsparks and a lane bully in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is just intelligent coming from Sunsparks, right? Picking up the Jarvan 4 because you picked Olaf. We're gonna soft counter this champion. Cataclysm, we have you, Olaf. So this is gonna be spicy of a jungle matchup. And expectedly, right? We have Jarvan 4 more or less going to the jungle role. So this is going to be a matchup between these two champions. But interestingly enough, we have Diana as well coming to the side of Fennel Adversity. Now, what is the importance here, Crazy Apple, of this specific champion in this lineup?
The thing is, Diana provides a lot of that magic damage right now that they are really lacking in their composition. They have the Darius, they have the Olaf, they have the Vayne. All of them are attack damage champions. It's a good addition right there. Also, she's a very safe and staple champion in the mid lane. Unfortunately, in the early game, she can get harassed by a Lucian just because Lucian is a ranged champion. And also, Lucian is very much a bully, even in the side lane. So expect early game, Hayes would be the one to shove that lane and help Hayes to secure some of these scuttles, maybe secure an early gank into the side lanes, because the win condition right now for both of these teams is to get their hyper carries going. Corki is a marksman, deals a lot of magic damage because of his passive. He also deals a lot of spell damage with his ability, so it's gonna rely a lot on the Corki, on Consi, to deal a lot of this damage. On the other hand, Fennel Diversity also has the same problem and the same win condition that they need to do, which is really prop up this Vayne. I'm looking right now where they are starting. Looks like it's going to be default starts for both these teams. The dual lanes are all in the bottom side of the map.
Well. Expectations have been stated here by Crazy Apple for this game, with the winning conditions being that hyper carry dependence for both teams. And welcome back, everyone, to this series of Sunsparks and Fennel for a very first matchup of today for week 2, day number 2.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious as to why Raffi did this early recall right here, leaving Danny alone in the lane. That's why Danny is playing very safe. Arjuk and Consi are slightly bullying him at this point. I do see that a ward has been placed on the bush for the side of FLA. So it might just be a bit of a refresh right there. Arjuk going for the hook.
Yeah, and look at that. Death Sentence connects and forcing out the Ignite. And Raffi is actually burned out, but Consi is very low and Danny flashes in, gets the first blood. Fennel Adversity being swift and aggressive in this early game.
Yeah, and it was Arjuk, it was Sunsparks who started out that fight, but hold that thought, in the river, Ace is coming in.
Yeah, and Jarvan 4 is already level 2. That's gonna be the flash, flag, and dragon. But Danny just pushes him back. Now Archuk is very low. Hooks him in, but Ace under the turret. Fennel Adversity takes 2 kills.
Sheesh! That was some great series of plays coming from Fennel Adversity. Danny and Raffi, this duel lane, essentially 2v3 outplayed 3 members of Sunspark, and that is the strength of Vayne. Vayne has a lot of this innate mobility that she can use to be able to make this outplays, and alongside that Lulu with the whimsy, with the shields, it just really boosts her ability to be able to do that alongside that early ward in the bush. I'm not sure if that was intended from Fennel Adversity, but it all went well for them. They were able to capitalize on the vision in that bush. When Consi went in there, Danny did not lose vision. He was still able to stack up his silver bolt, so time was not wasted for them. They were still able to get that one more kill. Sunsparks had the right idea. We want to get a revenge kill here. We want to take the trade. But the thing was, Fennel Adversity, Danny and Rafi just played that really, really well. And now they have a 3-0 lead with this Vayne. Almost 1,000 gold lead against the Corki.
I mean, they outplay from the bot lane, right? You can't battle us, we're under the turret. Try to. And we're gonna kill you. So that's like instant triple kill for Fennel Adversity in the early game. And what's important here for the side of Fennel is you have 2-0-1 already for Vayne. So 900 gold difference from both ADCs. Both, remember, our winning conditions here is going to be that Vayne and Corki, as you've stated from the draft. So how is this going to affect the next 5 minutes to come here for both teams here, Crazy Apple?
Well, the thing is, even though it is the Vayne who got the kills in the next 5 minutes, it won't be as explosive yet just because it is going to be these two champions that are still going to scale. They're still going to wait for their 2 to 3 item mark. But we are nearing the 4-minute mark. We are nearing that objective take. And right now, both junglers are almost even. There's a bit of a gold lead on the side of Doming. You can see the back timing coming from Hayes. He is already preparing for that objective. We will see here which objective these teams are gonna prioritize, because if they're both late game, they would want to start out that dragon. It's gonna be the Infernal Drake, and later on, this damage output is gonna be stronger for their side. This is a bit of a weird back timing right now for Consi. He back in the middle of the lane. I feel like he wasted a lot of time there, but at the same time, it looked to be a shot call from their team to take the Herald and trade for that dragon.
Yeah, and Sunsparks can't do anything in this early game if they want to contest that Infernal Drake, because it's just too much of a gold difference at the moment, like 2.1k gold lead for the side of Fennel Adversity. So going for the Rift Herald, handshake on both objectives, I think is much more clever.
Yeah, and good answer right there. If you look at the rotations coming from both of these teams, there's 3 members from Fennel Adversity.
Now Cataclysm locks in onto one. That flash is now forced by Arise, and Arise is under the turret. With that Diana, Moonfall goes for the 3-man ult. And Arise with the ulti also connects, and that will be a kill alongside with the Tower First Blood for both teams.
Yeah, I got a bit hyped there because I saw the 3-man Moonfall, but it is still the early game. It's not going to deal enough damage. The good call right there coming from Sunsparks, forcing the issue from Fennel, knowing that they will be rotating. There has been a trade in turrets as well. Bottom lane turret was taken by Fennel Adversity, but at least top side has been taken by Sunsparks. Equal trade right there for them.
Yeah. And with the trades, with the turrets now being taken down for both sides. Now, paint me a picture here, Crazy Apple. You talked about the late game. If they want to go for that route, they want to take the Infernal Dragon. And now Fennel Adversity has taken this Infernal Dragon for this team. Now, is the winning condition change on this, or is it the same from what you've expected earlier in the draft?
I think right now, when it comes to the Dragons, it's gonna come to the third Drake for Sunsparks, because it looks like they are going to be focusing more the top side of the map because they have destroyed the turret there. Yes, the duo lane right now is over there, although it is not the duo that we're expecting. It is Hayes and Arjuk right now, and they are being pinged.
2-man pull coming in from the trash, and now Danny with the Wild Growth is just pushing in the front lines. Arjuk is very low. That true damage hurts too much, but Fennel Adversity not gonna push the trouble here.
They're still going in though. Doming.
Yeah, Cataclysm back in from Doming, but that Lantern saved him. Now Fennel Adversity going for that turret instead. Good call with that gold injection for everyone from Fennel.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity was furiously pinging the top side of the map. They wanted Danny and Rafi to back away, but right now Sunsparks may be getting a catch here.
Good pull once again. Doming used up the Ragnarok now with so much damage. Sunsparks gets the kill on the jungler for Fennel.
Yeah, great proactive play coming from Sunsparks. Nashor immediately positioning himself into the rotation for Fennel adversity. Doming did pop his Ragnarok. He wasn't CC'd, but the damage was already done from the side of Nashor. He was still able to use his ultimate to go towards the direction of where Doming was and the team, getting at least one more pick. Yes, objective-wise, Fennel adversity is the one leading right now, along with the scaling of that vein. But at least Sunsparks is getting something out of it. They're still keeping this game as close as they can.
Yeah, as close as they could. I mean, it's 2k gold lead, not as close, but still, taking the turrets, taking the trades, they want that. Because if it goes late, you have Vayne, right? You have Corki for the side of Sunspark. So which hyper carry is going to come first? Because at the moment, we're seeing a 1.3k gold lead in this both ADCs.
Yeah, we have to look at the items on the progression right here. Yes, it's a 1.5k gold lead for the side of Danny. It means Danny will have his item, his full item first before Consi. It might be this might have more consequences when we see these objective takes, but right now it's still item advantage on the side of Danny. When it's gonna be these AD carry team fights, it's gonna matter more. But the thing is, there's still a lot of things happening around them. Ace has a lot of CC that could hit both the Lulu and the Vayne. Nastro also on that set could provide as much of a beefy front line as he can for the side of Sunsparks to enable Haze and Consi to deal enough damage to take down Doming and Arisen. So there's a lot of things that could happen in these team fights. Sunsparks still has control over the river.
All right, it's Sunsparks. As you stated, has a control on the river as Ocean Dragon is available, but Nastro with ultimate onto Horizon. Horizon is half HP, so good HP advantage there for the side of Sunsparks. Now, Ocean Dragon still being started by FLA. Not gonna push
No.
through, Sunsparks going back.
Yeah, they have elected not to start that off immediately because the mid lane was being shoved for the side of Sunsparks. Bot lane was already being shoved by Haze. They don't really have the lane control. But in terms of ultimates right now, they don't have the set engaged. They're trying to get some picks here, but FLA has control over this Drake pit.
Everyone's ulti is available. Nastro hasn't have his, but Fennel Adversity is taking this dragon for a ride. But Sunsparks having the mid control. They can now push through onto the dragon, but FLA takes the Ocean Dragon uncontested. And Sunsparks has to go back into the mid lane, try to trade on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, well, it was still FLA, I believe, that secured the dragon. Right now, FLA has transitioned themselves going into the Herald as well. There was a bit of, I feel, decision right there, but mid lane getting picked off here.
Yeah, takes his enchant, gonna buy a bit more time, but FLA is just standing on top of Consi, and that will be down for the drain for Sunsparks, losing the mid turret and also their ADC.
Yeah, and this feels like there is some communication issues right now happening with Sunsparks because it was very evident in that Dragon Pit. There was a split call with the team. They wanted to either catch FLA rotating away from the Drake when they were trying to defend the mid lane or to seal the Dragon. Consi used his package into the river to try to catch out Doming and maybe steal the dragon, which is a very low percentage play at that point. And it's also not an efficient use of the package because the package deals so much damage, has so much area control.
He stole it.
Yes, he stole it with the smite. Doming was able to get that red buff. But going back to my point right after that dragon though, because of the usage of these key abilities that was missed from the side of Sunsparks, FLA had that confidence to go for the Herald, and now they have summoned it here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, look at Nastro going for the ultimate onto Danny, but that is too aggressive.
wild
Nastro
growth.
is very low with Moonfall connecting onto 3. Rift Herald pushes. Nastro is down. That will be the double for Fennel Adversity. And Ryzen with a flash apprehend puts Consi down with the ultimate, and now that will be the triple for Danny.
The triple for Danny right there, and the play that if we were gonna have the replay, I want to point out is the wild growth coming from Raffi. It stopped the engage coming from Nastro and Ace, essentially knocking up the two members that had most of the crowd control on the side of Sunsparks. They weren't able to throw it on any members of FLA. They were able to pick them off one by one, giving the triple kill. Yes, nice. We're going to see the replay right here. Look at the wild growth on Doming right there. It stopped the engage from Sunsparks, essentially turning the fight immediately around. Yes, it wasn't really going to be a great fight for Sunsparks. At most, suppose it was going to be the defense from them. But because of that singular wild growth ability being used, Fennel Adversity was able to get 3 kills and again accelerate this Vayne. This Vayne right now has 3 completed items with 10,000 gold.
Yeah, look at Nastro though. Ultimate onto Danny as Danny is very low.
Oh my
He's gonna
God.
get killed with 850 gold bounty for Nastro.
Thank you right there, but the hook coming for Arjun.
Yeah, they're going for the re-engage. Fennel Adversity takes 1 kill onto Arjuk, but look at the backside with a flank as Darius comes in. Apprehend onto Nastro, and look at Domeng. He's going for the ADC. You can't stop us, but under the turret, don't go.
Yeah, Arisen thought twice right there, was running into the turret. Unfortunate for Danny, running into the bush right there, getting pincered by 2 members from Sunsparks does surrender that 850 gold bounty towards Nastro, which gives this set a bit more items. But if you look at the board right now, there is a clear gold difference across the board, except maybe the mid lane because Hayes has been keeping up his farm. He has been the one to go to these side lanes to shove the waves. That's why he's still keeping it up on gold against Arise. But other than that, Domeng is more than almost 3,000 gold ahead. Danny is almost 3,000 gold ahead. There's just so much gold right now in the pockets of these champions that FLA, when they go for these objectives, is going to be pretty hard for Sunsparks to get any contest. And right now, the Dragon is being pinged out by Fennel Adversity. It looks like there's going to be no contest from the side of Sunsparks here.
Yeah, that's Joe. No information, and Fennel Adversity is going to take the Mountain Dragon, as you've stated, uncontested.
Yeah, because of that Drake, because it's uncontested, there are wards from Sunsparks. But the Baron, though, is still pretty open for Fennel. But classic Fennel, they don't just start objectives willy-nilly. They don't go for these 50-50s. They are gonna wait for you to check, and when you check, they will pick you off, get this game into a 4v5 for them, and then try to secure these objectives. So right now, both teams are playing pretty safe. They are both very respectful. It is right now on Sunsparks to react effectively against Fennel Adversity. They are still within the same win conditions. They still need to scale. This Corky still needs to get to his full items to be able to stand toe-to-toe against Danny. But if you look at the items right now for Danny, he is starting out that random wins. He's going to go for a 4th item, defensive item on his side to be able to essentially live through a lot of the initial burst coming from Sunsparks. Although right now all teams are very much bunched up here in the jungle.
That sentence on to Horizon, and Horizon is down for the count. Consi taking the kill, but Fennel Adversity going for the counter engage. And Olaf, in the Cataclysm, is locked in. And Danny, so much damage. And now Fennel Adversity has to go back away as Danny is very low. But he lives through that.
He lived through it with a sliver of health. It looked like it was going to be a fight that FLA could have very well turned around, but the damage was already put on the side of Danny. He was a bit too far forward in that fight, and Arisen was taken down immediately from the side of Sunsparks. Again, Sunsparks can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. You could say they are extending the timers for them. They are extending this game. We are hitting the 15-minute mark. Baron is the big objective on this map. Elder is gonna come up in a couple of minutes. So they're at this point, when you are in this game state for both of these teams, when you are Sunsparks and you are extending the game, you are putting a timer on yourself when both of these big objectives are gonna come up. And how will you react? Will you prioritize the Baron? Will you prioritize the Elder? Since there are 3 Drakes on the side of Fennel Adversity, I think getting the Elder Drake might be a good idea for Sunsparks.
Absolutely. I mean, you will have permanent buff in trade for temporary buff. Although Baron Nashor, as we all know, is really, really broken. If you have that buff, you can just push through on turret. So I think if you get that Elder Dragon, as you've stated, they could just stall and wait for the Baron buff to just diminish and then do something else. And that Elder Dragon is going to be just very important for them if they want to make this comeback. And now, though, Fennel Adversity is starting onto the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, Baron is being started. There are only 4 members right now here from Sunsparks. Consi is coming from base. I'm not sure if Sunsparks can contest.
Arise with the apprehend, connects onto the Lucian, but Nastro went in for the ultimate inside in the middle of all. And now Jarvan for Cataclysm onto 4, but no follow-up. Has taken their jungler, has taken their top laner.
Yeah, and Sunsparks right here. Only 3 members. Again, Fennel Diversity going back into this Baron. This might be a desperation play.
That sentence onto Horizon, very low. Corki takes the kill.
Nice pick.
Yeah.
Nice pick right there coming from Sunsparks from Hansi, taking out Arisen. This is a back out away from Fennel Adversity. Almost a hook right there from Arjuk. Will he catch someone?
Yeah. But the interesting part is Arjuk went for the flash onto the boat and nothing happened. They were just looking at each other. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on? But Danny is still on the chase, popping, having the tumble right there. I thought I saw the ultimate, but with the transition decision right now from Fennel Adversity going away from that Baron, they have secured the scuttle. They won't be finishing up this Elder Drake. It looks like it's going to be the back from Fennel Adversity, but if they do back away here, there's still going to be 5 members from Sunsparks. Sunsparks could very well start out this objective.
Yeah, and the Twin Shadows already has the information from Sunsparks a while ago from Fennel Adversity. Now Sunsparks has confirmed the information that Fennel is just around the corner, but is not going to start the Elder Dragon, so they have to back away. They know that Fennel went in for the reset, so might as well just push mid lane.
Yeah, and also I feel like Fennel Adversity did not start that dragon because they saw that in the bottom lane, the minions were already shoving into the inhibitor turret. So they very well knew that Sunsparks will be reacting to that. They won't be committing themselves into the Elder Drake, because if they lose a fight in the Elder Drake and the minions are able to push down the bottom side, it could transition into an inhibitor take for the side of Fennel Adversity. Right now, both of these teams are taking stock again of where they are currently in the map. What is the current lane state? Mid lane is being shoved as usual, because of the priority over that lane, how important it is to take control or to be able to challenge both objectives. But Elder Drake is being started by Fennel Adversity. Let's see if it's going to be contested by Sunsparks.
Yeah, it's a nice setup coming from Fennel Adversity, clearing out the ward, but now Danny, look at that, the CCs onto Arjuk, Ragnarok already casted by Olaf, apprehend, connecting onto 1, and almost deleted on Grindsky, but saves his engine, saves his life for a couple of seconds, but Fennel takes him down. So no ADC for Sunsparks.
Yeah, no ADC for Sunsparks. No Corki. It is getting to the lane. He has a lot of damage, as you saw, but just 3 hits coming from Danny put him into that spot, put him at a very low HP, and right now it looks like it's going to be this free Baron from Fennel Adversity, because they already have done their job. They took away one of the key members from Sunsparks to be able to challenge these objectives. They are going to go for the recalls. Only Danny and Arise right now shoving this mid lane. They are preparing this mid lane. They are shoving this. If you look right here, Danny is running to the bot side. He doesn't really need to go for the back. He will be trying to shove either the lane if Haze goes for it, but no, it looks like it's just gonna be the Elder Drake take right now for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and you talked about the late game winning conditions. Is 19 minutes enough?
I mean, it should be if the game was even, but the thing is, it's not. It's for Fennel Adversity right now. Yes, it is about 7.5 gold lead at 20 minutes. It doesn't need as much as if it was 12 in the 12-minute mark, or maybe the 14-minute mark, but it's still enough for Danny to have already 6 items complete. But that's reporting the issue.
Look at a pincer coming from Sunsparks, ultimate coming through from Seth, but Fennel Adversity with a counter engage kills 2 immediately, and Fennel is collapsing onto the mid lane with Haze being the only one alive and Danny pushing through, and now they've taken another turret in mid lane.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the game for Fennel Adversity with those quick kills. Sunsparks tried to make a play in the mid lane. It failed, and right now Fennel Adversity is about to finish this game 1 of the series.
This is it. Fennel Adversity going for the Nexus, and this is game 1 of the series. Going to the side for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, clean game essentially for Fennel Adversity. It all started in that early game. Arjuk tried to make a play. There was that ward inside the bush, and Danny was able to get first blood in the bot side of the map. The reaction from Sunsparks was, let's try to force the issue. There were summoners burned for the Vayne and the Lulu. Let's try to go for this 2v2 with the Jarvan. Unfortunately, Danny and Rafe were just too good. They immediately separated, not getting hit at the same time by any CC coming from the Jarvan or the Thresh. They could just free hit, deal that damage, and able to get 2 more kills for them in the bot side of the map. It snowballed from there for Fennel Adversity, challenging always these objectives. Fennel Adversity essentially if you look at it in terms of styles, Sunsparks was going for a similar style for Fennel Adversity. Late game, AD carry composition. Let's get to that point where the AD carries can shine. But the thing is, if you're playing the same style as the team, who is more consistent as we've seen in the past couple of well, since the last season and this past week, it's gonna be hard if they're the ones who are in the lead early on.
Yeah, and it's just shocking. No one expected that early game aggression from both teams. Maybe to the side of Sunsparks being more of that mid game to late game, as you stated a while ago in the draft, because they have Corki and their hyper carry to match it up is Vayne. So they need that early game security. But it was unexpected on how the dual lane from Fennel Adversity got that early triple kill, which led them to that 2.5k gold lead.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you talked about that a while ago, Crazy Apple, after that game ended. But now, talk to me through how that game overall came down to it. Because now we're looking at that early game, first minutes of that match. Absolutely insane from FLA.
I mean, well, more to say, it was a bit of the Danny show. Danny was the one who really started off the lead for FLA. Yes, FLA also had a lot of good calls from Sunsparks. If you see right here, Sunsparks was the one who shoved the top side. They were able to get a bit of some success there, but later on, it was almost all Fennel Adversity. Fennel Adversity would get like two kills, while Sunsparks would just get one, and those trades just kept on growing and growing for the side of Fennel Adversity. Sunsparks turtled a bit, you could say. They really had these moments where you never lost hope for them, because they were turtling effectively. If you see right here, it is about almost a 15-minute mark, and they pushed away FLA. But this was the fight that broke the camel's back for the side of Sunsparks. Nastro went in, go for the big showstopper. Yes, he hit 5 members, but the team was on the other side of the wall. They couldn't engage effectively. And also, Consi, they didn't have the lead for Sunsparks for him to be able to use the package aggressively, to be able to separate the members of Fennel Adversity. If you notice, he was always using it to back away from Fennel Adversity. And I feel like it's a loss usage of that ability if you can't use it aggressively, especially on a Corki. So just a lot of things that you could dissect here on why Sunsparks was not as effective as we would think coming into this game, because of the compositions that clash. But at the same time, it was mostly the decision making of Fennel Adversity that I think really tilted this game towards their favor.
Yeah, player of the game, Danny. You talked about the ADC constantly from that game number 1, and we're seeing him again being that MVP with 12 KDA and getting that early foundation for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and if you look at the items, he built that Randuin's Omen as his 4th, 5th item, I believe. Then went for the Bloodthirster after going for the blade of the Ruin King, the Solari Charge Blade, and that Phantom Dancer. He didn't need any more frontal offensive items. He just needed these defensive items to keep himself alive, because they were at that point in the game where they were just so ahead, or Danny was so ahead, that he could just be able to eviscerate the front line. We did see that when Nastro went in with the showstopper, there were 5 people beside him. I even think he popped the shield and just got deleted by the side of Fennel Adversity. So you could really see right there the power that the Vayne had at that point in the game.
Yeah, 3 defensive items, Phantom Dancer, Randuin's Omen, and then just Bloodthirster. So a lot of things overall from Danny in that game number 1. But more of that later on. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. Don't go away. We come back after this short break. It's game 2, match point for FLA.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines. It's match point for Fennel Adversity against Sunsparks. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. And Crazy Apple, game one was a crazy game.
Yeah, indeed. It was a very, very crazy game indeed, especially for Danny. We can't say his name enough just because of how much he was the star of that game. Although I do believe that it was not only him, but his team playing around him and playing as well these rotations across the map. You could really see the priority of where they want to be when they were taking a certain objective and they saw that Sunsparks was going to the top side. Immediately, the recall coming from Rafi and the rotation coming from, I believe, from Arise to try and help Arisen right there to defend the lane. Although it was still the tower taken for the side of Sunsparks and a kill for them. There were still these moments where really just the rotations coming from FLA that help Danny get that space to be able to get to that point.
Yeah, and the interesting part is Fennel Adversity went in for the double bait in the draft, like starting from the beginning of that game number one, because we saw yesterday, right, how Sunsparks defeated the King of the Kings, putting out the Vayne Lulu for Consi and Arjo. But then, today, we saw Fennel Adversity. You can't do that today. We're going to pick it in our team having Vayne and Ludo in the same draft. So it was just a double bait from Fennel Adversity. You know what? This is not going to be your time today. And we're just going to remove it out of the way, declining that duo for Sunsparks.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, those kinds of things when you see the pick and ban phase, it also shows that these two teams are really are very similar in a way. Both of them rely heavily on their dragon laners to get them through the game, to finish the game. And also, if I believe this is something that we talked about yesterday as well. It feels like Sunsparks has also good macro understanding of the game, where they need to be, if the side lanes needs to be pushed, or do we need to react to the side lane? And that was very evident during the Elder Drake take for Fennel Adversity. When they stopped taking the Elder Drake, they knew that they could safely recall without Sunsparks able to take it, because they knew Sunsparks, hey, our side lanes are getting pushed. We don't really have enough damage to take this as fast as we can when the other team has back. So Fennel Adversity, knowing that very well, backed away as well. Went for the handshake, bought their items, then went back and put pressure again on Sunsparks. So it's just really these two teams having a really good understanding of the game. It really boils down to which team makes the right decisions, because we did see Sunsparks having thought twice in the mid lane in the first objective take. So we'll see if that's something that maybe they can remedy here in game two of our series.
Yeah, I mean, that early aggression from Sunsparks is something that doesn't really remove in my brain at the moment. That memory keeps on going back from that game number one. We'll see if that aggression still stands still, because right now it's going to be the same sides from Sunsparks in blue and FLA from red side. But Lee Sin immediately banned away.
Yeah, Lee Sin again banned first from the side of Sunsparks. Again, it's also the cat from Fennel Adversity. As you mentioned, yeah, good to point out there that the sides are still the same. It's still Sunsparks in the blue side and FLA in the red side. Earlier on, in the pick and ban phase, due to the red side picks being two picks when it gets passed onto you on your first round of picks, Fennel Adversity was able to essentially steal away the Lulu and the Vayne. So yeah, this is what I wanted to point out. One of the components of that composition, which is now they have banned out the Lulu. Honestly, Vayne could still be on the table, because there could still be the Vayne Nunu, Morgana still open. There's a lot of other supports right there, a lot of other enchanters that could be paired up with the Vayne. But the thing is, Lulu is just too big, too good of a duo partner with the Vayne. I feel like it might deter Sunsparks right now from picking that champ. It's also very risky to first pick that. So nice ban right there coming from Sunsparks. Nice from Fennel Adversity that they were able to force that on Sunsparks.
Absolutely, but Thresh and Vayne is still open. So if Sunsparks decided to go on this route, they could, because we've seen how Arjo plays Thresh. That sentence keeps on connecting. And I feel like this could be a potential duo for Sunsparks, though.
Yeah, could be something that Arjuk very well has to go for, because I believe game one was also thresh for him. He did hit a lot of good hooks, but at the same time, it was getting to the later part of the game that when he gets a hook, they can't convert because of how big FLA was. If
Mhm.
also look at the last couple of bans, Akali has been banned by Fennel University. I think it's more of a respect ban right now from Hayes, because when we saw yesterday Hayes on that champion against Team Secret, it was just too clean. I think it really deserves that ban right there. First pick though is still the same from Sunspark. It's gonna be that set, which will be a very flexible pick for them.
Yeah, very flexible. It can go support, and can go mid, and can go top. But now, Galio is open, Gragas is open. With Gragas being prioritized by Fennel Adversity here, where would this go? Is it going to be support? Is it going to be mid? Is it going to be jungle? Or top lane? Because we've seen Ultra WCS from week 1 and week 2 with all these flexible picks, and Senna being there as well for the side of Fennel.
Yeah, Senna Gragas immediately for the side of Fennel Adversity. Again, going for scaling bot lane. They will be relying a lot on Danny and Rafi for these two champions. Also gives them at least already an AP and AD scaling champion on the Gragas, because he's also going to build a lot of magic damage on his side. So it gives a lot more flexibility for the side of Fennel Adversity. They can third pick that Darius just to be very much safe for them right here. But going to the picks right now from Sunsparks, they can opt to reserve their marksman pick, because they could wait for Fennel Adversity if they're gonna pick a lot of these juggernauts, and they could pick these hyper scaling AD carries to be able to deal with them later on to shred those tanks. But right now it looks like it's gonna be that Zed should be on the hands of Hayes. I do expect Sunsparks to either pick maybe a jungle flex or that support, and yes, they have locked in that Rakan for the side of Arjuk. Looks like the win condition right now is very flexible still for Sunsparks. A lot of engage, and could possibly be that side lane priority on that set, but still a lot of things open just because of how flexible their composition is looking to be.
Both teams currently doesn't still have that hyper carry, right? So Vayne is still an option here. Ziggs is also open. So which team is going to have this picked up? And an interesting stats here for Darius. Darius is probably the top most picked champion, but also a relatively low win rate, 37.5%. So it's going to be interesting on how Fennel Adversity will be playing this specific champion in this graph. Will it work? Will it disrupt? I don't know. But at the moment, we're going to have our bans here, Crazy Apple. Any expectations on this decline or deny with Ziggs being immediate ban from Fennel Adversity in second phase?
Yeah, I think you called it earlier when you're right after the picks, and when Fennel University were still thinking about their bans. Yeah, Ziggs is still open. Good ban right there, because if you're looking at the damage output right now from the side of Sunsparks, there's a lot of AD damage on their side. I do expect Fennel University might be also looking to Corki as a possible ban for Consi, but looking at how Consi navigated those fights in the first game, they might opt to leave it open just in case to show Consi, hey, we're not really scared of your Corki. We'll let you pick that. But yes, they have banned it because it's another magic damage on the side of Sunsparks. Now Sunsparks will be looking to ban maybe more options for bruisers, because they are now ban more tanks. They have banned out at Diana. They are now pigeonholed into a lot more marksman picks, but there's still Morgana open for both teams.
You read my mind, Crazy Apple. I was like doing this. Morgana is still open. Morgana is not yet banned. Like, who's gonna pick this? Like, this is going to be interesting. But at the moment, there's only one AP for Fennel Adversity, but we still don't know. Like, if Gragas is going tank build or AP build. So which is it going to be? With Renekton being here, I don't know where this champion is going to go.
Renekton most probably it's gonna depend on where the matchups are gonna be. If this set is gonna go to the jungle on the top side, we have seen Renekton being matched up against the Zed in the mid lane, because you can't easily burst down this Renekton and just bully the Zed there in the mid lane with the slice and dice, with the stunts, with the call of the meek, call of the week, call of the
Brand.
Thresh? Brand
Thresh
Thresh is open, but Rakan is already picked. We don't know where. I doubt that it's gonna be the Thresh. I would love to see, because there's still this world where I've read before. AP Rakan in the mid lane. I don't think we're gonna see
that's
that
gonna
in
be
the
spicy, crazy.
I don't think we're gonna see that in competitive, but I mean that is a possibility. But right now, there looks like they're hovering,
Another
thinking
booster.
maybe a jungler, maybe a Kha'Zix, maybe another damage output champion. Yes, the
Ooh.
Kha'Zix is gonna be manned by Ace right now. The damage output from Sunsparks is very balanced, but they don't have late game. They don't have that scaling marksman that's gonna deal a lot of damage later on. Yes, Zed will deal a lot of damage, Kha'Zix as well, a very good combo, but
Great.
Fennel Adversity, last pick that Graves. Yes, they have a lot of 80 damage. There's gonna be only the AP coming from that Gragas, but all of these champions are gonna be very beefy, gonna have a lot of armor to tank the damage coming from the Zed and the Kha'Zix.
And what I feel like, FLA is thinking about the late game. You have infinite scaling set up. You have Graves being that late game scaling with a lot of crits potentially if he goes for that build. And there's just going to be an exciting play. Is Zed and Kha'Zix going to be that assassin? But who are you going to assassinate with this Bruiser and Tanky lineup from the side of FLA? Like, what do you expect here, Crazy Apple? What can we expect from this draft?
The thing is, you see, yeah, as you mentioned, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of assassination potential from the Kha'Zix and the Zed, but there's also a lot of these very burly bruisers that are gonna be in front of Sunsparks, and it's gonna be hard for them to go through the Darius, go through the Renekton, go through the Gragas, and even if they go through all of these three champions, if Graves is gonna be in front of them, Graves will just blow their face with his buckshot, with his auto attacks. It's gonna deal so much damage, especially if he's gonna build crit. So there's gonna be so many layers if this front-to-back team fights will happen for Fennel Adversity. So Sunsparks, I am looking at them right now to be very creative with these engages. They need to come from flanks. They need to pick off members of Fennel Adversity one by one so that they could win these team fights. And Arjok right now going for the engage and Arise.
Oh, early flash burn by Arise. Good call coming in from you. They need to go for that engage, and we just saw it in the first 10 seconds. But welcome back, everyone, to the match point of Fennel Adversity on this first series of Week 2, day number 2, up against Sunsparks.
Yeah, and those are the things that I believe Sunsparks has been more of the pioneers here in the WCS. They love doing these level 1 cheeses with Arjuk going around trying to force these flashes, trying to force these kills. We've seen that yesterday with Team Secret, where they would be essentially placing the Lulu Vade everywhere across the map, and Team Secret won't be able to read where they are going. And for that, they are awarded the Flash of Arise. This gives a bit of an advantage for Haze there in the mid lane. Can also be a gank coming from Ace, but we've seen Arjok being this very roam heavy support. Could also very well go to the mid lane to be able to get a kill there against Arise.
Yeah, and there's just a huge amount of pressure now on the bot lane because we're seeing Consi and Arjok being pushed back away by Fennel Adversity, having little damage as of yet in level 1. But look at the 4-man roam coming from Fennel Adversity here into the bot side. And Arjok is stuck under the turret. That root connects through, and Raffi with that body block. Sunspark loses their first blood, but Danny is very low. That will be the double for FLA.
That was too aggressive from Haze right there. He thought he could reach Danny with his shadow and a flash, but unfortunately Danny already used his flash. He was able to provide some distance. But yeah, I loved how earlier on you were saying that there is that pressure from Danny and Rafe towards what they're doing against Consi and Arjok. This forced them to be under the turret with a huge wave in front of them, which prompted Fennel Adversity to go for that early tower dive. Ace here, though, is a bit late on the tower dive here on the top side.
Nice apprehend. No root though, no follow-up from Danny, but just good response coming from the side of Fennel Adversity, right? They saw Kha'Zix just roaming around, so Danny just went through on top immediately to support Arisen.
Yeah, and if you look here, there's a bit of a lane swap that has happened. Exactly, Danny did go to the top side to help out Arisen. I thought it was being followed by Raffi, but Raffi is being given the solo XP, the solo gold right now in the bottom side of the map. So this really funnels more this Gragas to be able to get this Rod of Ages early. He's already level 5, already has his ultimate. Really prompts them up for this next, for the objective takes. It also seems like a bit of a role swap in the early parts of the game where Danny is playing more of the support role as compared to Raffi.
Yeah, and I think this draft from Fennel University just allows them to do all these things, right? With Senna being that roam and then Gragas being that safe play on bot side. Because you have Roa first item, it gives you a lot of HP in that early game, so you can't really burst down the Gragas at this stage. So just good call coming from Fennel University on this draft. They're doing what they want to do in this early game with now Roa completed for Rafi.
Yeah, Roa completed for Rafi, so it really gives him that early game power spike right now, getting into the first objectives. We are 20 seconds away from both the Herald and the Infernal Drake. Again, Infernal Drake will be the first Drake of the game here of this series. And for just comparing both of these teams, I would want to see Sunsparks prioritizing the Drake because it would really give them that power boost early on. Yes, if you look at it, Drakes are more of the late scaling compositions, more for the late game scaling teams. But if you deny that away from FLA, it makes them a bit weaker when you get to that late game point. But FLA has first dips on this Drake right now. Danny and Doming starting it out.
Yeah, and Sunsparks is looking to just roam around as well in this part of the map because they want to do some contests onto the Infernal Drake. And I feel like both of these teams wants to go for that scaling and damage. Even when it comes to the early game, even when it comes to that late game, it will be just so effective for any of these lineups. So they want to have that priority onto the Infernal Dragon, so no handshakes potentially in this early game.
Yeah, but Twin Shadows already used by Ardric right here, spotting out both members of FLA. This Drake is at half health. Let's see if Ardric goes in.
Quickness. And now the grand entrance is cancelled because of the body slam from the Dragons. And now Fennel Adversity is going through and through, but the kill coming from Sunsparks immediately pulling away Rafi. But Fennel Adversity has taken the trade. Haze is down. 900 HP for Fennel Adversity on that Infernal Dragon, and they secure it. And now Sunsparks is on the pit. This is somewhere that you don't want to be against Fennel Adversity with all the bruisers, and that will just be the 3-for-1 trade alongside with a dragon for FLA.
Yeah, and that was very much clean for FLA. That's the best scenario that they could have done, and that was an almost steal as well coming from Ace. He jumped into the pit at 777 HP for the dragon. That was too close for comfort for FLA, but Arisen was the one who was able to secure the dragon. Good job right there from the side of Fennel University, even getting 3 kills out of that in exchange for 1. So good signs all around for Fennel Adversity at this point. They have won that first objective fight. Rift Herald is still on the plate, but looks like most of the members from Fennel Adversity here. But Arisen, yeah. But Nasjo though. Nasjo is the one who's checking this Herald. Looks like it's just going to be given for free to FLA.
Yeah, and I think it is clever for Sunsparks right now to just go and push the bot lane potentially. Because Fennel Adversity has 4k gold lead. You can't just contest the Rift Herald because you have the ultimates from Doming, you have the ultimates potentially later on for Rise. So Sunsparks wants to go for that tower trade. However, this just might be too late. Fennel Adversity is pushing mid lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit too late right here. Fennel University has a lot of the initiatives right at this point. Rafi also using explosive cast, trying to catch out Nasha, but unfortunately he wasn't able to. Although first turret is taken by Fennel University, 2 turrets on their side for the 1 for Sunsparks.
Yeah, so a turret trade from mid and top to just a bot lane turret for Sunsparks. And that just puts out a huge gold disparity between both teams. 4k gold lead right now for FLA. And when it comes to looking at the carries of Sunsparks, right? You have Kha'Zix now in 1.1k gold disadvantage in comparison to Domeng, and Brand is just in par with the support, quote-unquote, of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, exactly. And we were talking about early on how this should be rather the win condition for FLA is to get the late game. And they are the late game scaling team. While on the side of Sunsparks, they are more in the early to mid game because of the composition that they have. They don't have a lot of damage in the later game. But right now, Fennel Adversity is the one leading. They are almost 5k gold lead, and 7 minutes of the game. They are getting into the mid game point of this game, and it just feels like Fennel Adversity has control of this game. As we've seen, when they are in control, they have a very hard time of letting it go. Sunsparks might be doing something creative here.
Oh, Flash with a grand entrance alongside with that sentence. No, rather the shadow from Zed, and that actually puts out a lot of damage, but not enough to kill. Renekton is under the turret, zoning away the enemy team. Look at the stun coming from Brand. The flash from Domeng zones away the enemy team. Another turret for the side of FLA.
turret and 2 kills for the side of FLA. One thing that you can't really one thing that you can't take away from FLA is their game sense. They have already noticed Sunsparks members are not in the map. They could be hiding in the bushes here in the bottom lane. Let's not check until they start because we are just that strong. If they go for the initiation, we just need to space ourselves enough to be able to absorb the damage and kill them outright. And that's what Fennel Adversity did in that bot side. Right now, they have so much control of this game at this point. They are at about 8,000 gold lead, 8.5 minutes, and this dragon is gonna come up, and I doubt Sunsparks will have any opportunity to contest this mountain raid.
Oh, look at the shadow from FLA.
Oh,
Zed
the
has
miss.
no idea. Hayes, that is
Dun,
Dream
dun,
and
dun.
looking to kill you. And Hayes just shadows on the bot lane, going away. Can you go through it? Body slam in. That's gonna be CC. But Hayes just keeps on running and running. This does not stop. And Senna, I see you. Hayes, you know what? He's quick, he's swift to run back.
He's doing his best Naruto run impression right there, running away from 3 members of Fennel Adversity. He even got hit by the body slam, and it felt at some point in Fennel Adversity, we hit you with the body slam, we hit you with the big belly, but we won't get you, we won't kill you. We'll let you send the message to Sunsparks. We're gonna let you survive. Get this top lane tier 1 turret right now, while the trade is gonna be the mountain dig for FLA. And it's just those things that you see when the team has such big of a gold lead. Even Danny, the support Senna, able to just stare Hayes in the face, confidently thinking, I won't be killed by you. And at this point, it just shows the confidence that Fennel Adversity has.
But now, with 20 seconds for the Rift Herald, is their confidence going to be enough to go for some contest here? Because look at the paths of FLA. They're all going towards that Rift Herald.
Definitely. The confidence right now. If you look at the items, there's 2 completed items on almost every member of FLA. While if you look on the other hand, it's only 1.5 for the side of Sunsparks. There's such a huge item disparity right now in terms for FLA. FLA still wanting to look for this fight right here, wanting to go for that engage. Arisen wasn't able to get that, even with the flash. But still, because of the pressure that FLA has put members of Sunsparks back the way, it's going to be the free Rift Herald for the side of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, Sunsparks is ready to contest though, but it's too late as FLA has secured the Rift Herald.
Yeah, FLA just snowballing the game at this point, but a flash from Arjuk, he's all alone!
No follow-up though, he's all alone as you've stated, and he's just gonna get killed by FLA. That's too much of a confidence there from Sunsparks.
That's gotta be a bad call right there coming from Sunsparks. Arjuk saw his opportunity, wanted to get a quick initiation on the side of Fennel Adversity, but none of his teammates were there. They weren't able to support him, and now it's gonna be this open mid lane for Fennel Adversity. 2 turrets already taken in the mid lane. Fennel Adversity is also transitioning to the top lane take.
Did you see that body slam coming in from Gragas? He was like, a body slam over the wall, but no! That hill just blocked him.
The one's just too thick, man. He can't get through. But Hayes right here running away from Arise right now. Not sure he's gonna get tagged, but yeah, another Naruto impression. But a big fight here.
Yeah, no Zed for Sunsparks, so this is a 4v4 with Nastro down. It's a 3v3 with Horizon down as well. Now Fennel Adversity wants to go for more as Dominic flashes in. That's so much damage. And with the root, Arjuk will fall and triple kill for Dominic.
Triple kill for Doming. Hayes even going against Arise. I believe Arise flashed in, and now FLA sieging down the inhibitor turret in the top stage. Only 2 of them, so most probably they'll be backing out after getting that turret, but just so much momentum now at the side of FLA. 12 minutes into the game, it seems like it feels or seems to be hitting the late game point for FLA, but at the same time, Sunsparks needs to look for a way. They need to remedy this. They need a band-aid right now to be able to hang on to this game.
Well, remedy, as you stated, that's important. With Baron Nashor coming up in a few, and also the Cloud Dragon, I guess this is their winning or comeback condition for Sunsparks. What do you think though will happen here in the next few minutes, as now Fennel Adversity has opened up the base in top lane, and they have that 11k gold lead at this state, 12 minutes into the matchup?
The thing is, how Fennel Adversity plays their games all the time is when they have a lead, they will choke you out. They won't let you get into these objectives. They will secure them. And if you are given an objective, there's a price to pay. It's usually kills, it's usually an objective on the other side. And Fennel Adversity has been very beautifully orchestrating that right now. Even this outer tier turret in the bot side, this inner tier turret, sorry, has been taken for free by Fennel Adversity. So much control over the map.
Top
Arise right now, 1v1ing Haze.
Top lane. What's
Top lane?
going there? It's Arise and Hayes going for the 1v1, but it's just a little trade. You know what? They're just fighting each other. And now Sunsparks and FLA has their eyes on the prize. They have the Baron Nashor alive and Cloud Dragon as well in 3 seconds. Now, what will be the priority here for both teams, Crazy Apple?
Well, the thing is, it all comes down to Fennel Adversity at this point. What Fennel Adversity prioritizes is a priority for Sunsparks. But the thing is, Sunsparks is just too far behind. They are going to be very hard pressed to take any objective at this point, though Fennel Adversity is still forcing the issue. A lot of things right now on the Baron. Fennel Adversity has no vision, but you see how confident Arisen is. He's running towards Nasjo.
Nasjo apprehended by the Darius, actually ulting out away, but that shield is not enough to go back, and FLA has removed the Baron lane from Sunsparks. And look at Rakondo, he's waiting on the bush. That might just be defeat there, as FLA is going to collapse in the bush, going in with a quickness and a grand entrance trying to stop them, but FLA is never gonna stop.
Danny.
They're going to persevere. That root is going to be massive, but Ardric is alive with 1 HP, but the rest of his teammates is not gonna be alive. And look at Arise, bot lane split pushing.
Yeah, this crocodile doesn't care. It's like, where's Hayes? I want to fight him again. Oh, he's up there. Let me just destroy this turret right here while 4 of my teammates go against 5 members of Sunsparks. It was a great trade from Fennel Adversity, but at the same time, you could really see Sunsparks really fighting for every inch. This is very much a characteristic of their team, but the unfortunate thing is when they're always put in these kinds of positions, sometimes the hill is just too hard to climb. Sometimes the mountain that they're trying to traverse is just too steep, too tall for them at this point, and Fennel Adversity is getting to that unstoppable point. They can even just 4v5 the members of Sunsparks. Even FLA was not together in that fight. They were scattered, which was the ideal scenario for Sunsparks. And there's still a fight won for FLA. Just goes to show how big of a lead Fennel Adversity has at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fennel Adversity is just showing their controlled aggression. We're not going to push onto those objectives if there is no pick. And that is what they're doing right now. They're baiting onto the Baron Nashor, waiting for Sunsparks to come in and immediately switch. Now, Sunsparks is here. They're ready to go. It's Nasjo on the front line with quickness and a grand entrance to follow up for Fennel Adversity, but they are alive. Ardric is down. That's Rakan away from Sunsparks. The Baron Nashor is down to 2.5k HP, but no jungle for Sunsparks to go for a steal, and FLA has taken the Baron and taken 3 kills in the process.
3 kills in the process for the side of Sunsparks, for the side of FLA's. Hayes, though, doing his best split push right here, is being challenged by Arisen, but looks like this is going to be the end. FLA about to get his 2-0.
And that is GG for Fennel Adversity, taking this series away from Sunsparks.
Yeah, congratulations to Fennel Adversity. The storyline usually for Fennel Adversity is they get an even early to mid game, get to late game, and then pressure you, get these small advantages and transitioning them into big objectives. That has been the Fennel Adversity playbook. But this series against Sunsparks, it felt like a lot of moments there they outmatched a lot of the things that Sunsparks was trying to do. They said, you're trying to do this, we can do this better. Fennel Adversity went to the challenge against Sunsparks and got that 2-0. And it's just a great game for Fennel Adversity, kind of on the same time, kind of a momentum blocker right now for Sunsparks after their 2-0 victory against Team Secret from yesterday.
Yeah, it's from that early game, right? They keep on getting that foundation of that early gold lead and then ballooning it into a 5k gold lead and then 15k gold lead or whatever the number is. But it's so massive how Fennel Adversity keeps on putting the gap onto their opposing team. And it's just a great start for Fennel Adversity here in day number 2.
Yeah, great start indeed for Fennel Adversity, and great week as well. They had, I believe, a 2-0 as well yesterday, another 2-0 today. They've only dropped one series so far, so they are looking into extending this streak for them up till tomorrow for an unbeaten streak, similar to what Team Underground did last week. But right now, if we're looking back into the replay, it really shows how Fennel Adversity put this game into their favor, like this dragon fight right here. This was a very this was at this point it felt very even for both of these teams, but the dragon take the kills that are gonna be on the side here for FLA. It's gonna be 3 kills on their side, even the dragon being secured by them. This Infernal Drake, I believe, was very key as well, because Fennel Adversity is the late game scaling comp. They needed a bit more of that damage to be able to really just take the members with Sunsparks as well. Sunsparks really needed that as well, but unfortunately it just all went into the favor of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and it's the constant roam together by Fennel Adversity, right? A family that stays together is a happier family, I guess. But what they did there in that early game, right? The 4-man roam into the bot side, they were able to secure a lot of kills. And then Danny, being Senna, just roaming on top side, roaming on mid lane. Just that constant roam and support of this team is massive. And being playful, under-controlled aggression playstyle is such a huge advantage and is a utility for them to use in these battles such as this.
Yeah, this last fight right here really shows how much of a lead FLA has. Nasjo and Arjuk went into the pit, and Ace and Konsi could not go in just because Arisen was in front of them. The fight was just too far for Konsi to be able to do anything, and I think that's one of the disadvantages of having this Brand pick, right? Brand is a mage that deals a lot of damage in team fights, but he is a mid-range mage. He needs to get closer to be able to throw all of his abilities, and it's just going to be hard against the Fennel Adversity lineup with the Graves, with the Darius, even the Senna just blocking his path.
Yeah, and that game number 2, the center of it all, Fennel Adversity, the player of the game, it's Da Meng, their jungler, securing a lot of these objectives for the team.
Yeah, the Filipino Claps has just really propelled his team to the win right here. He is player of the game. Although we over the course of that game, I think it's gonna be the identity for me for Fennel Adversity. They really feel like they're this huge wall that you need to scale to be able to break through them, to be able to beat them. Oasis Gaming had their number, I feel like what a battering ram that just tore open the gates of Fennel Adversity. But when Fennel Adversity comes with their full form, it's just really, really hard to break through those gates. And Domeng and the team are the ones that are really piloting that vessel, that fortress, to be able to win the series.
Absolutely. And for the side of Sunsparks, right? I think they just need to find that right lineup, a right playstyle, because yesterday they've shown us what they're capable of. So they just need to find that right formula on what they need to do, and I think it's going to be a massive, massive team to impact the whole series wins here for WCS. But that's it for now. That's series number 1, Fennel Adversity winning 2-0 sweep against Sunsparks. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. Don't go away. When we come back after this short break, it's going to be the second series of WCS Week 2, Day 2.
Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Oh.
Welcome back to the WCSPH. Fennel adversity, yet another 2-0 to the team taking down Sunsparks in our first series. You are back here with Mega Fabs, Autolus, and Dash here on the panel. And as we jump into our series highlights, Dash, I mean, that win from Team Secret did not carry over, but the birthday buff from Fennel adversity definitely did.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that they would carry over the momentum that they did with Team Secret, but it's just unfortunate today. They're fighting a very disciplined team, which is FLA. And I was saying a while ago, I'll jump the Sunsparks hype train if ever they would win this, but they weren't able to do that. So really unfortunate.
Jump
but still, FLA just did that so well during the whole game.
And yeah, Dash, we were enjoying this from our watch party Discord room, right? And in the PPGL community, we were together, we were shouting on top of our lungs when Danny did, and Rafi did the outplay level 1, or the first few levels, first minute on game number 1. We were saying, oh my god, this is so hard to come back from. And on game number 2, we were doing some mini games when it comes to drafting. We know what we actually predicted a good lot of the drafts that did happen on game number 2. And Consi, again, we did say that this is going to be the Marksman Mania, was relegated to a brand because of the priority on Hayes picking up the Z. It does make sense, right? Also, one thing to note, Kaisaya did actually pick up a very, very interesting thing, which was Ace going for a Kha'Zix. I think this is the first time that he's going for non-utility jungler. And again, for Fennel University, we've been highlighting their discipline, but every single time that these guys play, they know what to do, right? And Arisen, again, you've been so I would say in awe of the choice for the Keystone for Darius, because Face Rush, especially against Set, you basically just need the mobility in order for you to do some shenanigans against the champion, against Set. When it comes to engages, when it comes to his kit, he's very, very powerful, but very, very slow.
And I think like, oh, go ahead, Dash.
Yeah, but I mean, based on that point a while ago, Otilus, all I can say is that Face Rush is just so good for Darius, just because he can get the 5 stacks very easily just because of the movement speed buff that he get, other than picking up the Conqueror, right? So that's why I think it's a really good choice right now, especially that it has been buffed to -3 seconds for the cooldown.
Yeah, and he's certainly been popular for sure in the WCS lately. And I believe we do have our interview ready, by the way, from the side of Fennel Adversity. I think we have Rafi joining us for the interview, but for sure the rest of Fennel Adversity will be there alongside him as well. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the
Hello.
desk, and congratulations on your win versus Sunsparks. Now, Rafi, I do want to ask you first of all, when you entered Fennel Adversity, can you talk to us about that moment that they invited you to join the team?
Nung moment po na nalaman ko na may chance ako makapasok sa team is para sa akin po sobrang malaking opportunity na to, and ay nga po since 18 years old lang ako that time, para sa akin po why not grab it habang pa ako, bata pa. Kaya ayun po.
Yeah.
Definitely. And nandito ka ngayon, of course, at WCS PH, and as one of the strongest teams. Now, this one is a bit of a personal question. Si Osiris ang biggest fan mo dito sa panel. I just wanted to know if you had a message for him dahil siya yung talagang ikaw palagi yung hina-highlight Ikaw palagi yung hina-highlight niya ever since the fall season.
Para sa akin po, sobrang appreciated yung ginagawa ni Osiris sa akin, lalo na po sa pag-cheer up niya sa akin, ganyan. Sobrang pong nakakatawa kasi ang sarap po sa feeling nung may ganun na may nakatingin sa'yo, na may nagagalingan sa'yo, ganyan. Nakaka-boost po ng confidence.
Ship it.
Nakaka-boost ng confidence. So, tuloy mo lang yan, Osiris. Rafi definitely appreciates it. Otolus.
Question lang for the whole team. Meron ba kayong I would say battle anthem o yung pinapatugtog nyo bago magsimula yung mga laro nyo or wala? Tumatawa na sila. Meron.
Mukhang meron.
Ano kaya yun?
Po yung PSG ni Al James at saka Bugoy na Koy.
Right. Support local. Why not, diba? James and Bugoy na Koy. You know, that's their secret. And yun yata yung disiplina.
Well, it looks like it's working. Dash?
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, sa akin lang naman, more on the game natin a while ago. I would just like to ask if ever you were expecting yung last two picks. Yung game to kasi, di ba, you went in with the Senna and the Gragas, and during the last pick, you went in with the Graves, which I was surprised with yung nanonood kami ni Otolus kanina. So, were you expecting that, or were you just thinking na this Graves works with our team composition rather than thinking na gusto namin i-counter yung composition nila?
May tiwala po kami sa leader namin, and ay nga po si Domeng. And sabi niya nga po na Graves ako dito, tiwala kayo sa akin. Tapos ayun po, binuha niya ako sa 0.
I like that. I like the trust na.
Question. Mika, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Parang may ginagawa si paring Danny dyan. Anong pinapanood niya? Highlights niya? Ganon?
Ganyan po muna si
Papakita daw?
Ano kaya yun?
Sinolo pa niya yung pillow.
Okay.
Naglalaro po ng bang.
TikTok.
Nice. Always
Thank
fun.
Thank you for sharing, Danny. Thank you for sharing. At mukhang nag-enjoy ka rin dyan sa sinusolo mo yung pillow na yan. For the rest of Fennel Adversity, do you guys have shoutouts, of course, and messages to all of your supporters out there?
Shoutout po sa management namin, sa staff, sa players, kay Sir Reggie, kay Sir Max, kay Sir Endo, and ito po sa mga teammates ko na si Arise, Domeng, Jivy, Calm, si Coach Mel, si Felix, si Ate Ellie, at si Ate Corinne. Ayun po, marami pong salamat sa lahat ng nagsusupport sa amin, and gagalingan pa po namin. Thank you po sa lahat. And especially po, shoutout po kay Christina. Ayun po.
Yun na.
Alright, well, thank you so much, Fennel Adversity, and congratulations to you once again. Good luck on the rest of your game. We'll probably see you back here on the paddle desk.
Thank you guys, I feel will.
Ang ganda ng jersey nila.
I know.
Man.
I know.
It's a very unique esports jersey, pero may dating no?
Here we go again. Yeah, I know the jerseys really nice.
Excuse me po.
It's a Sensi Icon series, of course. But aside from Fennel Adversity getting that victory, we also do have, of course, the victory on the side of Autolus, who does not have a wrong prediction. But for myself and Dash, I'm probably doing this the wrong way, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
I'm putting
you're
the points
counting
on the
mistakes.
wrong predictions. Yeah.
Oo nga eh.
I'm putting the points on the wrong predictions. I should probably make a new one, make a new little post-it here and put that up. But Autolus is currently leading, and Dash and friends.
Yeah.
Because I believe somebody else will be joining us. Dash and friends will be are one step closer to that peacemaker dance.
I'm ready. Ready na nga ako agad eh.
We don't have to do this, by the way, during the post show because we know that there's a bunch of important things to discuss. But for sure, stay tuned to our Twitter accounts. And you might see something there in store for you guys before the next series, before the next day begins, rather, after the post show tonight. But that was only our first series, and we are on to our second series of the day. It will be between Oasis Gaming and Cerebrum Wildrift, or Cerebrum Esports. Now, Autolus, Oasis coming from the loss against Underground yesterday, you kind of don't want to be the punching bag, right? Unfortunately, it's Cerebrum going up against Oasis, and of course, they're still one of our strongest teams.
Yeah, of course. Oasis, again, one of the strongest teams heading into 2022. The very first big tournament that we have for this year, Oasis Gaming, went out on top, and that was actually not just them winning; they were dominating that tournament. Meanwhile, Cerebrum, again, they're still looking for their first series win. I'm trying to think of a way of them getting an upset against Oasis, because so far, well, they've been, I would say, telegraphed when it comes to their draft. They would draft for the AP Dragon Lane. So maybe it's time for them to bring Hao onto the marksman role. What do you think here, Dash?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that Hao could actually transition to the same thing, that they would have an ADC on their side. Because honestly, if it's against Demon Kite here, for sure go for an ADC after this. So I'm kind of afraid if ever they don't shift to that, it would not really work out well, especially that it's Oasis Gaming that they're fighting against, and Demon Kite and Dragon are just a menace to deal with in the bot lane.
Yeah, you have the twin buff coming again here for Oasis Gaming. It's certainly been working wonders for them. And Autolus is absolutely right. This is going to be really tough for Cerebrum Wildrift because, Oasis Gaming, only, Team Underground was able to really confidently beat them in a series. And for Cerebrum Wildrift, they're still waiting for that one win. It's going to be tough indeed, but Autolus, I wanted to ask if there are any chinks in the armor of Oasis Gaming here that Cerebrum Wildrift could possibly look into.
Well, they could possibly just go for Cerebrum. I think they have more to win and less to lose.
Yeah.
Heading into a matchup against a heavy favorite in Oasis Gaming. And when it comes to chinks in the armor of Oasis Gaming, from yesterday, their matchup against UDG yesterday, they were still solid. You could see that they were still very solid. It just so happened that a certain mistake can really be heavily punished by UDG. I'm still trying to think right now as to where they could point their attack. I guess it's really going to be the Dragon lane here. Demon Kite and Dragon, although Demon Kite is very solid in the Dragon lane, he has this tendency to flash over walls as a Vayne or as a marksman. So if you can heavily punish those overcommitment by Demon Kite, then Oasis Gaming would have a fairly good chance of getting an upset against them. However, looking at the stats, man, 7.31 KDA.
Right.
It's one of the best KDAs that we have for Dragon Laners.
Yeah, I think that's honestly, this is a really big KDA. I'm kind of afraid of Demon Kite right now, especially that they're going to be fighting against Cerebrum Wildrift. What's great about Cerebrum Wildrift right now is that we're holding Oasis right now on the certain standards. And right now, Cerebrum Wildrift could just go up if ever they would be able to defeat Oasis Gaming. But that's still a mountain that will still climb though. So right now, Oasis Gaming is still at the top. They just need to fight, like what Autolus said, they just need to find that chance to punish Demon Kite.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Demon Kite stats are looking scary right now. I think we've always been afraid of Demon Kite. I mean,
Yeah.
like ever since
Right.
we've always had our eyes on him, and he's always been one of those very very scary ADCs. And now, of course, at the WCS, he's looking very very good indeed. And as you mentioned, they could possibly look into the flashing over walls, but of course, Dragon, his twin, and the ever reliable support will always be there to back him up. So it's kind of difficult to break that bond indeed. But we're gonna have to see if Cerebrum Wildrift is up to the challenge, and this team still yet has to get that victory. But you know what? What I like about this team is that they definitely keep things interesting, Dash, and they really do keep fighting up until the very last second.
Yeah, I'm really liking the changes that they did. I mean, during the fight yesterday against Grindsky that they did try a lot of different champions because Nasus is always getting banned, so that's why it was kind of hard. But at least I'm seeing some light somewhere there for members of Cerebrum Wildrift. But still, I still am expecting for how to change for that ADC role because he has been using the Lux. Yes, he's been using the Lux super well. Those light bindings, those final sparks are so great, but constant DPS right now is the name of the game, especially against Oasis.
They have to shake things up, definitely, because Marksman Mania, we want our Saturday filled with Marksman. And how, again, looking at the champions that has been used by this guy, look at those champions. Lux, Morgana, Ziggs, even the brand has been picked up by How. One thing to note, though, earlier, during the first series, Fennel Adversity versus... FLA.
Sunsparks.
Yeah, versus Sunsparks. Oh my god, my age is showing.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens. It happens here.
Morgana was actually left open, and both games, and it hasn't been picked. If you give Morgana to Cerebrum, they would not hesitate in picking that up. But again, against Oasis, I just want them to show a different side of Cerebrum because so far, this composition that they've been toying with, having Zed, having Pego be on AD duties, is not working out for them, and they're still looking for their first win. The stats currently is showing that it's respectable, right? You have a 2.42 KDA, but could be improved if he goes for the comfort. And I believe every Dragon Laner that we have here in the WCSPH, their comfort is the marksman role.
Yeah, and you know what? The thing with Cerebrum is that they seem to always be pushing for something that, they seem to be pushing for their plan A all the time. We haven't seen them yet push to the point of like desperation, so to say, wherein they'll totally shift what they have. So they seem to be like How seems to be pushing for more of these, more of these kinds of champions versus the marksman. And we for instance, up against the Team Secret, we did see Cerebrum also push for a certain kind of lineup. And they seem to like not want to let that go very easily. But Dash, it seems like right now, if they're up against Oasis Gaming, if they don't do something that's, out of the box, way off, their textbook plays or something, Oasis is gonna read them really, really well.
Honestly, they have been drafting the same, especially during the first game yesterday. They drafted the same except for the Nasus. And that's something that they need to actually change for their side, because during the second game they were able to do that, but I think that was a little too late against Grindsky yesterday. But now if it's against Oasis, they need to find a way to get something out there, because there's a lot of skill expression that I'm seeing for the solo laners, and that's because there's a lot of ADCs absorbing the pressure. If Cerebrum Wildrift would be able to do that, maybe they could at least get one game against Oasis.
Oasis plays fast, right? And Cerebrum just has to break the momentum of Oasis and find their groove. Yeah, we saw them get a game off of Team Secret. They should treat this series fairly the same. Control the early game, you would have a better chance in winning the game. And again, if Renekton shows up, Isilla, actually, I'm trying to think of the champion pool of Isilla here. He's not yet showing one of his very iconic champions in the Fiora. I feel that this could be that series.
And something that I would like to add is just because that Cerebrum Wildrift they don't really have a star on their team. I think if I could put out the star for Cerebrum Wildrift, I think Floor could probably be that one, just because Floor, especially with the Rakan and the Thresh that he's been using, he's always enabling most of his layers, and I hope that Floor would again step up during this game.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna be looking at Cerebrum really closely for this, and Oasis Gaming, we kind of know that they're pretty solid indeed. Of course, I feel like our predictions are going to go the same way for this, so that means of course we'll have to bring up another factor here. But just to check indeed, Dash.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Wait.
Is it
What's your
Oasis
prediction?
or is it Cerebrum?
I'm going for Oasis for now. Yeah, I think it's a 2-0 for Oasis right now.
Yeah. Same on my end. Loose.
Same.
Same on your end. Yeah, so that means that we will have to default to a
Yeah.
gold lead for this series in terms of our predictions, and whoever will get the closest one to the gold lead at the end of the series will get the points. So you guys need a moment to think about this. I do. I do. I don't know.
For now, I think I could go with mine. I could go for the safe route, going with probably 20k with the gold lead. Cumulative, right? So 20k.
Yeah. Cumulative. So it's gonna be both game 1 and game 2, and the sum of those. Autolus, I'm prepping mine. Mine was actually a bit lower than Dash's.
Okay. All right. So I'll be going extreme C or 25.
Oh, yes.
Whoa!
Yes,
Wow!
okay.
25. Okay, mine was actually a 15.
There you go. 15.
That's nice.
Actually, yeah.
That's nice.
15,
yeah.
20, 25. Okay, yeah. We have very clear lines over here, so it's gonna be interesting indeed to find out who gets this, who nails this one. And I do believe we have some tweets ready. By the way, if you want your voices heard, just head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags WCSPH or Wildrift Champion C, just like the tweets that we have coming right up from Nukella. Hello! I got iced coffee and we're set for the WCSPH watch party on Nukella. That's right, I believe she is home today.
Yeah.
So do check that out if you want to watch with her. Shout out to her. Hello. I think we have another one coming on up. And yes, we actually do also accept panel consequences on Twitter. Just make sure it's broadcast friendly.
Right.
I think there should be another stream for other things. But over here we're broadcast friendly. Dancel, welcome back. Support PH teams, but also support Auto Joa, Autolus. Would you like to explain? Is this
That's your final warning from my guild, Dancel. Okay. I don't like my personal info being put out on stream. I'm kidding. I'm supporting myself, please. Let's go.
Let's support that. That's a new hashtag over there, the Auto Joa. The Auto Joa. All right, you guys, and of course, once again, if you want your voices heard, head on over to Twitter. Let us know what consequences you might like to see from us. Let us know which teams you're cheering for. Of course, using the hashtags WCSPH and Wildrift Champions C. So once again, we do have the panel consequences. Autolus is leading. And Dash and myself already have one wrong prediction. So that brings us closer to our consequence of the day, which will need to be sort of like a oh my gosh, my meow meow connection is going crazy. I think. But our consequence of the day is the Peacemaker dance. If you haven't seen it, look it up. You don't need to know the series. Just look it up. No explanations needed. But yes, we will be doing that, and I think we can't do that on the post show, obviously, because there's a bunch of different. But we will be doing that afterwards, after all of our series, and definitely after this second series between Oasis Gaming and Cerebrum Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika, Autolus, and the panel. We are back for another series here. I'm Infinity, and this is Deadeye for the next series. Joined for me for the cast today. And Deadeye, any expectations for the series today?
I thank you so much, Infinity. I do expect that Cerebrum Wildrift should have another composition here because we have seen so linear pick to this team, and they need a single win still because we have seen that one game taken away against Team Secret, but I think anything's possible here. Team Oasis, though, top two teams in the current standing, and this is going to be another challenge for Cerebrum Wildrift.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how Oasis's capabilities are in the past few days, actually having that potential in beating Fennel adversity out, having history repeat itself. So this is going to be an interesting case. Oasis Gaming is going to have that standing and performance and experience in the past in Cerebrum Wildrift, as you've stated a while ago, has a win, one game win against Team Secret. So I'm excited to see what the drafts are going to be. Are you going to see another Nasus pick here in the draft?
That's interesting as well. If it's open, for sure, as we have seen the previous games coming in from Cerebrum Wildrift, they do prioritize the Nasus pick here. And we haven't seen actually a Scylla on that Renekton. I don't know if another Nemesis duel will pop up here in our opening game. But then again, it's with regard to the players themselves. I do agree with Dash. I think Fleur has been a great factor for enabling the early stages of the game for the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. And mind you, Cerebrum Wildrift has the most first bloods in the game. They are very aggressive. And this is their victory conditions as well. Controlling the early game, enabling as well Evilis on the Baron lane. This is how the composition of Cerebrum Wildrift somehow focusing in their picks. And now it is going to be the Vayne being banned. As we know, Demon Kite's comfort champion is Vayne.
Yeah, it's pretty much an auto ban now. If you're fighting against Demon Kite, ban away Vayne. Because if they get a hands on this Vayne, it's going to be a menace of a team to battle against. But we're speeding throughout the draft here. Deadeye. We're having Gragas, we're having Lee Sin, followed up from the Vayne that we've stated, and also Set and Nasus and Yuumi for the side of Oasis, and Jace being the first pick.
Oh, this is great. At least now they do have a new champion in their composition, but Jace is also one of the strongest current meta right now. I do love the bans coming in from Cerebrum, eliminating, of course, the comfort champions as well as the Listen, because as I've said a while ago, they want the early game. With Listen in the hands here of Oasis Gaming, they can snowball here and probably knock down the early momentum that Cerebrum Wildrift should have. And with this Kha'Zix opening right now for Oasis, it spells the early gank and of course aggression coming in from this team as well, and the fresh. There you go, heavy aggressive picks for Oasis game.
Yeah, and they declined this champion from Fleur because Fleur is just so proficient with this specific champion. So having it for the side of Oasis now pushes CE to now consider other support roles. Rakan, Galio is open for CE to pick up. But what I've noticed is Camille is also open for this specific matchup. So any of these two teams can pick it up.
Exactly, and we've seen Renzi as well in the Camille there, but Darius has been picked. And you've mentioned, of course, in the previous game, Darius is one of the most picked champions, but fortunately having a low win rate here, but still very easy to use. And there you go, the Rakan, as expected once again for Fleur, because he's the enabler. His comfort champion is now in. I think we are going to see the same trend coming in from Cerebrum Wildrift for these first 3 picks alone. Hyper-scaling Corki has been secured for Oasis Gaming. They do have the early game as well, and now the insurance on the late game as well.
Yeah, look at this. Lux being banned away, but also Morgana is open. Ziggs is open. These champions are open for both these teams who is lacking AP champions in mid lane, in bot lane, whatever that may be. They have to have this AP champion. So we'll see how this goes, because now Set and Akali banned by both teams.
Morgana, Ziggs, there you go. Morgana is the next, of course, potential pick here of the side of CE. We've seen How here. How has been using all throughout the games AP champions only. We haven't seen him going for that hyper carry AD champion. Morgana is feasible here, trying to, of course, negate as well this heavy aggression plays coming in from Oasis Gaming. And the only thing lacking here for CE for now is that insurance in the late game. Unlike the Corki for Oasis here, for sure this will dominate there. And Morgana. Oh, there you go. The Camille has been picked. Great synergy with Fresh as well. But the burst is still lacking here. They need to rely for this Corki for the heavy damage and the Kazakh for the early aggression as well.
Yeah, I mean, Zed is open, Kha'Zix is open, Morgana was open, and
There
now
you go.
CE has picked it up. You talked about burst, Morgana, the right champion to come in. Now, who will the last pick be for CE?
I don't know. We can see again. Cerebrum Wildrift like to go for the front to back composition. Can go for the Garen. Can go for the Riven. There you go. Can go for the Riven. We have seen Pego on the Riven here, and we can probably see a Jace jungle as well. Here for Cerebrum Wildrift. But as you can see, no assassins here because this is the gameplay of Cerebrum Wildrift. They love to go for a hard engage, follow up with those CCs. You have a Morgana here, you have a Riven as well. Crowd controls is there. The front to back strategy is well placed once again for Cerebrum. But against Oasis here, 2 assassin comps. Again, we have seen here the day 1, of course, the Infinity, the 5v5 composition versus pickoff. And this is once again a familiar scene we're seeing during the draft.
And this is what we talked about a while ago. Zed was open, so Zed and Kha'Zix can mix up for Oasis Gaming. They did not decline that, and now CE is going for the Riven jungle, Jace mid lane, and Morgana Rakana bot lane. We talked about in the past few days, last week, when you have 2 champions alongside with Morgana that has CC, it's going to be so obnoxious, especially with Corki being to the side of Oasis. If Morgana locks in, there's a follow-up from Rakan. So this is going to be a very difficult matchup when it comes to the early game, and Oasis might just be pushed back. But any winning conditions here set by you, Deadeye, paint me a picture on what can happen here in this game.
Actually, for Cerebrum, of course, it's the same strategy here. They need to control the early stage of the game, but with these 2 assassins right now being locked in for Oasis Gaming, we know that they have the mobility advantage. They can go for the split push. Camille is here as well in their team comp, and you can really tell as well that they can go avoid the 5v5 scenario that CE wants in each and every time they are going to clash during just objectives. I think this is a pretty strong Oasis Gaming pick, to be honest. Cerebrum Wildrift, though, with these picks, with the games that we have seen for them, somehow they have become predictable in the matches. But with Pego in the Jace in the mid, it's going to be Riven actually in the jungle role. Great synergy for the front to back composition. Question is, will it be enough against Oasis? Because Oasis here, very mechanical skilled, and they know how to turn the tables around.
All right, we'll see about that. As welcome back, everyone, to this game number 1 here in the rift between Oasis Gaming and CE, with an immediate aggression coming in from Oasis and CE in bot lane. As that sentence connects, Fleur is down low.
This is the advantage of having 2, of course, AP here for the side of Cerebrum. They can go for the poke, even though it is a Corki coming in from a Demon Kite. But still, we are going to focus, of course, on the jungle here, because Zalbi on the Riven, they need this player to go online in order for them for an heavy aggression in the early stage of the game. And we have seen Fleur as well going to rotate early stages of the game, and I think we are seeing here in the middle lane.
Yeah, 3-man roam from both teams. Dragon is there, trying to go for some death sentence play, but no aggression, no all-in from both teams.
Just notice as well that the players right now are prioritizing here. Fit footwork coming in from Evilist here instead of Fishra. It is actually Pego here on.
Yeah.
Prioritizing the fit footwork, and mobility is indeed the highest priority of our team.
And this is what Autolus have talked about a while ago, right? With the new implementations of patch 3.0b, now we see Face Rush. Now we see all these new runes coming through in the Rift, especially here in the competitive scene. And this is just an interesting case. We'll see how this would turn for the results of how CE would play on this game number 1.
Now, this is surprisingly for the side of CE. Usually, we see under 3 minutes they do have the first blood, but great game for Oasis Gaming here. As I've said a while ago, they really know how to work around their team composition, and they really know how to turn the tables around against CE as well. CE is so predictable right now in their games. Will they be able to go for the secure? But this is somehow a quick poke here of Fleur just dancing around here in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you have the death sentence coming in from Dragon that always connects from here on out. But look at the resets coming through from CE, right? They're preparing for some roams. They're preparing for 2 objectives that will come up later on. Now, any expectations that you can set here, Deadeye, from the Cloud Dragon to the Rift Herald at 4 minutes.
Personally, I think CE will secure first the Rift Herald because the early game is usually their niche here. They want to secure the early game opportunities for the split push, for the tower takedowns, and for the skank as well in the middle lane. But it is going to be Ida going to go back away with a great mobility. But as I mentioned, it is now Fleur and How securing the top side, and this is their top priority. But when it comes to 5v5, early stages of the game, Oasis Gaming should avoid, take advantage of this one, go for the split push if they can. But with this prioritization for the itemizations right now, we're seeing for Oasis Gaming, I think they can go for the brawl.
Yeah, absolutely. But the trade is going to happen here. 2-man knockback coming in from Jace, but you are fighting 3-man team from Oasis, and that will be the first blood for OAS.
Oh, I really thought that CE was going to prioritize, of course, that Ricardo and not going to go for the contest. A handshake, maybe, but I think Pego was out of position there, and he suffered on that loss. As expected, CE secures first the Rift Herald here, but look at Oasis Gaming trying to rush to go for this first start takedown, but they are low on life. Going to go for the retreat. But nice defense for Isil on the top side, though, trying to delay this Rift Herald, but it is going to be picked off.
Nice stun coming from Esla, and Demon Kite there to respond, but too much from Evilise, forcing out the flash, forcing out the barrier, so worth trade from Oasis.
Great response for Oasis here. They know that this is going to be an opportunity for CE to go for the first blood card, but, and again, look at the transition here, Infinity on the mid.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is patting his way down into the mid lane, and Oasis 4-man roam into the mid lane as well, so Death Sentence connecting. Esla comes through as well. Quickness and Grand Entrance for Mad CC, but Oasis counter engages and Evilist falls down. And now Pego comes through again, trying to defeat, go for the trade, and they do with a 1-for-2.
Wow, they are still going for more kills here.
Yeah, Renzi trying to go back away. CE is going in. Floor in the front lines, waiting for that grand entrance. The flash is now going to be burned, and Floor is not going to catch two. Renzi, he's back to safety.
Oh man, you have to give credit here for every time Fleur's knockoffs initiations here, that the charm connecting of the grand entrance, but man, the response of Dragon on that Thrasher's box caught every single member there of CE inside, and unfortunately CE was scattered in across the Wildrift there. If they are just going to have that cohesive team fight, they probably could have gone for more kills in that objective. Oasis Gaming though, man oh man, they need to respect the team fight heavy composition of CE. We have seen that one, especially here during the early stage of the game. Now CE opens up this mid turret against Oasis. It's going to give them opportunity to roam right now across the rift, and look at on the bot side, a potential pickoff.
Yeah. Remember, I'm coming in from CE to support Pego, but Esla being very safe and knowing the risk. But here on top side, Evilist is pincered, collapsed by Oasis, gets the kill on the top lane.
Oh, this is great for Oasis, to be honest. They're still going to have the kill and the turret takedown as well. And this is the disadvantage of Cerebrum Wildrift. They don't have that much mobility. And that's so many resources. Of course, 4-man committed on the bot side, and they are still going at it, but this is going to be a team fight in the mid.
Yeah, Esla locks in onto How, and that's going to be the kill once again from Oasis.
Oh.
How going through using the ultimate. He's rooted. He cannot go away along with the apprehend. So 1-for-1 mid lane.
Great dark binding there for How. A trade indeed against Isil, a support for that Baron laner. And man, again, the skill shots coming in from How every time. His Lux, his Morgana on point every time. And this is also one of the strengths they are coming in from Cerebrum Wildrift roster. Their, of course, mechanics is there. However, in this moment in time, Oasis Gaming so far pressuring the side lanes. They do have now the advantage. Eat Up is there. We have seen Renzi and Isila as well roaming across the top, mid, and bottom of the Wild Rift, putting pressure, and CE somehow having this turtle strat, and they are still going for this cohesive team fight oriented strategy.
Yeah, and no one is getting ahead of anyone at this point in time. Look at CE's gold. Look at Oasis's gold. Only a difference of 500 gold. So who gets this next two objectives can change the whole game to one side or another.
Remember, the late stage is going to be favoring Oasis Gaming rather. Cerebrum here, oh, they do have the doubts here to take this objective, trying to bait out Oasis in this Dragon takedown, but instead, great decision making for Oasis. They are going to go for the Rift Herald instead. I think this will favor them because the early stage, if being shot down against Cerebrum, it's going to be difficult for Cerebrum to go come back in this game.
Now, Villis though, apprehending now with the exhaust as well onto Zed. The Rift Herald is taken by Oasis Gaming, but look at the engage coming in from CE. One down already for the side of Cerebrum, and Oasis is going through. Flashing back away, they're back to safety, but they're going in back again. As Zhao P is very low, they've taken another kill as Jace dies in the hands of Oasis.
Wow, that was a prolonged team fight there, and I'm really surprised for the side of Oasis Gaming that they handled it very good. No one in their side have been picked off their Infinity. It's Cerebrum, Wildrift. That was just a disaster in their side. And look at this one. We have talked about the economy lead somehow of a similar count. But now, with that win on those objectives, Oasis has a slight advantage right now.
Yeah, it was an even trade when it comes to objectives, but the kill was different. It was 3 kills for Oasis, along with the Rift Herald, and no trade for CE. So that is just so clever. As you've talked about a while ago here, Deadeye, right? Oasis did not die any single member from the Rift Herald take. So now it's Oasis taking that 2k gold lead and probably ballooning it as well, going for the push bot lane.
If Cerebrum Wildrift here could not make any opportunities here to go for the takeoffs or to dictate the early stages of the game, they'll be smashed here by Oasis Gaming. Look at that one. They're dictating the tempo already. Summoning this Rift Herald on the bot, trying to go for the diversion and go to the split push in the mid as well. And this is going to be defense.
It's just a bait. It's just a bait. Oasis Gaming is now going to the mid lane. 5v3. Stasis is down. Floor is going to be safe. But there you go. Cerebrum going for the counter engage. Takes off one. Going for the 2-4-1.
Wow, a little bit of damage here. But that is going to be dead sentence connected.
Not going to pull through. No follow-up.
But this is going to be a push coming in from Cerebrum here. Infinity, they are not done yet.
Yeah, the stun is there. Zalpi is going through. That's a good knockback, but not good enough to defend the tier 2 turret mid lane.
Man, the strength, again, as I said a while ago, of Cerebrum Wildrift when it comes to a 5v5 brawl, you have to respect the shock blast coming in from Pego, follow up with the slash of Zalpi. Sheesh. That was a quick burst there against Oasis Gaming, and I love how they transition here. Infinity in the middle lane, taking 2 turrets in a row. And Oasis Gaming should be very careful here in picking off those team fights. And I do believe Demon Kite still needs those itemizations. Yes, he has the Essence Reaver. Yes, he has a Solar Charge Blade, but it's not yet enough. They need that power spike. Take advantage of this map presence right now coming in from Oasis on those split push. Take advantage of EDAFs, of course, Zed as well.
Yeah, and look at the positioning though of Oasis Gaming, right? They're waiting on the river. That is a 3-man waiting in. That sentence onto the Rift Scuttler, but they're not gonna pull through because Camille is split pushing bot and they are on the weak side of the map. They're missing 1 member, so they have to chill out for a bit. They don't need to risk it. No objectives available.
Exactly. I do love the decision making once again for Oasis here, as expected, avoiding those 5v5, putting those diversion team fights, and it is going to be the side laners putting the work on those split push. And they have taken down outer turrets already on the bot side against CE. Now, with this next objective popping out, this Baron is up in the Wild Rift. Will this be another bait for Oasis? And let's see if Cerebrum will take that one.
Yeah, as Ocean Dragon will come up at 4 seconds.
Oh, there you go.
Baron will come out at 9. Both teams has one dragon already in their pockets, and now this is going to change things up. This is sustainability for both teams. Whoever takes this, Ocean Drake is going to give them Omnivamp.
Yeah, here we go. I think there's going to be an initiation here.
Death Sentence alongside with Esla going through Hextech Ultimatum. It's going to be CE securing the Ocean Dragon. And now Oasis going for the counter engage, but look at Esila. He is pinned down. A free kill for CE.
Yeah, this is great so far for the side of CE taking that dragon, but look at the side lanes here. As expected, it's going to be EDAF going to go for the split push. Again, they lack the mobility here, Infinity. This is the weakness of CE. They love to go for the 5v5, but diversion, yes, the dragon will be yours, but our towers, your turrets rather, will be for the taking here for the side of Oasis. Yeah. Lane pressure is now the advantage of Oasis Gaming. This is their victory condition.
Absolutely. And right now, when we're looking at the gold lead, it's Oasis taking ahead of CE with 4K difference against Cerebrum Esports. Now, with this gold difference, Deadeye, do you think this would be a massive influence on who can win this game 1?
Well, of course, the economy is a great factor as well, because itemizations will surely be a great factor here, especially for Demon Kite here. He is the late game insurance. Right now, EDAF's putting the work, Scylla as well in the split push. And right now, when it comes to the late game, those split push will translate into a major 5v5 team fight. So it is going to be Demon Kite stepping up in that time around. CE, however, yes, we have seen the shock blast there in the early stage of the game. Yes, we have seen the burst coming in from Zaupi's Wind Slash. But look at the itemizations. They are somehow way behind compared to Oasis here. Oasis Gaming dictating the tempo.
Yeah, and they're just clearing the wave constantly. And CE is always pressured on 3 lanes. And this is what Oasis Gaming is doing before they go through and just punish with a collapse. And as you stated in the draft, Oasis Gaming is a poke comp. So they need to look for skirmishes that enables them to get a number advantage.
Yeah, that's true. I think they can go for that one on the top side. And I think they know that Zaupi is not alone here.
There are 3 people looking to kill Zaupi, but quick use of his skills, he's back to safety, and CE is ready to respond.
Here comes again the 5v5 formation for CE. And this is just going to be a constant pressure here we are seeing, Infinity. EDAF here once again going to go for the bot. On the top side, it is going to be Isila once again going for that pressure as well. Now CE will take this into consideration. Thinning the lines of CE when it comes to a team fight. They are also taking out major contributions here for each of their players here. But so far, they're still pushing through. A potential gank here.
Oh, but Renzi is quick to go back away. Look at Zed though. They're split pushing. So Oasis just needs to bait CE into the mid lane, stall them for a bit, so Zed can push.
And look at this one, response coming in from Pego here. He knows that he needs to defend. Now thinning the lines of CE. A potential pick of play for Oasis here. Opportunity for them to dictate once again this tempo in the mid. But so far, control of the map is surely favoring here Oasis Gaming. They're just going into this strategy in the hands, rather, in the rhythm for Oasis Gaming. Now CE, they're just responding every time Oasis Gaming doing the thing.
Look at top lane. It's Dragon and Renzi there. But Zaupi is all alone. He's the lone wolf. Stuns coming up. Huge damage coming from Zaupi. But Dragon is quick to go back away. He's back to safety. But Ivlis comes through with a flank. Apprehend onto Demon Kite. Burning away the flash.
But still, oh, look at Renzi. That is going to be a slow Ivlis trying to go back away. and constant pressure in the bot. Scylla is there. Man, it's difficult for CE, to be honest, your ability to really push through, because every time they go for the pick off, someone at the side of Oasis Gaming going for that split push. They need to consider that one. And now, without other turrets on the top, on the bot, it's difficult for them to control the wave here.
Yeah, and look at CE preparing for that Infernal Elder Dragon. They're ready to go here, but Oasis has this information. And they could actually go for the contest. Esala may collapse. They're going through. Evilis is there to zone away the enemy team. The Dragon is down to 2k HP. Who's going to go through? Who's going to get it? It's CE getting the Elder Dragon. And Oasis is eviscerated from this. They downed 2 members, and CE is pulling through into the mid lane. They're ready to go. Evilis going for the apprehend. Corky's down low. He is gonna get killed. And 2 man left for Oasis to defend.
Oh my goodness, Oasis Gaming was the one baited out in that Elder Dragon contest. My goodness gracious, they're going to go for the GG push in Infinity.
They could. The timer is really low for Oasis here. 20 seconds remaining. The Nexus is 1.5k, and that will be the first win for CE in the series.
Beautiful! CE! Wow, I really thought that was already Oasis Gaming game, but one mistake. It was the TP of Zed. I really thought he's going to push through for that top side push, but instead he TP'd in that Elder Dragon, and it was also the Camille way behind on the bot lane. It was not a 5v5, it was primarily a 3v5 situation. Was CE taking advantage of that opportunity, and look at how the tables have turned. CE taking the game 1.
I mean, you should never doubt this team, right? Taking one game away from TS and now taking 1 game away from Oasis. What more can you show us, Cerebrum Esports?
Man, this team, to be honest, their series against Grindsky Infinity, I really thought that was their highest chance to grab a series, because that was an even matchup. Again, all of us, personally me, this is still an underdog series here. Oasis Gaming is top 2 in our current standing, and still it is going to be Cerebrum Wildrift looking to find 1 series win. But that decision making, the turn around, you have mentioned Infinity. I guess it's difficult to doubt already this team, because they can just pop up in an instant, and they grab the win against Oasis.
Absolutely. I mean, the winning condition there from game 1 for the side of Oasis Gaming, split push.
Yeah, correct.
Break the manpower of CE, but the problem was CE was always constantly together. They're not breaking down into different lanes. They would, but there is no longer that difficulty or risks, because they are just hefty, right? You have the Darius, you have the Jays, not really easy to burst. And you have Zed, Kha'Zix, if they're gonna go for the initiate. You have Stasis Enchant as well. So a lot of just so much difference there, and good plays from CE that they've shown us from that game 1.
Exactly, and as you can see right now in the replay here, actually it should be the CE dictating the tempo here, but Oasis Gaming. But look at this one. This is the great play for CE here. The first damage coming from Zalpi, as well as Pego's Shock Blast here, just obliterated the rest of Oasis here. But constantly, it was the pressure, having the advantage of the side of Oasis Gaming, dictating the tempo. I really want to see the last skirmish there, because on that moment, the formation for Oasis Gaming was somehow undermanned. That was originally that was a 3v5 situation. It was the perfect opportunity for the side of Cerebrum, and I'm shocked that it wasn't a split push strategy for the last skirmish play for the side of Oasis, because Zed is almost in the inhibitor turret as well as Scylla on the Camille on the bot. They're going to go for the contest, and they suffered a lot there. And man, oh man, Cerebrum Wildrift. What a game for them to take here against Oasis Gaming, showing they can also turn the tables around.
Absolutely great play. And even on this part, right? They were initiating onto the Infernal Dragon, And Zhao P was just ready to go. Right, he was there to get that dragon for their team, and that just enabled a huge amount of damage injection to the side of Cerebrum Esports. And when it came down to the clash, it's CE taking it down. And the player of the game, as we've just talked about, it's Zhao P, the jungler of CE.
No doubt, man. His factor, his damage, his capability as well of turning the game around is being felt there, the game one. Oh my goodness. Zhao P, ladies and gents, showing his jungler role as well, that he is indeed can carry the game against a giant like Oasis Gaming. But that is still gonna be the game one. I'm really surprised on that first game, Infinity, that they have pulled it through. That is how strong Cerebrum Wildrift is. If they are together, prepare for a major damage against you, because when these players are in sync, when it comes to a 5v5 brawl, which is their comfort strategy as well, comfort champions Fleur for Zhao P here in the Riven as well. It spells disaster for the opponent. But kudos as well for Oasis, because their strategy there is majorly going to go for a split push, but they fall short on the last skirmish play.
Yeah, and from the yesterday, right, we talked about what's happening in the game, right, and the analysts have talked about how is playing this Morgana, and just so amazing to see. And of course, we might just see it later once again. Of course, I'm Infinity, and this is Deadeye with me. We're gonna take a short break, but don't go away. When we come back, it's a match point for CE.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines for the second series today. I'm Infinity, and this is Deadeye. We've just seen an amazing play from Cerebrum Esports, and now we are back for match point in favor of CE.
Man, oh man, Infinity. Will this be another upset we're about to see? Because
Yeah.
on the day one, we have just witnessed a Titan being taken down. Will this be another series here? Cerebrum Wildrift against Oasis Gaming. Again, this is still an underdog series. You know what? Everyone loves an underdog story here because we have seen Cerebrum Wildrift on their previous games up until now. They're just very consistent when it comes to their strategy, when it comes to their traps, when it comes to their play style as well. But they still manage to improve every time, and that is how I commend this team here. If this is gonna be another win for Cerebrum Wildrift here against Team Oasis, this spells somehow a shake in the power rankings.
Yeah, I mean, they were the ones who brought out the NASAs, right, in the first week. They were the
Exactly.
ones who was very prominent and proficient with this lineup. So it's such a great thing to see CE being this dominant in this game number one. But of course, they're battling Oasis Gaming, the one who defeated Fennel Adversity. So I'm excited to see, is this going to be the earth-shattering series for CE to get their very first win? Or is Oasis Gaming gonna come back and get it to game number 3? This is going to be exciting here, Deadeye. But any expectations coming in to the fans, to the picks, as we are moments away from that game number 2?
Yeah, prior to the start of our series here in Infinity, I really thought that Cerebrum Wildrift could change a little bit, of course, or just to spice things up in their composition, like from AP to an AD hyper carry champion, or even Fleur's comfort champions on that Rakan. But now expectations are, to be honest, are still going to be the same here for Cerebrum Wildrift. The pressure primarily goes into the Oasis Gaming here because they know that Cerebrum Wildrift will play those champions, will play those playstyle, but still they have been outplayed in the last skirmish there. They have done a pretty well job, Infinity, on the early stage of the game. Yes, they know split push could be a great counter there for the 5v5 team heavy comp, but on that last skirmish, Elder Dragon play was just a beauty for Cerebrum.
Beautiful, beautiful game number 1. But we're here in the draft for game number 2 between
go.
Oasis, blue side, and CE, red side. So Deadeye, we're now here on the ban phase. What do you expect on the champions to be banned away by both teams?
Okay, will we sing the song here because it's gonna be the same lyrics here, of course, Infinity. Let's see. Going to ban, of course, the Bane. Going to ban, of course, the comfort champions here as well of Oasis. Will they ban the Rakan? Will they ban, of course, House? Lux and Morgana, the Nasus as well. Oh, there you go. Oasis Gaming going to ban comfort champions right now because I think this is going to be the potential answer here in facing Cerebrum Wildrift.
Yeah. Evalis is very proficient with this champion, so you need to ban it away. This is the champion that got the first win against Team Secret on that second game in their series last week. It's just absolutely insane. And now we're having the Morgana ban, we're having the Lee Sin ban, and this is just so great with that huge respect on Hao, because this is the champion that Hao keep on using from week 1 up until today. AP bot lane.
Exactly. Now, Hao, we have seen him on the Ziggs, could be a pick for CE once again because CE loves to go for the comfort pick champions here. And of course, a quick fact check here. It is going to be ETAF joining in the second game here, Infinity.
Yeah.
While Renzi, of course, will be out here in the second game. So we are going to see somehow changes as well when it comes to the team compositions for Oasis Gaming because ETAF as a jungle player, we have seen him on the Listen, but Listen unfortunately has been banned here because ETAF can go for that heavy engager, bruiser rather, jungler champions as well. We have seen, of course, ETAP on the chase here probably be used once again, but instead it is going to be now on the side of the CE. Without Rakan, without Morgana, without the Nasus, top 3 champion picks for the side of the CE being taken down, we are seeing new compositions for CE.
Yeah, and this changes things up for Oasis Gaming. With Etov coming through, just a quick trivia, that Etov plays differently from Renzi. Etov is an aggressive player with one of the highest combined kills and deaths per minute, which just means he is very aggressive with that 83.61% kill participation over day 1 to 3 for week 1 and yesterday's match. So an interesting playstyle that Oasis Gaming wants to play here up against CE, aggression versus aggression.
Great point you have just mentioned, Infinity, and this translates here for this Yuumi Jax composition. Now we know that it is going to be a funnel strategy here because we have seen EDAF as one of the aggressive jungler players in the league. Now, it is also a great strategy to counter CE's heavy aggression in the early stages of the game. They want to go for a brawl here with Yuumi in check, with the Jax in check. And we are seeing, indeed, a showdown here in the series.
And I feel like Oasis Gaming has to ban away either Thresh or Lux, because that is still available for the side of Cerebrum Esports. And this is typically played by CE from the past week. So that is an option for them to go through if ever they don't want to fight it. And Lux immediately banned away in the second phase for the side of Oasis.
That's true because the teams already know the familiarity of CE's composition here. But I don't know if they're going to go for a Lulu pick here for the side of CE because they're lacking, of course, the late game scaling here. But they're very strong bruisers here. They love to go for the front to back composition. Jace, Darius, Riven, familiar picks for the side of CE. On the other side, Oasis Gaming here have already the final strategy. They just want to provide the early game safeguard here to ensure, of course, the scaling potential as well for ETAF here on the Jax. There you go. The Ziggs is open. Still, of course, going to be picked for CE. Fresh is pretty much open as well, as you mentioned. Infinity could probably go for Fleur's pick as well.
There can also be a consideration for Gragas or Galio here. Or not Gragas, but Galio rather, as Gragas is banned away by CE. So what support will Cerebrum Esports be to match up against this Ezreal Yuumi bot lane?
Alright, so far, I can see here that Oasis Gaming loves to control, as mentioned a while ago. They need to funnel, of course, with Jax in order for them to go online. Yuumi is there, plus the global presence for the Twisted Fate. Or hey, Janna is there because these are hard engagers coming in from Oasis Gaming with the Monsoon. Now they do have the sustain badly needed for that brawl, and plus you have as well potential support needed for the jungler Zalpies on the Riven as well. And as you can see, both teams have some victory conditions in their hand. But with the advantage of Oasis, they do have the mobility, global presence is there, but CE is still very strong when it comes to a 5v5. 3 bruisers there with a follow-up on the backlines of the Ziggs poke, and you have a sustain for the Janna as well. Great, of course, combination for these champions here, but late game scaling here, they need to fear ETAF's Jax.
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong champion. Coincide with a Yuumi for Oasis Gaming is going to be very, very aggressive in this stage of the game. But looking at this, I like how you mentioned about the Janna because this is a disengager and also a support as a healer, right, for the team. So I'm expecting maybe for Oasis Gaming to have Executioner's Calling, Infinity Orb, or even the Thornmail to be able to disrupt that heals coming in from this Janna later on in this game number 2. But that is a draft here that I am excited to see. Is this going to be CE taking their first series of the game, or is Oasis going to bring this to game number 3 as we are here for match point?
Indeed, very exciting, Infinity. Everybody loves an underdog story, and will this be the first CE series win? And here we go. You have mentioned, of course, that the grievous wounds is a major factor for the side of CE here to pick up. Same thing for Oasis Gaming as well. because we have seen here a face rush for Pego again. Fleet footwork here for Evilis being secured on their keystones. On the other side, you have as well EDAF here with the fleet footwork. This is the new patch right now. Just translate to that mobility game here. The pick of plays very important right now to use. With I think we haven't seen more Twisted Fate games here in our matches, Infinity, but hold it on the bot.
Yeah, How is really low in danger with Ignite being forced away by Dragon, but still safe, forcing out the exhaust from Janna as well. So trade in spells of Ignite and exhaust.
There you go. Both teams are somehow equal trade there on the bot, but again, as expected here, CE loves to rotate, especially during the early stage of the game. They have the most aggressive playstyle under 3 minutes here. And they're looking for blood as well. Evilis here on the Darius right now, being banned on the Nasus here. I think they have also a great pick here because most of the players, most of the champions rather coming in from Oasis Gaming is hard engagers. Try to go for the set, but hold it on to the bot.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They're ready to flank. Edaf is here as well. This is a 4-man roam coming in from Oasis Gaming. And there are the flashes being forced. Stun connects. That's going to be the golden card. First blood for Oasis Gaming. And CE is ready to go. They're going for Dragon. That might just be the double kill. They went back immediately from that fight. And there is another. As CE has taken a trade of 3 for 1.
Oh, look at the response coming in from C. I think he's looking for more blood here, but the flash already been used for Demon Kite there. And yes, you want to dictate the early stage of the game for the side of Oasis Gaming, but you know how CE's comfort strategy is. They need to control the early game as well. That's great punishment here. 3-1 trade in favor for C at the moment in time. But still, our goal, of course, difference is not that much here. Still an even game here, despite that's a win for CE.
Yeah. And with that, we're looking at the gold. It's still pretty much even, which makes things interesting, right? CE taking that 2-kill advantage with 1-3 kill standing is only in the lead of 500 gold in 3 minutes.
Exactly. But now, I'm just thinking here, Infinity, when it comes to heavy team fights, right? Because I'm still in doubt, especially during the early stage of the game of Oasis Gaming power capability here. We have seen that one great pick of play there, but when it comes to sustain, when it comes to damage, when it comes to a raw power here, CE really do have the upper hand. And look at the lane push as well for Evilis here on the top side. They are trying to prioritize, of course, Rift Herald. Rift Herald is so far the mission of CE when it comes to early stage of the game. And will we be able to see a trade here? Oasis Gaming going to go for the Dragon to go for the advantage in the later stage of the game. I think we are going to see a handshake here on those objectives.
About that, as 10 seconds remain for both Rift Herald and Mountain Dragon to come up. Everyone has visions on both objectives, and we're seeing the resets all around for both teams to go and buy some items to gain that advantage.
And here we go. This is going to be CE for sure, going to go for that Rift Herald. And I think Oasis Gaming knows about this one. Will they go for the brawl? No, a handshake it is. Great decision for both teams. Black Cleaver has been secured for Isilla. Great sustain. Oh, but I think
handshake.
CE is going to go for this protection.
Yeah, CE is ready to go. That's Zig's ultimate, but it's going to be Oasis taking a Mountain Dragon in their favor, but CE is still engaging. That Monsoon saves with the HP and going back at it. No kills in trade, but Rift Herald going for the side of CE, and they're bringing it immediately into the mid lane.
Wow. The power of CE, especially during the early game, that was outnumbered, of course, CE, but still managed to go for that contest. And they did take that Rift Herald as well, opening the gates in the middle lane. Yeah, as usual, CE, this is their strategy for their victory conditions.
Yeah, power first blood for the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. And the Oasis Gaming went in for the trade in bot lane. So that will just be a great gold trade for both teams. But when we're looking at the objective or the map control-wise, it's Cerebrum Esports getting more value out of that turret in mid lane than Oasis getting it in bot lane.
That's true. If if Zalpi joined in that contest, I think it could be Cerebrum Wildrift's win. But they're just going to go for the safe route. But speaking of which, I think there's going to be a team fight on top.
Yeah, CE is ready to go. They're going for the 4-man roam on top side. It's now going to be Asilla in danger, but a gold card, massive play coming in from Twisted Fate. But now Zalki in the front lines going in with the apprehend. Nuction Guillotine almost gets the kill, but they get the kill nevertheless. CE is still here, getting the double. Riven taking it down for the kill, and Pago ready to respond, taking one more out of that with 4 kills overall, getting the ace at the end for CE.
Oh my goodness, Infinity! What this is just unbelievable. Fleur here on the Janna, on point Gale. I seen that 2-man knockup, just eliminating that follow-up as well. First ace for CE, plus the turret takedown. This is just incredible here, Infinity. Could possibly another upset here in the series, but still, it is going to be an early stage of the game we are seeing here. We are not seeing a full potential E-tap on the Jax, but so far, CE just doing pretty good in this game.
And I think this is what I want. Let's push all around, but CE is also ready to trade.
Yeah.
They're going for the bot lane, so it's an even trade in objectives so far when it comes to turret. In top lane for Oasis and bot lane for CE.
Man, I think the last pick Janna was beautiful for CE here. Great disengage as well, the great knockup, but so far there's gonna be a pick off.
Edov, this is a 3v2, and now Pago went in for the knockback as well. Edov is in danger, and that's going to be the kill for CE.
And now they're going to go for the dragon this time around, looking for more blood.
This is out the ultimate. That's going to be How with a Mega Inferno Bomb, not connecting to anyone though. So no damage connecting through onto Dragon. So that will just be it with a 1-4-0 trade in favor of CE.
Plus they defended their top outer turret here for the side of CE. Oh my goodness, C is doing pretty good once again here in the game to Infinity. However, we haven't seen here grievous wounds for the side of Oasis. This is a major item needed, badly needed in their side here. No Executioner's Calling, no Oblivion Orb. Oh my goodness, no! Of course, counter for the heals. And we have seen here, look at Fleur. He has the Monsoon, he has the heals, he has the Redemption as well. Without previous wounds, maximum potential for those heals will be given to the side of CE. Now going to go for this Dragon takedown Infinity. I guess Cerebrum Wildrift has the advantage.
Yeah, and do take note, both How and Fleur has 100% kill participation thus far in the 8-minute mark. So this is just going to be interesting. But now it's going to be Ivory's going for the 3-man apprehend. Massive play. And now CE is going for the engage. But Oasis takes the Rift Herald and CE disengage.
This is what you love about CE. They are still going to go for that because they know that Oasis Stain will be available for the side of CE. And look at how they pressure across the Wild Rift here. Oasis Gaming in danger right now.
Yeah, but not for long as they go back to safety. They want to force the fight. They don't want to go for it. But Edo, with the ultimate, going just to the bot lane. You know, he's a human warrior looking for information out there. And CE's safe in their own jungle.
I really thought that was going to be a fake-off, but yeah,
no, just
he's
vision.
going to go to just vision. That's just vision game. And great advantage, of course, having a TF here. That Destiny is really helpful when it comes to the vision games. But so far, here in our match, Infinity, Cerebrum Wildrift taking that, of course, a dragon buff, which could be, of course, a factor as well for the late game because they need that power as well. Zalpi here on the Riven with the support coming in from Fleur. How scaling is there as well. Luden's Echo, but I think they need much more item for the burst damage in order to pick off Oasis here. And Oasis on the other side, they do have also the Yuumi. Again, this Yuumi with there's a sensor right now. There you go. With this itemization in check, they can now go online for ETAP. ETAF needs another one itemization for him to go for the brawl here, because when it comes to comparison here for the inventory, CE has the upper hand.
Demon Kite. Ooh, so close.
Thriller, horror. That was a scene almost, of course, the danger for the side of Oasis, but luckily, of course, having of course, the what you call this one, what you call this Demon Kite's skill set is gonna be easy to go back away. But so far, CE here putting pressure in the mid, on the top as well. Oasis Gaming ready for the defense.
Yeah, half HP already for tier 2 third mid lane, but look at the ultimate coming in from Yuumi. Hal is down low. Now they have to disengage, but good pickup coming from CE, taking down Demon Kite, and now with that, no ADC for Oasis.
Now this is the problem coming in from Oasis, despite having but hold that thought.
Yeah, ultimate coming in from Esla, trying to kill down Hal, but he gets killed instead. Good try, but CE has it in the favor.
Yes, they do have the initiations there. Final chapter, you have a showstopper, but no damage follow-up. Without Demon Kite, without ETAP as well, for that proper damage contribution, it's difficult to pick up CE. With his heals as Ken, for the side of Fleur here, Redemption, Monsoon, no pick-off, no grievous wounds as well being picked up here on the side of Oasis Gaming. How can you go for the kills against CE? Oh my goodness, they need to take this into consideration for the side of Oasis Gaming. However, the Rift Herald has been summoned in the mid. I think this is just for naughty or for the side of Oasis, because CE controlling the Wildrift everywhere here. They are in a streak. They are very hot. Mainit, of course, as we have Ms. Rico mentioned here, and Oasis Gaming. Will this be another upset we're about to see?
Look at the positioning here for Oasis Gaming. They're a bit separated, so they shouldn't force anything. But Cloud Dragon is alive. They're gonna start it up. That is the reason for their slow push on the Rift Herald.
Oh, this could be a risky for the side of Oasis Gaming, and here comes initiation.
Yuumi ultimate, zoning away the enemy team, and that's going to be Oasis getting the Cloud Dragon, and now CE goes for the engage, gets a kill onto Edop. He is pinned down. Evelise forces out the flash. Destiny coming through. That's information for the side of CE, but look at the Destiny saving Twisted Fates' life, but they get a kill. Demon Kite getting pinned. CE going in for Esla. This just might be the end. They get 3 kills in the process, and now they get so much lead from that fight alone.
Oh my goodness, this is just a massacre. Here we are seeing your CE dominating that skirmish, despite Oasis Gaming taking that objective. It's just too much casualties here against Oasis, but they are going to go for this Hail Mary contest.
No way, CE gets that Baron Nashor, and now they're collapsing on the pitch. This is not where you want to be. That's a 2-man lockup alongside with Ziggs. Mega Inferno Bomb, double kill right out of the gate. And now CE going in. This is a 5v1, and CE has taken the triple with the Baron Nashor. This might just be the end gaming push. They're going right at it into the mid lane. Tier 2 turret down. They're going in under the turret. They're fighting against Oasis Gaming, and CE has opened up the base. The knockup is there. The ultimate is down, but Zhao P is gonna get melted. But the Nexus is down, and CE takes their first series of the tournament.
Oh my goodness, look at them cheer, look at the faces, look at them celebrating their first series win, Infinity. They do deserve the applause. They do deserve this win. What a great series for the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. No, you cannot just blame me for having this hype, because they do deserve this kind of recognition as well, Infinity. They have been working hard from the first series until now. Now, taking down another giant, Oasis Gaming. Another upset here in the day 2.
Never doubt CE. They have performed so well in this series, and looking forward for more.
Oh my goodness, beautiful, beautiful game for CE. And you know what? What's very exciting here, Infinity? we've got to see them first interview later on, post game interview, because I'm really curious of how the players will going to react of this win and how the process goes, because it's very difficult. You came from a straight lose streak, to be honest. Now having this match against a Titan, you really know that the composure of this team is just great. It's difficult to pull through. This is already a difficult feat to have. And of course, Cerebrum Wildrift just showed us their capability here. They have the discipline as well. Another upset here, Cerebrum Wildrift, beautiful gameplay. But with regards to that game, we have seen the final strategy, the Yumi Jax composition is there for Oasis here. We have seen them initiate the team fights as well. But the big question is, why not prioritize grievous wounds? Why not prioritize, of course, the power spike damage as well on the back lines? It's not enough for the Yumi and Jax to just initiate, or the showstopper to go for that hard engage with no damage in the back lines. Now that is really lacking for Oasis Gaming there. On the other side, you have bruisers there, Infinity. You have great sustain for Fleur. That Janna, first time ever pick for Fleur, showing that he is indeed capable as well using Enchanter champions. He's very good at it. His Gale is on point. His, of course, Monsoon as well is on point. Those redemptions heals clutch is also on point.
Yeah, and this was just so amazing. Coming here from Cerebrum Esports, right? Oasis Gaming went in for the early aggression. They were just going for the 4-man roam into bot side of the map. But you just see how much support that CE went in for the quick response, right? They went in for Pago coming down bot lane. They went in for Zhao P going on that route as well, which ended up in a 3-for-1 trade in favor of CE. Now that disables the farm of Demon Kite, of Dragon, and so forth, right? And it's just a good foundation of the early game that set the tone of this game number 2.
Beautiful game indeed, man. You mentioned, of course, the response from Cerebrum Wildrift. Yes, they're very quick. They're just fast on their feet here. Look at this one. Great initiations there for the side of Ita with the final chapter, but where's the damage? Where's the damage? And look at the punishment coming against the side of Oasis here, because CE is just quick to go for the counter attack. Just dealing heavy damage. There you go. Showstopper is there. But where's the damage again? That's a big question here against Oasis Gaming. They're just being punished here. Yes, you are the aggressor, but you are also going to have the most damage being received here in the end. Cerebrum Wildrift just performing very well in this series, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely insane play from CE, taking that game number 2. And how they played that is quite methodical, to say the least, right? They were playing for their objectives, and even if they lost the mountain, even if they lost the cloud, they won at the end of that game. And player of the game is How with that Sig.
You mentioned 100% kill participation, Infinity. Yes, indeed. This is the strength. This is the strength of Cerebrum Wildrift. They love to go for the 5v5 brawl situation here. They are very good at it. It only shows the capability of this team as well. I just have to commend them. Every time I see Cerebrum Wildrift here doing the same thing, picking the same champions, doing the same strategy here, they can still knock down even the top teams here in our league. And this is one of the commendable traits for Cerebrum Wildrift. Here in the second week, we can now clearly say that this is still not your typical power rankings here, because Cerebrum Wildrift showed that they can also rise above the top.
Yeah, absolutely insane and clean plays from CE from that series, right? Week 1, just a bit of a warm-up there. Now week 2, we're ready to go. We're ready to win some series for this team, and this is their very first win here in WCS series-wise, because earlier in this week, they got the win against Team Secret on one game. And it looks like a clean game for CE. Later on, when we come back after this short break, it's more on the analysis on what happened in that matchup and more stuff coming into you guys, so don't go away.
Running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, and I don't want to predict anymore. I don't want to predict anymore. Welcome back. You're here with me, Mika Fabs, Autolus, and now Infinity joining us on the panel desk. But yep, all of our predictions were just thrown out the window because Cerebrum Esports finally gets one on the board, and it's against Oasis Gaming, a 2-0 nonetheless. We all predicted that this was going to be a 2-0. We didn't think it was going to go the other way, and Autolus, I have to say, this was definitely mind-boggling, I think, for everybody watching.
Mine, Cerebrum. More like Boom! Let's go with the boom! Cerebrum Esports, man. Clean 2-0. They drafted the same, right? We are saying that we want to see how on the traditional marksman, but why fix what's not broken? How was very effective on the Morgana. We did highlight that it's not getting banned, that it's flying under the radar. And on game number 1, no hesitation there. Going for the Rakan and the Morgana means that you will definitely have the upper hand when it comes to the 5v5, especially when you have a very beefy and I would say scaling champion in the Riven. Zhao P is there, Ivalice is on the Darius, and of course Pego is very strong in the early game. Early to mid game is the comfort zone for Pego on the chase. Now, the situation for game number 1, Oasis had to make a choice. Basically, they are split push composition. Edaf and Lucilla would want to get the pressure on so that CE has to make a decision if they're going to respond to their attack. However, the Elder Dragon was an infernal one, and with the Morgana, you can actually shred the HP bars of the Elder Dragon, of the big objectives, very, very fast because of the itemizations, right? Tormented Soil or Tormented Shadow plus the Liandry's Torment is like, match made in heaven against, or taking against epic monsters. And that's the thing. I think for game number 1, Oasis should have kept on split pushing and forced, a 50-50. They're going to lose the 5v5s anyway, so just stick to your comfort or just stick to your identity or composition. Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. I like how you mentioned about that game 1 on that 5v5 because they have a lot and a ton of CCs from that game 1, right? Morgana, Rakan, we talk about the dual CC bot lane with how being that Morgana, so absolutely insane. And this game number 2 was actually quite exciting as well. It was just how CE played through their objectives and just played very, very safe.
And
sorry, Mika, I have to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know that you will be asking me this question, that Yuumi got buffed. We've been hyping Yuumi, and Yuumi finally got opened, and we saw it losing. Okay, all right. For a moment there, I got excited. However, Oasis Gaming, again, looking at their composition, you have an Ezreal that is a scaling champion. It's not going to be very scary at the early juncture of the game. You also have a Jax, a very scaling champion, a Twisted Fate that doesn't really offer that much damage. So there is really no business for Oasis to dive in between towers against a composition that really offers the early damage. And I think Cerebrum, again, we talked about this. If they can punish the mistakes that was being made by Oasis and the positioning by Demon Kai, I will be very critical. I know that I'm kind of triggered right now for Oasis Gaming. It's because I have high expectations for them. But still, kudos to Cerebrum because, man, oh man, they punished every single mistake with might.
Might indeed. And you know what? We can actually ask them all about the series ourselves. I do believe we have them on the line. First time on the panel desk over here. I think we do have Ivalice talking on behalf of Cerebrum Esports, but we have the whole team as well. Hello! Welcome, guys, and congratulations, of course, for this momentous win against Oasis Gaming. So, first win against one of the strongest teams that we have dito sa WCS. Can you tell us, how did you prepare for this match?
Actually, in-enjoy lang po namin yung game namin para malaro po namin yung dapat namin laruin. No pressure po sa amin. Ayun lang po. Parang naging masaya lang po kami habang naglalaro.
At mukhang masaya-masaya nga yung celebration nyo din. We saw Floor dancing around there for your post-game celebration. So yes, Floor, actually... of course, kailangan maganda talaga, di ba? Lalo na sa post-game celebration. But, you definitely bring a lot of character to the team now, and you're definitely one of the ones to watch in the support role. We definitely saw a lot of big plays being set up by you. Can you tell us how you're able to, I guess, a shot call for the team and make those decisions?
Oh my gosh. Sige, pero wonderful question. Eksena po namin, wala lang, wala po, ganda lang po talaga eh. Seryoso po, pag nag-shot call, kinamberling kami, kailangan po, lahat kami, susunod sa kung ano yung sinabi ng isa para unified yung decision namin. Walang kalat-kalat, yan ang ganda.
At syempre, lahat maganda pa rin. Of course. Diba? Before clash, after clash. Ganun pa rin.
Bawal haggard.
Bawal haggard, true.
I remember a lot of friends, they have this term GL pass. Diba? Parang pag kami pupuntahan tayo, ganda lang, diba? Enough na, kahit wag mag-ambag, basta maganda. Goods na. And again, Floor, man, flower power. How about that? Cerebrum, Evalis, actually, this question is for you, pare. Marami nag-aabang sa'yo dito sa Wildrift scene. And I did say at the beginning of the season that your debut has been a year late. So ngayon, syempre, pagkakataon mo na rin to para kausapin yung fans mo. What's your message dun sa mga taong nag-aabang dito sa pagdating mo sa Wildrift Pro Scene?
Una po sa lahat, maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta at naghihintay po sa pagbabalik ko. And especially, thank you lalo kay Trevor and Mirmo na nagtiwala sa akin mula umpisa. Ayun lang po. Pati po pala si Azar.
Ayun. Diba? Azar, Trevor, Mirmo.
Thank you po sa buong Boss BL po na walang sabang sumuporta po sa amin from the beginning po. And also kay Coach.
Ayun. Sobrang solid talaga. And again, Evalis, sobrang welcome ka dito sa Pro Scene. Again, it's been a year late, pero man, with the team that you have, I'm very confident that you will be achieving new heights. Infinity, do you have a question for Cerebrum?
Yeah, I just wondered, right? In the first week, you brought out the Nasus, and now you're bringing all the Darius, and now just the Darius, right? How was it going for you with the Nasus being brought out before in week 1?
Actually, in-expect na po namin na next year pa ako makakapag-Nasus ulit. Kaya naka-ready na po kami na para dun po sa Nasus ban.
Forever band na, no? Nasus.
Ba't parang tumatawa yung iba?
I still have a question.
Go ahead.
Mika, I'm sorry. Infinity. Yumi, meron siyang buff na malaki. Did you expect Oasis to pick it? Talaga bang inopen nyo because you're very confident in facing a champion na tingin namin dapat talaga parang Nasus mo 100% ban worthy?
Actually po wala po kaming threats to kailangan po kailangan yung laro po namin. Hindi po namin kailangan laruin yung laro ng kalaban. Powerful! May ganon!
So just playing their game. Powerful, exactly. Mika, take it away.
Yes, very, very, very powerful indeed. But for Cerebrum, UBU talaga, di ba? Never mind yung strategy, yung gameplay ng iba. Basta you guys will do your own strategy. Now, any other shout-outs that you'd like to give? Maybe messages to all of the supporters of Cerebrum Wildrift and baka yung mga new fans na baka na-convert dahil sa series na ito.
Po? Shoutout para sa nanay at tatay ko na nanonood dyan. Mananalo na kami, ma! Shoutout kay Rals. Tas James Romulo. May listahan, te. Shout out sa girlfriend ko, I love you. Ikaw, Donald. Ay. Wala. Shout out lang ano. Ano.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. And sana makabalik kayo dito sa panel because that was definitely a fun interview. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you, Cerebrum Wildrift, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Oh, I want to have
ganda
more
lang to
floor.
gwapo lang,
Ganda lang. That's it. That's basically the secret of Cerebrum Wildrift. And I want to have floor. I want to have floor back here on the panel. That's definitely that is
Maybe you can
definitely
create, a content,
one.
an interview, an exclusive interview there, Mika.
Yes. And then like all of the other I think like a bagay dito si Mommy Kaisaya also. And
Mommy Saya,
everybody.
no?
Yes, Mommy Saya, 'di ba? Your titas of Wildrift
Let's go.
are gonna interview Floor. Why not? That would be fun. But of course, I know we were all flabbergasted with that previous series, but we're not done yet. I'm a little uneasy because now I'm like, if this is a week of upsets, we have RRQ and Team Underground next. Is this gonna be another one? I don't know, but of course this is gonna be a big match for the day. These are two big teams entering the Rift for our third series. And Autolus, I'm gonna go back to our previous question during the pre-show. RRQ, we've seen them experimenting.
Yeah.
Is it time to put a stop to that? They have so many factors working for them, but it seems like right now, week 2, day 2, they're still a little shaky.
Well, lo and behold, they're still doing something that they did, yesterday during game number 2. Put Exosen on the support. So the days of Exosen carrying games on the Ari, on the Assassins, may be put on hold in the meantime because they want more veterans in the team or in the Dragon Lane, because both Marky and Exosen, adding the competitive years that both these gentlemen has right now, I think over 12 years combined, I guess, and that's okay. That's respectable. Again, RRQ, the only niche or the only concern that I have for RRQ is this experimentation that is happening. Is this what they practice? Because if this is what they practice, then I'm happy with it. I'm happy with them going with this 5-man stack of putting Exosen onto the support role. Another person I would like to highlight, again, going back to the Marksman Mania, is definitely one of the veterans that we have in the Dragon Lane. He's been very flashy indeed, because he's not going to hold his flash to secure kills. But with how getting back-to-back wins on AP Champions, maybe Marky will be relegated back once again to the AP Champions. What do you say, Infinity?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Morgana, Lux, you talked about these AP champions coming in from Marky, and he has shown success from these champions as well. And now the question is he going back to Marksman against UDG? And the mention of experimenting also just placed in my mind while looking back to the games that we've seen over the past day and over the past weeks, right? And I'm just excited to see how this changes would affect how RRQ will be able to play up against the undefeated team so far here in WCS.
Here's the interesting thing too, right? We did see how earlier, basically, we put the focus today on the marksman, but like here's a player like How who says, you know what, you guys do that. I'm just gonna do my thing. I'm just gonna do this. Marky could possibly follow the same trend. It could be a thing indeed. Another thing to point out, you did mention Exosen moving over to support. He is not, of course, the only mid laner who moved over to support. We did see that in Dragon too. And I remember Osiris here on the panel desk talking about the mid laner moves in the support lane. So, we could see that, although, a lot of people might raise their eyebrows at Exosen being in support, it could be that dynamic too. It could be a little bit more of an aggressive support. And Autolus, again, Dragon is a very good example of utilizing those mid laner moves in the support lane. Exosen, we do know he has that mechanical skill, and right now does it seem like a good move for Exocet to still keep that role?
We will see. We will see. Again, I mean, looking at their move, I won't be surprised if Underground bans Senna, because by banning Senna, you are taking away the mid laner champions of Exos and being put onto the pseudo support role. Gragas, Galio being two of them. So yeah, I think if Underground bans Senna, what is there to pick for Exos? And that's one thing that we will be closely monitoring as the series progress. But there is also a team that they're going against. Of course, RRQ is Team A. Our Team B is Underground. Now here comes the undefeated, the undisputed, no losses. And yesterday against Oasis, it was close, but they were still able to find the right window to punish mistakes done by Oasis Gaming. And again, Underground, the way they play, they have. I was very transparent with Dash here and with the rest of the watch party guys that I am, I am enjoying the games with in PPGL Discord server. By the way, if you want to hop on the PPGL Discord server, just ask me for the link and I will be sending you the invite. For Team Underground, they're playing their game and making their opponents adjust to themselves. That's just their identity. They know they're strong, right? And they believe in themselves. I feel that Underground, again, with Larawan going back to the marksman, has elevated or has found another play in their playbook.
Yeah, and Larawan with these champions, right? He has been playing with this team for UDG, and it's absolutely insane. You're seeing Ash, you're seeing Brand being picked up by this player, and his plays are absolutely insane as well. Talking about the marksman role for UDG, and yeah, just kill participation 71%, and how he played the Ash in the past with the long range engages.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's a pleasure, right? I mean, wow. Mika.
Yeah. Not to mention the partnership between him and Orthros as well. You know, this duo is definitely one of the most unstoppable ones that we've seen so far in Wildrift Esports here in the Philippines. And I just have to say as well, we see a lot of these teams with their strategies and everything. The thing is, with Team Underground, all of these players are powerhouses by themselves. So even if you catch one like off guard, you're not even sure if you can win that 1v1, because these players are just, again, individually very, very strong. You put them together and you have the Team Underground that's a reason why they're undefeated until today. And going into our head-to-head for our, Marksman Mania this Saturday, this is going to be a little tricky, I feel like, for Marky and Larawan. And Autolus, I have to ask, of course, what are the differences that we're going to see? How can one up the other?
Who do I favor? I feel that whatever Larawan is lacking in terms of experience, it's being fulfilled or being filled with his partnership with Orthros. And again, Larawan's partnership with Orthros goes way, way back to the League of Legends PC days. So the chemistry in the duo lane is definitely a lot more stable now compared to Marky with a new support in Exosun. So I guess that's the big difference I'm looking at in this potential matchup here in the Dragon Lane. How about you, Infi?
yeah, absolutely. I think the experience of UDG, of its players, supplements how Larawan will play this, and we all know how Orthros plays, right? The right aggression and the right calls, being that leader for their team, having that in-game knowledge is absolutely insane. And having this new setup for RRQ, having Exosen in that support role. Now, what will be happening for Marky here? Are they going to be supplementary, or is this just a new set of dual lanes that can affect UDG?
And it is definitely going to affect our panel predictions as well. So far, Autolus is the only one with a correct prediction today. Infi, you are there with Dash and friends.
Yeah.
You are on
Infi
Team
Dash.
Dash today. Infi Dash. That sounds like a skill. For sure. That sounds like a skill. But yes, and of course, our consequence for today is probably the most ambitious one that we've had so far. And I would think one of the funnest ones is which we have to do the Peacemaker dance. Again, if you guys aren't familiar, it's okay. You don't need to watch the series. Just look it up and see John Cena in his finest moments. And you might see us in our finest moments too, because it's not looking good for me and Team Dash and Infi Dash over here. So we might be doing that, but who knows? We still have 2 series to go, and of course, our series number 3. It could at least help me get out of the red over here. But the problem is, I think we're all going the same way. Is this a panel curse? If we all vote the same way, it's kind of like.
Nah, we're talking about
Falls
Underground. I
apart.
think it's
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
So Underground
Okay.
to 0 for all of us, right?
Yeah,
I
we
think
do
so.
2-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
How do we
means
go about this one? Goal difference again?
I think we're gonna go for goal difference once again because, of course, we had it upset by Cerebrum Wildrift, and it kind of like threw all of our plans out of the window. So let's revisit this goal difference once again. What is going to be the cumulative goal difference for this
Infinity first.
series?
I feel like it's going to
Infinity
be around 18k.
18K.
Yeah.
Nika.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit higher for this one. I'm going to say I'm gonna take the 20.
20.
I'm gonna take the 20.
I'm gonna say 25. Let's do
Ooh.
it. Let's go. Let's go. That's
All
it.
right. So
All right.
it is Oddloose at 25 and myself at 20 and Infinity at 18. We're gonna see who gets that point as we move into our 3rd series of the day. This is RRQ versus Team Underground. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Casters. The 3rd series of the day 2 for us. Battle between the King of Kings and the Conquerors. The greatest conqueror is he who overcomes the enemy without a blow. And that is exactly what UDG is. Would the King of Kings put themselves back in their place on the Game of Thrones and totally close their gates? Or would UDG ram their gates and put their fortresses down? I'm Dash and I'm here with Crazy Apple, and join us at the first class seat of the Battle of King's Landing.
Can I just say, I always love your intros, Dash. And yeah, what a way to paint the scene right here. The King of Kings going against Team Underground, who is basically the team who has been taking away the crown from every team that they've been facing at this point. They have been laying claim to the throne, to the top right now. And I'm just so excited to see what these teams are going to do, because we just saw an upset earlier this day, game 2, on Cerebrum getting that 2-0 earlier on. It's just, it's still mind-blowing to me. I want to get this out of the way immediately right here before we start the pick and ban phase, that Cerebrum just had that really great 2-0, and now we're getting into the stage with RRQ versus Team Underground. It just makes me think that there is a possibility, even though the panel desk has been unanimous, Team Underground will probably get this series. But my mind and my heart right now is telling me we can believe even just a bit in RRQ.
Yeah, I think that at some point, I still believe in RRQ, but UDG is a different beast right now. That's why I'm kind of scared if ever they would be able to turn things around at this point. But right now, I think it's all in favor of UDG because they have been showing, especially with drafting. I can't even predict their draft most of the time because they always draft way differently, like every game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the keys there is how flexible Larawan is with his picks. I just checked his picks earlier on. He has played every known, I think right now, bot laner, dragon laner that he can get his hands on. He has played hyper carries like Vayne. He has played AP champions in the bot lane like Morgana. He has also played the set up AD carries like Ashe and also Lucian as a lane bully. This guy has a champion ocean that UDG can just play around with. And you could already see, even at the pick and ban phase, RRQ has not banned a marksman yet. They might be banning as a 3rd ban that Vayne, because a lot of teams has been respecting the Vayne when it comes to teams that have a very much of a Vayne specialist. Larawan is one of them. While we do see some of the other bans here, it's gonna be the perennial Yumi ban coming from UDG.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility that this last ban could potentially be another. It's kind of hard to say that they're gonna ban another enchanter. I can see this going for the side of WJ, as Seth could possibly go to their side, because right now it will be open. But like what I'm saying, yes, it will be taken by them. But again, because of that, Lulu and Vayne is open. So that is kind of scary for both sides. If ever, I think they should take out what they can right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're trapped like this in the point of the pick and van phase, when Lulu and Vayne are both open, you gotta pick someone that you think would be best fit in the composition that you're doing. But yeah, the Lulu Vayne was not prioritized by UTG. RRQ did first pick that Galio. Galio is, as we've been talking about a lot in the caster desk, is a very flexible pick, can go to the mid lane, can go into the support position. So right now we're not sure yet to whom that champion could go. It could go on Exocen in that Dragon lane. The answer though from UDG, prioritizing two big frontliners on that Renekton and that Gragas. Still very flexible on their end. We'll see what their third pick could be to at least have a better understanding of what their composition would look like.
Yeah, I think I can see what RRQ is building right now for their composition. They might be able to go for this core key together in the bot lane market. Nexus and could pick this up very, very easily in the bot lane. That could potentially be what their answer is if ever the Lulu and Vayne could come out. But I think UDG and RRQ knows what to do on front-to-back compositions. That's why they are always just letting them up. They're just giving them the space that they need, and having Sayonara onto this Lee Sin. I'm kind of scared also here, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, Sayonara has been one of the best junglers right now here in WCS. And one of the storylines that we can look at coming into game one is Chaz in an interview. Sayonara in an interview said that he is looking at Chaz as the best jungler in the league. So this is also going to be a battle between these two great junglers here in the WCS, and how Sayonara will be matching up against Chaz. We were talking about earlier, bot lane. There's still no clear Lulu or Vayne bans coming from the side of RRQ. They might let this go at this point. They have banned out that Ziggs, which takes away that AP potential in the hands of Larawan. So we'll see what will be the next ban coming from UDG. They have taken out the Kha'Zix, but they already have their jungler. They can take out some of the options coming from Chaz. They can still force Chaz could still get like another champion, maybe like a Rengar,
I guess, that they have right now. And especially if it's against a Corgi, this would be great because Senna at least has better range and at least have better damage in the early stages of the game. This is something different again for UDG.
UDG, I think this is the first luck pick that's gonna come from UDG. Chances are this is gonna go to Larawan, and we already have seen Larawan have really good global presence when it comes to his picks. His Ashe has been one of the key champions they've been having in terms of getting these global initiations, picking off a target. The answer though is also what I feel like one of the comfort champion, this champion right now. We're waiting on the last or AD champion, maybe a Lucian. Or wait a minute. Wait, hold the phone. It's a Tryndamere.
No way.
No freaking way right here. We are about to see a Tryndamere in the Wildrift, and I want to say that this Tryndamere is gonna go to the Baron lane. They're gonna put it on the hands of Dawn.
Yeah, I think if ever they go in for the mid lane and even to the top lane, I think it's okay for Mitsura hold on to this Tryndamere, because at least I was finding ways for them to get into fights or rather get some damage, but this Tryndamere just makes it so that they would have damage into the late game, probably a split push potential also with this Tryndamere.
Yeah, I was thinking like, hey, they need another AD damage dealer that could, as you mentioned, go into the back lines, because Lee Sin and Renekton can't do that. They're gonna be stopped by the Galio. They can be stopped with the Apprehend coming from the Darius, and having this Tryndamere just opens the floodgates. I feel like Underground at this point, Team Underground right now could have a lot of flanks, a lot of just explosive things that they can do coming into this game, the first game of this series.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways to go for this though, even though that they don't have a lot of CC to work with. I mean, they already have the what do we call that? They have the damage to work with. So this is gonna be quite hard right here, Crazy Apple. I wish this could change up for the side right now. I mean, that looks really great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really thinking about what are kind of the win condition, especially coming from Team Underground right here, because they do have Team Scaling Tryndamere, someone who can go to the backline if he does go to the mid lane. Going against Mitra, he could very well just be safe there, scaling and then going for that after the first objective, going for that lane swap. So I feel right now UDG is opening up the map. At the same time, I don't want to doubt them, but just the thing is, when you have 2 picks, it's gonna be hard.
Red team champion slain.
Yeah, there you go. We're back in game 1. Sorry about that, but again, we're now level 5, and this might be something different right now with the game, because a while ago we had our first blood already. They already got 1. Sayonara was able to get 1. So that is a perfect setup for UDG's composition right now, that they were able to get this one. And RRQ going in with a different ball here. They went in for the difference with the Tryndamere on their side. This might be something really great that I'm really expecting right now. I hope that this could turn in favor of UDG. I think this is more my taste, that UDG went in with Mitsura having the Fizz, Sayonara having the Riven, and Larawan with the Corki. This is more of a UDG taste right here. But RRQ, yeah, this is something different. This is something that I wasn't expecting at all. But I hope everyone is going to be okay right now.
Yeah, okay, we're back. I'm also back. Thank you so much, Dash. But yeah, going back into this game, we have seen already the first blood. We are about to approach the 4-minute mark in terms of objectives. Sorry about that. Just technical difficulties on our end. But yeah, going back into this game, it looks like RRQ having control over the Scuttle on the top side, preparing that Herald. But it looks like both of these teams as well currently at this game state. They are gonna just get some backs. But yeah, we are seeing the first blood right here. The first blood did go to the side of UDG on Sayonara. And unfortunately, I think during the pick and ban phase, the teams were switched up. It was actually going to the side of RRQ. The Tryndamere, we thought it was going to the side of UDG. Mitsura is having that Fizz alongside that Corki on Lalawan. So it does change up what we're building up to earlier. RRQ making some adjustments right now, and we do have a pause in the 4.5-minute mark.
Yeah, so far 4 minutes 30 seconds. We don't have any concessions on the objectives. We're still at that point in where UDG is very strong, especially with the fights that they can have. I mean, Mitsura together with the Lich Bane could potentially be very strong at this point in the game, together with Sayonara also having the Black Cleaver. So now, right now, RRQ might have a hard time here. The only way that they can fight now is for Devil J and Market to be able to hit their skills or maybe get their stun locks on someone and take them down before UDG would be able to come out. Because right now, constant DPS is on the hands of UDG.
Yeah, and this pause has allowed us to take stock of the situation. As you were
Yeah.
talking about the game state, what are the first items we did see across the board as well. A lot of the first items already built. Yeah, Lich Bane is a good power spike for Mitsura on that Fizz, allows him to have a better burst to catch someone off. We did see in the 4.5 minute mark, both teams did consolidate, did back away. I feel like it was a bit of a bad timing as well, but at the same time, it felt like a handshake, both of these teams just going for the recall. We did see a lot of first items as well. I believe it was the Blade of the Ruin King for both the Renekton and the Tryndamere. So both these champions right now very strong in the 1v1s. In terms of damage, they are at that point. I do think though that it's going to be hard for RRQ to challenge these objectives if they are going to do so, because they are more in the scaling type of composition. Also, they do have that Lux, and Lux is not the type of champion that you would want to be coming into an objective.
Yeah.
Rather, you want her to set up and catch the enemy as they're going in. So I feel like if RRQ wants to challenge UDG in an objective, they need to be the ones setting it up earlier on.
Yeah, the only reason why UDG is not risking taking the objectives right now is because Larawan went through the Black Cleaver route in where he helps out Sayonara in the early stages of the game. So having the Black Cleaver, especially with the Gatling gun, would just help you out in getting those Black Cleaver stacks up to 5 in just 1 second. And that's why it's really strong. But right now, they're going for it. They might be able to get a steal here. They were kicked. And that was RRQ taking the objective on their hands. But I think this is going to be the kill onto Chaz. Wasn't able to safeguard out of the way.
Wasn't able to safeguard, but they did steal that Rift Herald. I think that was a pretty worth it trade for RRQ, stealing away the objective that UDG started. Now it looks like UDG is going to the bot side of the map. They are about to start out this Mountain Drake, but a fight right here.
Yeah, another fight, and that's a knockup. That's already a kill. That was so fast. I wasn't even able to see that happening. Exosen wasn't able to fight back even with the explosive cast.
Yeah, I wasn't able to fight back. It looked like UDG was expecting that, but a lot of members from RRQ snooping around the jungle of UDG. Rift Herald though summoned in the mid lane.
Okay, we want to take down this mid lane turret really fast because 4 members are already here. RRQ has been pulled back by the Apprehend. RRQ, oh no, this is not a good place to be in. Hero's Entrance would be able to get the stun lock onto Helios, and he's gonna fall down for sure. But because of the Endless Rage, he still lived through, even though that he's 1 HP.
I think he even threw one more auto there because I think the auto
Yeah.
did crit so that he could get the cooldown on his spin to get away. So good series of events right there for RRQ. Yes, they have given up a kill earlier on Exosen being called out in the river, but they have traded it for an objective, a mid lane turret. Mid lane turrets are very important because this opens up the map right now for RRQ. And if you look at their composition, they have multiple ways to catch it. They have the Renekton, they even get the Baron lane for outer tier turret. So a lot of objectives now falling for the side of UDG.
Yeah, I'm liking this so far for RRQ. They're even though they're not getting any kills, they're getting all the objectives that they can. They're taking the towers, another pressure for the side of UDG later on, which could be quite scary, considering that RRQ might have Helios, which is a ticking time bomb on their side. I mean, on the side of UDG, they have Larawan and Sayonara, but Helios is a different beast because he has the Endless Rage, so he can stay on the fight for longer periods of time. But UDG might be able to mitigate those damage with the CC that they have right now.
They could, but that means they need to group up as a ball and let Chaz and Devil J and Marky to be able to throw a lot of their own damage as well. So it's going to be this tricky way of playing these team fights. It's going to really test the strength right now of UDG. And we all know how good UDG is, mechanics-wise, team fight-wise, macro-wise. But right now, Helios might be getting caught out here. Chaz and Exosen are spotted by the UDG members. They have been sitting on that ward, but luckily enough, they were able to get away. Mitsu right now in the river, and looks like both teams just taking stock, waiting for the next objective takes.
Yeah, Larawan would take a bit of time before he gets to the point in where he would be a bit scary. But wow, what was that take right there to the Dragon's Rage? And now that is a very dead Larawan. That was good commitment for RQ.
That was a clean insect play right there from Chaz,
Right.
utilizing the sonic wave, then going for the safeguard flash behind Dragon's Rage, picking out Lalawan. Lalawan didn't even have time to react to that play coming from Chaz. Just beautiful mechanics right there from the jungler that Sayonara said is the best here in the country.
That, yeah, look at the replay though, everyone. That was the cleanest one that I've seen so far with Chaz. I mean, I think Larawan said when he saw the sonic wave hitting on the minion was like, yeah, go for it. And he actually went for it though, and Chaz was able to get a successful kill onto Larawan. Right now, it's gonna be quite hard for UDG. They're taking the very long route on where Larawan gets those items a bit later on in the game. So right now, he doesn't really deal a lot of damage. So he's going to be relying on Sayonara and Mitsura to be dealing those damage at this point. So maybe after this next objective, the Rift Herald that is coming in, he might be able to get some items after they back away.
Yeah, they could get those items right here, but it looks like as well, just setting it up for the Rift Herald fight. It looks like RRQ will be giving this away, although there is a challenge right now in the top side of the map. Ultimate from the Fizz was used against Devil J. 3 members of RRQ right now are covering this turret. Rift Herald has been taken by UDG. And it looks like Helios is being given that free reign in the bottom side of the map, taking the third outer tier turret.
Wow, a lot of turrets are down now for UDG. They might be looking at a very scary position here, because now with a lot of turrets down on their side, they might not be able to get those that they actually need if they want to contest this Drake, which is an Ocean Drake, which is pretty much what RRQ needs. They need to deny this, because if ever they get this spell bump onto Helios, that is going to be super hard to deal with, because imagine Trinidad with the Endless Rage just getting a lot of lifesteal.
Yeah, and it's just going to be something that we're looking out for, especially from this Tryndamere pick, because this Tryndamere pick is just really off the books at this point. Helios, though, trying to make a play here. Looks like UDG members going in.
Yeah, they can't 1v1 onto Helios. Right now, Helios is very strong. Dawn is going to be the target. He's being chased down by Helios. Helios was able to get the kill. Larawan is now being chased down. He has the Endless Rage, so he can fight this, but oh! Larawan got the crit in the end, and that was a good win. 1-for-1 in favor. Actually, that's an equal trade, though.
Yeah, it is an equal trade. Helios wanted to start it off, wanted to get the pick on Dawn. It would have given them a lot of time to be able to set up vision into this next Drake, but UDG also was running towards that lane. Ooh, Devil J almost catching out, I believe, Larawan there, but wasn't able to stop that timing. But yeah, both teams right now, just again, taking stock, waiting things out. The gold lead, if you look at, is on the side of RRQ. They are behind in kills, but they have taken 3 turrets to 0. RRQ right now setting up the Drake.
Yeah, Mitsura kind of really strong right now. He might be able to take on Marky, but Marky, oh, Mitsura. I thought that was going to be the kill onto their side. The Dragon's Rage again! Perfectly set up to an explosive cast. Would be able to get it. Orthros would be the next target though. Gargo's Stone Plate was popped, and I think this is gonna be an easy taking for the Ocean Break onto the bottom side. So they might be able to go for contest. It's gonna be a 5v4. Not really ideal for the members of UDG. Gonna be hard for them to do it, but I think they're just gonna be giving this up Sayonara. Oh no. I thought he was gonna go in, but RRQ was able to get it.
Yeah, but I just want to go back. That beautiful kick into the alley-oop. Explosive cast. He just literally threw an explosive barrel at Mitsura, and the fish got killed right there. And that was just a beautiful set of plays from RRQ. They were the first team to be in that river. They already got in there, took control of the area. When UDG snooped around, tried to check, hey, can we take this? Mitsura was the first guy to be targeted, got hit with the binding, then coupled it with the Dragon's Rage. Just a beautiful series of plays for RRQ. They have now secured another objective on their belts. Yes, it is only a 3,000 gold lead, but 3 towers are already gone for the side of UDG. RRQ could very well have incursions right now into the jungle of UDG.
Yeah, honestly, this is probably one of the most ideal setups for RRQ. Yes, they're losing a lot of kills. I mean, 4 kills onto the early stage of the game. But because Helios right now has 10k gold, probably the best right now for this game, because almost going to the 3rd item. So if ever he gets that 3rd item right now, it's going to be pretty scary on the next objective that's coming in, which is the Baron. But I think they're still not going to go for it. But with this so-fed Helios, I think if ever he gets that 3rd item after his next back, they can go for the Baron sneakily if they want to.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those win conditions that RRQ has right now. There's so much pressure that the team of RRQ has been forcing on UDG. If you look at the board, a lot of the items are pretty much even. Sayonara has a lead in terms of kills on Chaz, but the gold is pretty much the same. Chaz looking for another kill on Don, who was spotted by Mitsura in the tribush. They opted not to go for it. But if you look at where the map state is right now, Devil J is very much overextended here, hiding in the bush, though not spotted out. But yeah, wanted to go back to my point on where things stand for both of these teams. If you look at the gold, it's not that far. You think that UDG would be trying to force the issue more on RRQ, but because of the pressure, because of them not having any towers, UDG has been respecting where RRQ could be and where the vision of RRQ could be as well. And that's why it's been so hard for UDG right now to be able to force plays on RRQ.
Yeah, it's almost as if they still have an ADC on the side of RRQ through the Tryndamere that they have with Helios, though. Because honestly, all of the pressure, he's absorbing all of it. They need to invest a lot of resources for them to be able to kill onto Helios. And also, even with that, they still have some damage in order for them to go for clashes if they want to. So that's why UDG can't even decide on what they want to do. Do they want to farm? Do they want to get Larawan accelerated to him for him to get some items? It's hard for UDG because they're juggling the resources onto 3 members. But RRQ, their only win condition is just to accelerate Helios whenever they can. And in this right now, 3rd item onto Helios, this is looking pretty scary. If he gets a smash on your head, for sure, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, if you look at the item check right here, he has the Blade of the Ruined King, that Triforce, and an Infinity Edge. I don't even think Dawn could take this guy down right here. And you could really see where the focus is for both of these teams. It's a basically an ARAM game right now. They need to take control of the mid lane. They also need to take control of the side lanes. RRQ right now having, I think, a better back timing at this point. Some of their key members already going for the recall, already buying items. Helios even adding more to his arsenal, has that zeal, has that glove for added crits at this point, because the next big objective on the map is this Cloud Drake. Larawan did pick up the IE, but he is a bit slower here. RRQ looks to be in control of the river in this Drake pit.
Yeah, they'd want this on Helios. If ever they get this is going to be super ideal for them. Getting that Ocean Drake together with the Cloud Drake, Helios is just going to chase everyone together with the Ghost that he has right now. So he's just going to be a very, very fast Viking here for the side of RRQ. So UDG need to be scared right now. They need to be contesting this one, because I think right now is the chance for Larawan to be able to pull something out of the magic hat, because considering they have the package also onto Larawan, they can go for a division. They can divide the fight in their favor.
Yeah, but it looks like the fight is starting right here, though. RRQ starting this out.
Okay, they went in for it. Shield of the run, but the backside, though, Helios is going to be the target. He's now low on HP, and the switch has been burnt. And here comes the hero's entrance. Was able to get onto a lot of people. Exocent is going to be falling down. Devil J, look at that, onto the backside. Sayonara is going to be the target, but he's also going to fall down. UDG, they're chasing down the Crocodile, and he's going to be for dinner right now for UDG. 3-4-2, or rather 4-1 in favor of UDG right now.
4-4-1 with them having the mid lane push right here. They have minions. They can destroy this turret. Helios doesn't have his ultimate. He will try to defend the turret. Let's see if UDG will push. They will be getting this inhibitor turret. They might be looking for the end right here. 20-second timers on Chaz and Exocet.
Yeah, they can end this if they want to. UDG can take this. Helios doesn't have any ultimate, so he can't risk this. He's now risking it. He's trying to get the damage, but no! UDG was able to still get the win there. The RRQ has been taken down. What a great way to end the fight there. That was a good reverse Uno card from UDG.
UDG, I mean, we were hyping up the RRQ. We were hyping up the Tryndamere pick. We were hyping them up as this team has been playing very methodical that game. But that one dragon fight turned it all around. As you mentioned, Larawan had the package. He could very well go into the fight and separate the team. The thing was, RRQ was very much separated. 4 members were on the left side of the river there in the banana bush, while Helios was coming from the blue buff. Helios came in on 3 members of Team Underground, and just a snap right there, Team Underground looked at the Tryndamere and said, "We're gonna kill you, and you're gonna pop your ultimate, so you can't do anything." And the key to that fight was the flank coming from Helios. A flank from Helios when Team Underground was distracted, so he could take down the members of Team Underground. Unfortunately, Team Underground was not distracted at all. They were still having their sights on Helios. They still spotted him, and then when he came to the fight, he was immediately essentially bursted down, and from then on, RRQ just fell down one by one, giving that team fight win for the side of Team Underground.
Yeah, that was a great win, honestly, for the members of the Team Underground. That was just, I mean, the advantage is already on the side of RRQ, but because they lost that last fight, they weren't able to capitalize on it, and it was really not ideal for Helios to be going onto the backline without any CC, because considering the composition of UDG, they can basically peel for Larawan anytime that they want to, because they have a lot of CC to at least mitigate the damage from Helios, and that they did. And that's why, looking at this, that looked really good for RRQ, to be honest, but UDG just, as you said, they were not distracted at any point during that last fight.
Yeah, and one thing we really weren't able to talk about, just because we were really gushing over this Tryndamere just because of how unique this pick is Larawan still was on the timer. He's still the core key. He's still gonna deal so much damage in the late game, and I believe UDG just waited for this core key to get 3 items. Yes, he went for the Black Cleaver first to take away some more armor shred, but he coupled it with the Solari Charge Blade, then with the Infinity Edge. When he had that, I think he was able to just eviscerate the members of RRQ. You can see the usage of the package right here into that tight choke point. RRQ wasn't able to move anymore. They needed to commit to that fight, but they're getting burned down. Stasis was used by Devil J, but it's going to be a very hard fight for them at that point, and they just fell one by one with UDG's, again, as I think I mentioned this yesterday, controlled chaos of a team fight for them.
Yeah. That was a really good fight, honestly, during that last parts of the fight. It was because, yeah, as you said, the package from Larawan, he held on to it like candy. And he actually let it out on during the last part of the fight. And look at that, I think, for the number of fights that we did there during the game, 12k damage is really big. Because most of the time, Helios and Larawan were just farming and everyone was just waiting for them to get their item advantage before they went in for the fight. And that was just, they were just playing under win conditions. And late game to late game, you're not going to be seeing a lot of these fights, and that they did for UDG and RRQ.
Yeah, and very much deserved right here for Larawan. The 12,000 damage is not much. Yeah, 100% kill participation for this man right here.
Yeah,
12,434 damage is not a lot, but considering how the game went, how I feel that this is also how RRQ games usually go. They know the macro condition of each game, and they would try as much as possible to win the game through macro these fights. So there's a lot of times where you see that there's not a skirmish, there's not kills going on, and it's just map movements, but at the snap it just changes, and Team UDG gets game 1.
I mean, the game ended in 8-4, which is kind of underwhelming, to be honest. I was expecting a lot of kills from both of our teams, right? But because they were, as you said, they were playing very, very safely on both ends, that game ended in 8-4, not a lot of fights, but still, UDG went on top as they usually do. And again, everyone, before we go on for a game 2, RRQ still has a chance. We're just going to be taking a short break. We have bigger casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Yeah, the gates are slowly breaking and the fortress is slowly crumbling. It's not an earthquake that we're feeling right now. It's UDG smashing their whole might against RRQ. I'm Dash and I'm here with Crazy Apple. And you still have your tickets, right? So yeah, we're still going to be continuing and chilling on this first class seat of the Battle of King's Landing.
Yeah, we're still on this ride right here between RRQ and UDG, and man, that game really threw us for a loop. UDG and RRQ, we were so hyped for the Tryndamere pick coming from RRQ. We were so hyped that we thought it was coming from UDG, but it was on RRQ. It was on Helios. Again, Helios showing us that he really prefers these AD champions in the mid lane. He loves the Zed. He loves the. I know he also plays the Lucian. So also showing us the Tryndamere. Unfortunately for RRQ, UDG had the better control in that dragon fight. I do believe that for RRQ, they had a 4-1 setup. They were preparing this Tryndamere to be the guy to sweat push, to be able to take the objectives, to be able to take down these towers, and they were doing that early on by taking the 3 outer turrets very early. But unfortunately, I think they kind of threw that out the window and went for a team fight, Dragon Pit, and I think they should stick to their win condition right there, with the Tryndamere just going for the split push and making space for the team. Unfortunately, they were caught out at that one mistake, and UDG was able to capitalize and take game 1 from that.
Honestly, it's kind of hard, especially when you have a Tryndamere. You don't really have a lot of constant DPS, especially that it's a melee champion. It's really hard to stick on a lot of targets with a lot of dashes, that is. And that's why UDG just played around Helios whenever they can. Yes, he's absorbing a lot of pressure, but because everyone is so focused on him, and he's the only one who has damage anyway, so might as well just focus him down, take down the Endless Rage, and that is probably it. That was the win condition there for UDG to win that fight, and that they did during that last stages of the game. But now it's another game here, Crazy Apple. It's another best of 3. RRQ still has a chance because the momentum is still, I mean, UDG has been riding this momentum since the start of WCS, so it's really hard to stop this run right now.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, it is the run right now for UDG. They are still, I think, they still have not lost the game. They have not lost a series for sure, but even just a singular game, they have won every game they have had here in the WCS. And right now, they are still continuing that undefeated streak, going to the picks and bans. Blue side for UDG, red side for RRQ. The first couple of bans still going for that cat for RRQ. I believe they were the team that banned that earlier as well, along with that Garen though. So still, no cats allowed in this game. Orthos is right now the support for UDG. You better take that cat off. On the other hand, it is the Fiora and the Jace taking out one of those scaling junglers on the possible hands of Chaz, and also Devil J on that Fiora.
I want to ask you, Crazy Apple, because I was kind of surprised since a while ago. Yes, I think UDG is the team who had the Yuumi Garen play during the last time.
Right.
Yeah, and they're banning both of them. I think you're losing a lot of bans just because you're banning both of the champions that they use in a combo once. I think if you just ban the Yuumi, I think the Garen would not come out a lot. Yes, they can use the Garen, but at least Yuumi was the one who was carrier at that point. That's why I think RRQ should just be banning the Yuumi.
I agree, but at the same time, right now, they have banned both the Garen and the Set. And I do believe in terms of champion pool, Dawn has been using both of these champions very frequently. We have talked about this before, where Dawn is more of a role player for the team, but because of banning both the Garen and the Set, they have left the Camille open, which could very well go to the top side right now in the hands of Dawn. And they also have a Galio. This is a bread and butter combo from the start of Wildrift. Galio and Camille. Camille goes into a team fight while Galio uses his ultimate to get multi-man knock-up along with the Corki. Right now, the setup for UDG is looking to have this very flexible team composition, very flexible, very mobile, where this Camille can just go from one lane to the other, gank, and use this Galio for safety.
They intentionally let the last ban out just for them to get the Camille. That is big brain. That is definitely big brain for sure. Because honestly, if you were thinking about it, during the last parts of those bans, they were thinking, are we going to be banning the Set? Are we going to be banning the Camille? They had to make a choice, and their choice was Set. And that's why UDG was able to take the Camille. This is just something that you'll just see from UDG. I'm really surprised at this point that right now I think what they're banning for the last stages of the game is probably more of the bruisers and probably a Morgana on the last one, so that they're losing on the side of Marky, who has a lot of wave pick. Because a while ago Marky used the Lux, so they're probably letting him lose those options.
Yeah, and Marky has been playing a lot of these AP carry champions. But I want to highlight here the fourth ban coming from RRQ is the Darius. I feel like this is a misread from them right here, because yes, Camille has been played also in the jungle, but I really do feel like it's gonna go already in the top side of the map, because they have already banned two champions away from Dawn, which is the Garen and the Set. So if I was UDG, I would try to get at least one more champion here for Dawn, if those are the two champions he usually uses. Yes, we have to also talk about Marky always on the AP carry champions. They have picked up that Lux on the hands of Marky. Lulu Vayne is still open for the side of RRQ. This could also be very well picked right now by UDG. They could put the Corki in the mid lane, but still, this is the Galio. Galio could be a solo laner. Just going back, a throwback into very old compositions in the Wildrift. But lately in the meta, those are not the things we are seeing. So right now, it could be a support pick that is the Janna for added safety for disengage against the engage coming from the Riven and the Renekton.
Yeah, they still have a need of a bruiser on their composition, especially onto the top side of the map. I'm expecting that Galio. Never mind. Yeah, they went in for the Rengar. So this is just gonna change the course of this game for UDG. Those last two picks just changed it fully. I was expecting them to use another bruiser, but that just gives way for Galio to go in the mid lane together on the top lane with Dawn onto the Camille. So this just makes it easier for them to go for setups. Yes, they have the Hextech Ultimatum to the Galio using the Hero's Entrance for them to have the combo. And if ever they make some mistakes, there's Orthros going with the Janna. So this just makes it better for the side of UDG. But I'm also liking the last pick from RRQ. They went in for at least having an insurance in the late game with the Graves because they already have a lot of melee champions anyway.
Yeah, they do have a lot of melee champions. And one of the things when you have the Graves is, yeah, he is late game insurance. He does a lot of crit damage. He does a lot of marksman items as well. And when you're going to melee range against Graves, you're better making sure that you can kill him or hard crowd control him, because he can just burst you down with a couple of hits from his buckshot. Now we do see the swaps from the teams. It looks like this Graves is gonna go into the jungle on the hands of Chaz, while Helios will be the guy using this Rivet. This is a bit of a difference when it comes to RRQ. We have seen Chaz on manning this Riven very often for this team. But at the same time, looking at the drafts right now, looking at the win conditions, feels like UDG has a lot of this late game skating. Again, we might see similar things from game 1, where both teams are just going to look at the macro objectives on the map, play it out, think about compute. Are we going to win this fight? If no, let's not challenge it. Let's just poke around and see what they can do best. But at the same time, for RRQ, I feel like their team is ready to brawl. Graves, Renekton, and the Riven. So if UDG will give that chance to RRQ to brawl, RRQ would be so happy to oblige.
Yep. What I'm really liking here is that Mitsuru is going for a step back here, being the utility man for the team right now. Having just him going for Ghost rather than Ignite just tells me a lot that he wants to go for tank here for his team. Because honestly, they don't really have an effective frontline, so Mitsura is going to be the one there. And what's great about the mid Galio together with a team here is that he could get a lot of resources compared to a support Galio, right? So he's going to be a beefy tank later on.
Yeah, it's going to be a very beefy tank for the side of UDG. It's going to be that solid front line that we provided for Lara 1, as well as if Sayonara and Dawn would need any help. I also want to commend as well their pick on the Janna, because one of the things that we usually see with teams is that when you have a Galio, when you have a top laner and a jungler that goes in, the AD carry, the marksman gets left behind. But adding this Janna would very well help Lara 1 to just free hit when team fights come, because there's a lot of people that would try to jump in. Rift Scuttle control in the bot side is in the control of UDG. It's gonna be a handshake when it comes to the Scuttle right now. Chaz getting this with the priority in the mid lane from Chaz and Helios, helping each other out to get that early shove.
Yeah, safe lanes for both of our sides again, but I think RRQ still has the driver's seat, especially with the objectives coming in at 4 minutes, because they have more damage compared to them, to be honest, because Larawan would take some time to ramp up, Mitsura doesn't really have some damage, and also Dawn is a late game champion. So most likely, we're going to be seeing RRQ just taking over the first 4 minutes just because of the way that UDG's composition works. But if this game drags on for so long, RRQ needs to be careful.
Yeah, exactly. In terms of the first couple objectives, it will be really on RRQ to be able to get these. So we might be seeing a handshake. UDG will try to say, hey, where are you guys going? Are you going to go for the Dragon, or are you going to go for the Rift Herald? We've seen two schools of thought throughout the 2 weeks that we have here in the WCS. Sometimes teams would if we're an early game team, let's go for the Rift Herald and let's keep accelerating the pace of the game. But some teams go for more of a denial style. They'll be like, hey, you're a late game team. We know you're going to go for the Dragon, so we're going to take the Dragon away from you so that you had less of that late game scaling, and we could have that more on our hands. So we'll see here what will be the objectives being prioritized. We'll agree whichever RRQ would prioritize would be something that UDG would try to stay away from.
Yeah, they just need to steer clear of the pressure from RRQ right now, because there's a lot, honestly, because they don't really have anything to work with. But right now, I'm not really sure on where most of the champions from RRQ would be, or rather, where would they be investing their resources? Because I'm really just seeing it's for Chaz. They're going to be investing a lot on Chaz, because Chaz would be the only damage potential that they have onto the late game. But they could also invest a lot onto Helios. Could potentially not get could not actually carry them as much in the late game, but at least they have some damage potential, which is great. But now, looking at this, UDG, they really are also very hungry on their resources, because honestly, 3 of their champions would be stealing from each other when it comes to the resources.
Yeah, Orthos here might be getting pinched, but he got away at the right time. Dondog using the Hextech ultimatum.
Devil J coming in. They still have the hero's entrance onto him, and
Flash.
that's going to be the jump onto Sayonara, getting the first blood. Big advantage for their side. Rep Herald might be the target. Oh no, Mitsura goes into Exosen. They have the cast to work with. They're still backing away. They're looking for another. Dawn is going to fall down. Look at the final spark onto the backside. Was able to get a stun, and this is looking good for the side of UDG. They have a lot of members here. Helios is just wreaking havoc against them. Exosen is the super low HP, but they don't have a lot of damage to work with. Exosen wasn't able to fall down. Larawan just went in. They still are on a 3v2. It's still an advantage for RQ. So UDG was... Oh no, that didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't go into their favor. Don was the guy who started out the fight. They saw that Devil J was going in on the top side of the map. He tried to escort out his support. Orthos was getting a bit pinched right there because he wanted to put down vision in the Rift Herald side of the map. RRQ was, with a good punish, able to get a couple of kills. But in terms of back timings, because UDG was the team who went away first, they are now in the field. But at the same time, RRQ is grouped up together. It looks like they will be focusing this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they want to go for the Rift Herald, and they're going to be trying to take that. I think RRQ really plays it smart here. I mean, no. Because if they give this Infernal Drake onto this super scaling composition, they're going to be having a lot of problems. But what they're thinking is if they push some towers, they could deny a lot of resources from UDG, which is great also in its own way.
Right, so it really feels like there's a different school of thought right now from these teams. I do agree, there are a lot of heavy resource-heavy champions on the side of UDG. The Rengar would need a lot of items. The Camille would need a lot of items. The Corki would need a lot of items. So they need that space. They need the minions. They need the jungle to be able to get enough gold to really feed these players. While on the other side, RRQ also needs that. But if you look at the amount of kills, all of the kills went to the side of Helios. He is now more accelerated in this game. The gold lead, he is only holding 800 of that, but he already has a Black Cleaver completed. And as we all know, Rivens, when they get ahead, they could just very well snowball a game out of control. So at the same time right now, we'll wait where this Rift Herald is gonna go, where RQ could use it, because they have already taken the first turret in the top side. They could try and break the mid lane outer turret with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, honestly, I want to build a story on how UDG just played it smart with these items. They went Black Cleaver onto Larawan just for him to incentivize the armor being built by the members of RQ. So having Dawn and Sayonara dealing a lot of damage, considering that they went with Triforce, they need to be afraid on the 80 damage that they could deal. So later on, they're going to be building a lot of armor, which would make Larawan pretty scary, because later on, the magic damage that he'll be dealing is something that you need to be afraid of. They just sacrificed the early game damage of Larawan, but you're not expecting Corki to get a lot of damage in the early game anyway, so might as well get the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, exactly. It is a strategy right now coming from UDG, and we've seen even in game 1 with that Black Cleaver, they've just waited to get to that point in the game where the Corki and the whole team could just deal enough damage to RQ, but Mitsura getting caught here.
Oh no, Mitsura. Good thing he has the stone plate, but RQ, 4 of them are here. The flash happened, and almost with the final spark gets the kill still onto Mitsura. Honestly, that was good ultimates from RQ.
Yeah, great usage right there. Also great final spark coming from Marky. The tagging, the tracking of where Mitsura was gonna come towards, but right now bot lane turret is being sieged here by Helios. It's taken down to half. 4 members out of UDG in the bot side of the map.
Not a good position for UDG if they want to go for a fight here. I think it's very much ideal for them to just go to the mid lane with Larawan there. Especially if they want to go for a fight, I think Larawan's package is something that is basically a need whenever they try to go. But okay, the hold has been taken. Marky, what was that damage coming for their side? They have the Hextech ultimatum onto the bot side. Heroes end this game, and Helios was able to run away, but there's a flash hook shot onto UDG. They're still chasing down onto Exosen, but he's a very beefy man right there.
Oh,
But there's a lot of
package.
members going onto the ball side. 5 members right here. Chaz is the last member. Look at that. He doesn't have enough damage. Sayonara by full down, but UDG still saves their members. That was a good 2, or rather 3 for 0 in favor of UDG.
And UDG just turned around the script. Early game was for RRQ. They had the 3-kill lead already on Helios, but with those 3 kills in the bottom, with the superb mechanics coming from Sayonara and from Dawn to be able to mitigate as much damage as they could, they didn't fall down, they didn't die. Dawn, though, right now denying the blue buff away from Devil J. Rift Herald has been forced to be summoned here on the bot side in currently, I believe, the base of RRQ. The script right now, it really felt like RRQ was the one having the reins on this game early on, but because of those 3 kills for UDG, they're just gonna scale faster. Sayonara already completing 2 items on this Rengar.
His 8k gold, man. I mean, together with a lot more crit chance, building the Cloak of Agility, that just makes him deal a lot more damage. Yes, he's not going to be penetrating through a lot of the armor, but there's Larawan to be able to penetrate through the armor with the Gotting Gun to the Black Cleaver. And now, Mountain Drake going to be the target here for RRQ. They might be starting at 3k HP. Half HP already, so UDG could still have a chance to take this. Though look at the position for RRQ. The Hextech Ultimatum onto the backside. The Hero Santos was able to disrupt them all, and 4 members hands down in the air, and this is gonna go good for the members of UDG. But still, it's a 4v5. RRQ turn things around. They're making this work though. UDG, they lost a lot of the members. Double kill onto RRQ. The flash from Devil J might be able to get the kill on Larawan, and that is gonna be a 4k for the members of RRQ, and they are taking that Mountain Drake.
Triple kill for Helios, 4 for 0 exchange right there. Great team fight for RRQ. They just balled up together, waited for Sayonara for his ulta timeout. He needed to go in. He went for the 1v1 against Helios, but he still didn't have enough damage to be able to 1v1 the Riven. And with that, RRQ was able to turn things around. It looked like it was going to be the usual scaling game for UDG. Wait for Larawan to be able to get these items. But because of that 4k, along with that Mountain Drake going to the side of RRQ, they are now in a better spot. 6-1 right now for in terms of stats for Helios. Looking at this replay right here, the engage, you could see the thinking from UDG. The engage was done to start out the fight. Use the Hexet Ultimatum to separate the members of RRQ with Galio going in, but it wasn't enough. RRQ was able to scatter. They weren't damaged because the members of UDG were so far away. They weren't able to contribute when the engage happened. Larawan didn't have the package to be able to just traverse a large area to be able to deal damage. But a jump right here on Devil J.
Okay, Devil J was the target, and they were able to get the kill. They might be able to get more crosshair placement. They need to work on that for the side of UDG, because so far RRQ has that. They were able to get a 1 on Sayonara, and they're going in. This is the damage from Helios. Was able to do some damage, and now they have an EV4. This is not a good place to be in for UDG. There's still not a lot of damage from the side of Larawan. He was able to get the light binding onto him. The Valkyrie won't be able to save you because Mitsura is going to be the next target. Marky running away. Light binding still up. Won't be able to hit. And that was it. 2 for 1. RRQ turned that around.
Yeah, they did turn that around. It was gonna be a gank in favor of UDG. They were trying to catch Devil J, but the reaction right there from RRQ, the great body slam flash coming from Exosen to catch out the member to UDG. Mitsura getting jumped right here as the Galio is taken down alongside this third. Will be taken down by this referral.
Yeah, we're following the same script like we said a while ago, right? Crazy Apple, because we said that they need Larawan to deal some damage later on in the game, because Sayonara and Dawn can't even take down most of the members. And remember, they're late game champions. We're still not in that point in the game, and where Dawn would deal a lot of damage because he hasn't even built his second item yet. So he's not going to be dealing that damage that we're expecting from the Precision Protocol. That's why RRQ is just working on that, making sure that Helios is super strong with the 11k gold that he has. He's going to be really scary, especially on this clashes. When he goes in, he always gets into the backline, and that's why Larawan can't even deal the damage that he needs to.
Yeah, and it feels like the trigger finger for UDG is a bit too loose in this game compared to game 1. UDG has been trying to force the issue on RRQ. Dawn has been going in, and I think that was really the game plan for them coming in. Dawn coming in with the hook shot, with the Galio, and also with the Rengar. But the thing was, a lot of these fights weren't like that. But Devil J again getting jump here.
Under the stasis onto the hero's entrance, Devil J would be able to get the stun and the turnaround, and the kill was able to get it, and that is not really ideal for UDG because almost all of the members are already here. Sayonara going up to the backline was able to turn around with a double kill, and that is going to be the save onto the backline. Minsora, look at that, he's super low in HP, and the Wind Slash would be able to get the kill onto him, or Thros is now going to be the next target. He has the Monsoon, and that's going to be the kill. No kills anyway onto their side. Larawan trying to do some damage. Gonna be real scary, but RRQ 3 members are here, so they're just gonna be backing away.
Yeah, right now it was a 2-4-3 exchange in favor of RRQ. EXO still looking at Orsa right here. Orsa still being a pain to RRQ, just preventing them from doing anything into this Baron. But right now both UDG and RRQ will need to consolidate, go back to their base, get some more items. But looking back at that fight, it was really... this was what I was saying earlier. It feels like UDG is a bit too loose right now with their trigger finger. That was a dive on the Renekton. If you look at the items, you know the Renekton has that stasis, so they would have at least known that he would stay that long to wait for his teammates to get there. Yes, RRQ was not as early as we would have hoped to turn that fast around, but there were still just enough time to get the members of UDG to make that a 2-4-3 exchange. Right now, looking at the objectives, Baron is up, the Ocean Drake is up. So which would be the priority for all of these teams? As I can see, the mid lane is being shoved right now by UDG.
Right now, Helios could potentially be their #1 target for the side of UDG, because if they don't let him at least put him down, they're going to be losing on a lot of damage. I wish that they would be going for Helios later on, because right now he's the only threat that they have. They might be able to take this though. UDG going for the Baron. What was that call? I was super surprised, because honestly, Sayonara could solo that Baron without anyone helping him out, but because of that, that just paved way for RRQ to take this Ocean Drake without any contest with UDG. But they're making it quite hard though. They can't take this yet, because with the ward there and also the vision from their side, oh no, Orthros has been taken down. That was not the call there for UDG. They've been taken down. Now, RRQ will be taking this one in their favor. Healer is going to be the target on the backside. Mitsura is going to be falling down. Oh, 1 HP, but still going to be surviving. Just taking their time and looking at how it's working. RRQ, UDG is showing cracks in their armor right now.
Yeah, this... I don't want to say it this early. Sayonara jumping on Helios though.
Okay, Sayonara doesn't have any flash. He's going to fall down. That's going to be it. I think that is a done deal for their side. Larawan is going to be the next one. They have the hero's entrance onto Mitsura, but he's going to get light binding out of the way. It's looking good. Larawan has the space that he needs. He might be turning this around, but RRQ, oh no, the stuns are just working in their side. And here comes the final spark. Almost getting the kill there. A lot of the members super low in HP though, but they're going to be going at their homes, going at their bases. Yes, fight for another day.
Okay, can we take stock of the situation now? UDG, RRQ, we were setting this up. You were setting this up. RRQ, King of Kings. UDG is the team that is right. We now have the ticket looking at UDG as the one who's taking down the King of Kings in this series. And they are the undefeated team, but the cracks are showing in this game. I don't want to say it this early yet, but at the same time, I feel like it's something that we can anticipate with what is happening. RRQ is in a good position to take a game off of UDG. All objectives are still up. There's still that late game scaling for Larawan. He still hasn't hit that Infinity Edge. He might just be able to hit that in this recall. Yes, he just bought that Infinity Edge, and right now both objectives are still up. UDG might be looking for a fight right here because of that Infinity Edge picked up for Larawan.
Okay, yeah. RRQ wants to go for the Ocean Drake without any contest. It took a long time, for them to take this Ocean Drake, right? Because they were dancing around what they want to go for. Would we go for the Baron? Would we go for the Drake? Yeah, at least now they decided to go for the Drake. So RRQ now in a pretty good position, a 5k gold lead against UDG. But right now, I think UDG, most of their gold is just hanging around Sayonara. So Sayonara is the main damage dealer at this point in the game, and where he has a lot of crits, yes, but RRQ has a lot of ways to also mitigate that. Helios is just building a lot of HP just for him to not get bursted whenever he tries to go in. And so far, we remember also Chaz, he is also the insurance for late game for RRQ, so we have a lot of problems now for UDG.
Exactly, Dash. We are getting into this very late game point. It is 18 minutes into the game. Baron is still up. You can see some of the members right now going for these recalls. Dawn is the one who's shoving the bot side of the map, shoving this side lane, but Baron control in the look at the river. The vision control is on the side of UDG. They have a couple of wards right there. If you look at the items, only Exocet has his red trinket on cooldown. He should probably go in there right now and take away some of the vision coming from UDG, but they don't know that this was the back timing coming from UDG, so they weren't able to get into the river. RRQ still very much respecting right now the strength of UDG. The package right now is on the hands of Lalawan, so any objective take, sorry, no package, I think it just timed out. I think I saw the package right there, but anyway,
Yeah.
the river control is still on the hands of UDG. RRQ, they might be looking for a setup. They might be looking for UDG to start this out, and they come in and take out the members of UDG.
Yeah, I think this is a bad position for UDG if they want to contest this this Baron right now. They were taken
they're
down, but
starting
the timing right here for RRQ is good because they have the vision on their side. They just need for Sayonara to use the ultimate. That's why now they know that this is being taken half HP onto the Baron. They need to call it away. They need to call it off if they want to win this, but Larawan is now going to be the target. Hero Sentinels onto the back line would be able to get this. Orthon is now going to be the next one, but look at that. The backside was able to get the kill that they want to. Sayonara onto the backside. Mark is going to be the next one, but Sayonara falls down, and this is looking good for RRQ. They take it down. All of the members that they need. Chance is going to be the next on the chopping block. UDG once again for hook shot onto the back line. Marky, life binding right there. Look at that. That's going to be the slow, and I think this is going to seal the deal. Marky is going to fall down. Exocet won't be able to get anything. They have the shield of Turan to work with, though, in order for them to get more onto the side. Exocet going to be the next target. They got the Battle Slam. Mitsura now super low, but still, that was a good win for the side of UDG with a 4-4-2.
A good win right there. A good fight for UDG. RRQ was the team who wanted to bait out that Baron. They got it down to half when they knew that Sayonara was about to go in with his ultimate. They stopped the Baron, tried to go for the fight. The call right there for RRQ was go for the group of members, but when they weren't able to hold onto Lalawan or Orthos, I think they should have not continued that fight. They should have backed away because they were getting pinched. Members of UDG were coming in. UDG already used a lot of their ultimates, while for the side of RRQ, I believe they still had a lot of their ultimates up, so they could have had that ultimate advantage against UDG. If they just burned the ultimate of Rengar, of Sayonara, then they won't have that check. They need to go for a face check. I believe also the ultimate of Warsaw was used when Larawan was jumped. So I really do think it was a team fight. The decision making from RRQ during that team fight was maybe too hot. They really wanted to go for that fight, but again, right now, both of these teams are forming up into this Cloud Elder Drake. 10 seconds onto the Drake.
Yeah, they need to get this Elder Cloud Drake if they want to fight against RRQ. The speed up that this could give would be really helpful for their composition right now. So far, it has been slowing down, but this Elder Cloud Drake could potentially be the nail in the coffin on whoever takes this, and probably the last fight is going to be either on the Baron, either the Elder Cloud Drake. So that is going to be the last chance for both of our teams. We haven't talked a lot about the tower pressure because so far they're just going for fights every time they see an objective. So that's why right now all the pressure is on both of their sides because both of them got 4 towers down, top and bottom lane. So they just need to decide on what they value more. Would it be the Cloud Drake? Would it be the Baron?
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be the Elder Cloud Drake. They are utilizing the ultimate of Rengar to spot out where RRQ is. RRQ is a 5-man unit right now, while UDG is very much across the board. Looks like RRQ going to this pit, but they see that the mid lane was shoved out by Lalawan. They need to respect that shove right now, but they, again, going back into the pit.
Yeah, that could be a chance, Crazy Apple, because there's no thrill of the hunt anymore. Yes, it's slow on cooldown, but they need to pull the trigger right now, and where Sayonara couldn't jump anywhere, and there's still not a lot of bushes at the bottom side of the map, and RRQ is taking over a lot of the bushes here, so there's no chance for Sayonara to get in. But because they went in too late, this could be a chance for Sayonara to get the thrill of the hunt back.
Yeah, the ultimate's almost up, but the dragon is being started. It's
Taking
about
a long time.
2/3 down. It is taking a very long time. But I think
Yeah.
the call right now for RQ, look at where Helios is. He is
Oh.
running to the top side of the map. They might just go for Baron right here, or a push on the Baron lane.
Oh, that's very smart. They want Helios to go to the top side.
They're pulling them
trying
away.
to put some pressure, but Mitsura is also here. If ever they try to take this, he still has the hero's entrance. So I think this is a big disadvantage if ever Helios could risk onto the top side of the map, but they're going for a fight there though. Mitsura was forced to flash away. So now he's in no
4v4.
position to go for this on the 4v4 onto the backside. Look at that, Sayonara, he's going full for the stasis. He does have the damage, the lifeline is able
Sayonara's
to
low.
hit, and there you go, the hero's entrance, he's gonna fall down. Sayonara fell down,
Helios.
and this might be the chance. Helios is onto the backside. They might be able to take this. They have the stasis on the works right here. 4v4, still a fight to win for the members of UDG. Devil J takes on the stasis. Oh no, this is not good. They're falling down. They have a 3v4, so this might be the chance for UDG. They don't have mana on Orthos though, so I think they're gonna be resetting after this.
Oh man, that fight was on a knife's edge right there. But Helios again going in.
Yeah, they want to go for a fight. Vision is really
Final
needed, but
spark.
Orthos falls down. That is really what they want to go for. Mitsura would get the Justice
TP?
Punch on the Helios, but Larawan is also here. He doesn't have any mana though, so I think he can turn this thing around. They have the Guardian Angel. They can still back away from this, but look at this. Look at the Drake.
Elder
They're taking
Drake.
it down. Larawan, I think, is going to fall down. Guardian Angel would be popped, but the Cloud Drake, it's taking a long time. Oh
It's only two
no,
of them.
Dawn would be able to get here. Chaz is going to go
No
with
smite.
a 2v1. They don't have a lot. They have a smite to work with on the Chaz. They have the TPs on a lot of members though, so they can still go for it. So Yunara comes in. He's just going to fall down. That was unfortunate for the members of RRQ, or rather UDG. They lost their member. They
Smite
can
on
take
Chaz.
this. The Cloud Drake has been taken, and they're going to go with another TP. Dawn is going to fall down. This is not ideal for the members of UDG. They're losing a lot of members though. The TP comes in, and there's the dead timers for UDG.
UDG and RQ, this is a banger of a game right here, a banger of a series. We're getting to the 25-minute mark, and the exchange right there went in favor of RQ. They're now in position to take this Baron. You can see EXO right here trying to stave Larawan away. Larawan is at that late game position, but when RQ gets to a point where the team fights is in their favor, when the members of UDG are scattered, they could just take these duels, they can just take these fights over and over, and RRQ secures the Elder Drake, secures the Baron, and at the 25-minute mark, we might be seeing the march of RRQ to get the first loss from UDG.
Ooh, this is a great story to follow. Honestly, RRQ might be the ones to put a smudge on the records of UDG. So this is really what they're going for. Yes, Helios has been playing really well right now. He always makes it so that he enables most of his teammates, especially Chaz. Chaz dealt so much damage during that fight. It's because everyone, every melee champion, Exo Sen gonna be the target. Gargoyle Stoneplate is gonna come in. Hero's Entrance is gonna come out, and that's gonna be it. Exo Sen gonna be the target. He might fall down here.
Sayonara
But here
so low.
comes the hook shot onto the backline. Precision Protocol. He's gonna fall down. Chaz is gonna target Larawan. He doesn't have a Guardian Angel. He's gonna fall down.
This is it.
Are down. RRQ is gonna be taken down. UDG, they don't have anything more to work with. Mitsura doesn't have any damage here, so the members of RRQ are just gonna focus down onto the Nexus. RRQ is gonna be winning this, and UDG gets a smudge on their record, and RRQ is the one putting that on there.
Oh my god. UDG versus RQ. This is just a banger of series, and congratulations to RRQ getting the game 2 of this series. Yeah, as you mentioned, a smudge on the record right of UDG. UDG is undefeated in games no more. The King of Kings has struck that blow against UDG. RRQ taking game 2 in this series.
Yeah, that was a really great win from RRQ, especially when they started. UDG actually was just playing their cards there during the whole game, but because RRQ still has Helios and also Chaz helping out the team in order for them to get the advantage. Helios was the one who enabled almost all of the lanes. Actually, it's not even Chaz. Chaz was just farming. And during the late game, he was the one who was dealing a lot of damage. And Helios was just there to help him out. It's like a duo coming in from Helios and Chaz. And that just worked out in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, the duo partners, mid lane jungle is like the bot lane duo. Usually when you go into solo queue, and yeah, I love how you put it that way. Helios being the guy being the foundation of the early game for RRQ right there. Having the 3-0 lead earlier on, RRQ taking back the lead again after that 4-0 exchange in one of those team fights. And Chaz was the taking time. You mentioned he was the late game insurance for RRQ on that Graves. As you can see at the final fight, Sayonara was the guy going in. But since Chaz always was looking for the cat, was always looking for the Rengar to jump in, he would just use his buckshots to be able to just kill immediately the Rengar, at least put him in a low enough health that he needed to run away. It was kind of similar to how the Trinidad game 1 of this series. And yeah, first loss for UDG. Week 2 has really been the week of upsets at this point.
Honestly, yes, that was great. A front-to-back composition on the side of UDG, but because it was not really... Honestly, when you're drafting a Galio and you don't have a dedicated frontline other than the Galio, it's really hard to make him work. That's what it looked during the whole game, because they use almost all of the hero's entrance defensively. And if they use it aggressively with the Hextech ultimatum, they only have one target every time, because it takes a long time for Camille to be able to get on that range in where they're going to be getting that damage, and there's no sticking power that they have in order for them to get like a 4-man, 5-man hero's entrance on their side. So far, that's what worked in favor of RRQ, because they have a lot of mobility. They can just scoot around if ever the hero's entrance is going to come in.
Yeah, and if you look at the replays right here, you can really see how, as you mentioned, how the hero entrance has been used. Example for that was a very defensive one when Laraon was trying to get away. Yes, some of these have been trades in favor of UDG, but the thing is, whenever they, I'd like to add as well, whenever they would try to use the hero's entrance aggressively on Dawn, it is only a singular target. And what RRQ does is, since the hero's entrance is so telegraphed, you know where it's coming from, when it's coming, you just move away and reassess, where do we need to go? Do we need to flank? Do we need to get away from this fight? And most of the time, RRQ has been doing those setups pretty well in this game. And yeah, it's just, it really feels you can really feel the pressure, the tension in this game. And RRQ was the team that was able to take a win off of UDG. And
no surprise.
Player of the game, as you mentioned, no surprise. Helios on this Riven.
Helios just played it really well, especially onto the back line. They had a lot of CC to work with just because there's a presence of a good Riven on their team. The broken wings to the key burst was just so well timed for Helios every time. And whenever he does the combo, he always gets a kill. It might be Larawan, it might be Orthros. Yes, he failed some, but most of the time he was successful. And that is exactly what mattered for RRQ there.
Yeah, and now it adds another layer to the pick and bans of RRQ, because we've been seeing Riven on the hands of Chaz, and Chaz is also very proficient on this champion, and now it's also on the hands of Helios. So it really feels like this champion will be one of those pocket picks that this team has to make the pick and ban phase just that more layered. Game 3 questions right now for UDG. Yes, it's still one game. They are still undefeated in a series. They can still bounce back. But there's one thing in the pick and ban phase I want to highlight. It's the banning of Dawn. A lot of bans were thrown at Dawn. Let's see if by game 3 pick and ban, it's going to be the same formula for RRQ.
Yeah, it's going to be the question that we're going to be answering after we have this break. And before we go on to game 3, everyone, we're just going to be having a short break. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit for more Wildrift action.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
I said a while ago, the gates are slowly breaking, but no, yeah, they upgraded their gates right now on the side of RRQ because they answered back with a lot of ballistas on their castles, and UDG can't even answer back during that last game, game 3. We're going on it for the long run here, Crazy Apple. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple, and we're gonna be your shoutcasters for, I said, the Battle of King's Landing.
Yeah, the Battle of King's Landing, the trebuchets, the ballistas, the catapults, everything was thrown on the gates of UDG. They are a fortress in their own right. They are the only team right now in the league who still holds that series, the clean series record. The RRQ just broke the game record for UDG. They now have a smudge, 1 loss in their tally, but this is gonna go to a game 3. In terms of series, UDG can still close this out. And it's gonna be a test right now for UDG's resilience because this is the first time they're gonna be put in this position in this tournament.
Yeah, this is their first loss, honestly, on the whole tournament right now. Halfway onto the round robin, they got their first smudge on their record. I mean, that is not new. Honestly, that is not new. But for UDG, that's new today. They lost one game. But again, it's still gonna be coming out to whoever is gonna be winning on this best of 3. Because if ever, I think UDG wins this, at least they could save their record a bit on this last part. Because they're 4-0 right now, so they might be able to get the 5-0 if ever they take down RRQ. But would RRQ let them do that? Would RRQ be able to take them down, put a real loss on the record of UDG?
I mean, we are kind of setting this up right now as week 2 as a week of upsets. We've seen Sunsparks,
so
we've
far,
seen Cerebrum, Wildrift have had their own upsets, and this can very well be the 3rd upset of this week. We are at Marksman Mania as well. We have seen Larawan play 2 straight quirky games. We have seen Marky always on the AP champions. Will we see something different on that side of the pick and ban phase? But at the same time, I think what we're gonna look at here is the top side of the map. Dawn. This guy has been the role player for UDG, always on the Garen, always on the set, always playing the weak side of the map. I think game 2 of this series was the first time we've seen a lot of resources being thrown at him, being utilized on his pick with that Camille. Camille was left open. On the other hand, the Garen and the set were banned, which left a lot of questions on Dawn. Dawn was the guy who was initiating these fights. He was being supported by the Galio, but he couldn't get enough of a lead from that. So could this be the formula to take down UDG? Let's see if that's what Ark is gonna do.
Yeah, they're building a really great formula here to fight against UDG. I hope that the other teams would be able to follow back if ever they built this formula on the side of RRQ. But again, remember, UDG is still a team who has a lot of champions on their belt. So if ever they would be able to pull out some different styles, some different champions, like what they do most of the time, it's just because during that last time, they banned a lot of champions of Dawn. You said a while ago, yeah, they banned a lot of Dawn champions, and that's why Dawn wasn't even able to capitalize with the Camille that he picked up a while ago, and that's why they got bit in the back on the side of UDG. Right now, it's time to remake. It's time to regroup for UDG and RRQ. They just need to push more, and they might be able to get this win, and I'm so excited because right now, this is the first best of 3 that actually going to the game 3 today, and that's why I'm really excited to see on what's gonna happen, what's gonna turn it around, because it's really close for RRQ and UDG.
And I think RRQ has been the team who really forces game 3s. Even their first game in the WCS was up to a game 3 against Oasis Gaming, and they did take that series. They won this game 2 and game 3. Let's see if RRQ can repeat that formula. But while we're waiting on the pick and ban phase, I know, Dash, you were talking about off-cam, the Galio pick, and why you think there might be some improvements that UDG could do. Would you care to expound on that, on why you think maybe the Galio pick was not the best pick for the side of UDG?
I think most of the time in where most of the people pick on the Galio is because they want that extra support from the hero sentence. But most of the time, it doesn't work because there's not a dedicated frontline that could help out the Galio after he gets in. If you use the hero sentence as defensively as you can, you're not utilizing much of it. Yes, they had the Hextech Ultimatum a while ago, but because Hextech Ultimatum pulls, or rather pushes everyone back out of the way, yes, you're gonna get the hero's entrance onto one person, but it's not enough. after that, they're just gonna jump both of you after the
Yeah.
hero sentence comes in.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of a counter synergy in that sense, right?
Yeah.
Them being pushed away while the Galio also has this limited circle where he can knock everyone up. But yeah, we are now into the pick and ban phase. Looks like RRQ with a bit of the same formula, taking out that Vayne immediately as the first ban. The Garen is the second ban. I do expect, yes, the set again for RRQ. They're really testing out right now the champion pool of Dawn. They have left the Camille open. There's one of the premier top lane picks. There's also the Jace that could be left open here by UDG at the same time. Could be picked by RQ. They have banned that Jace. So really limiting right now the strong top lane. Camille could be very well first pick right now by RQ. Let's see what will be the first pick coming from this team.
Oh, they went in for the Galio because they know how to fight against the Camille like they did a while ago. Yes, we're just gonna take off the Galio from your hand, so you're not gonna be using that like you did a while ago. So now they can make use of this on the side of UDG. If they want the Camille, they have some damage. I think it's better if Sayonara was the one holding on to the Camille, because at least they can make use of frontline champions. They can go with Camille and even with the Darius on their side, because Darius is now open. They shouldn't let the Darius get out of their clutches, because if ever RRQ takes this, it'll work out with the Galio pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. And could also be a Riven pick again for RRQ. Chaz and Helios could go with that Riven, and it's also a very good combo as well with that Galio, because he can go in, start a team fight, and Galio can just go in for that support. But the pick right here for UDG, chances are I think this is gonna be on the hands of Dawn on that Renekton, and
that's nice.
The steal on the Riven pick, which has been very key to the past games of RRQ.
Okay, they went in with a Fiora for the jungle here, so this might be quite a different RRQ that we're going to be seeing right now. I hope that they draft someone who could be a frontline on their teams, just so this composition would work so well. But on the side of UDG, they might be using the RRQ formula that they did a while ago. They got the Renekton, they got already the Riven, but as I'm saying, the Darius is really needed when you pick the Galio, and that's why this is a good pick for the side of RRQ.
I agree. There's a lot of flexibility right now as well on the side of RRQ. Chances are this Darius will be going into the top side, and the hands of Devil J would be probably going against the Renekton, but can still be flexed around. The Fiora can still go to the top side if RRQ chooses to do so. The action!
Oh, I'm waiting for that.
Coming from UDG.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is a very heavy AD composition right now for UDG. Let's see what would be the bans. I feel like Ziggs would surely be on the plate as a ban right here for UDG.
Yeah, they want to ban something against an Akshan, especially in the mid lane. They should be losing a lot of mid lane bruisers that could fight against Akshan, because Akshan is a very early game champion. He can bully a lot, or rather most of the champions in the mid lane. So the only answer that they could have here on the side of RRQ is an assassin also in the mid lane, because most of the time Akshan struggles on the assassins after level 3 has been hit. But if ever he would be able to pummel down in the early stages, this Akshan would pretty much well, especially on the hands of Mitsura, be a good pick.
Yeah, it could very well be the champion that can control the mid lane at this point. And you can see, as you mentioned, assassin could very well be banned immediately by UDG. Yeah. They have banned the Zed. They have also banned the Ziggs. There's a lot of AD heavy champions right now on both teams. There's a lot of support still open. Thresh is still open. Morgana is still open. Lux is still open for the side of RRQ. Marky has just been picking this Lux over and over again. We could very well see another Lux pick coming from inside. We might see a Morgana ban for RRQ here. No, they banned the Corki.
Oh, they banned the Corki, so they're forcing Larawan to go for that AP route, at least taking the Lux or maybe taking the Morgana on their side if ever they want to. But remember, with this, if they pick something like the Morgana, I think they're set for life. It's okay for the side of UDG because they already have the damage, but they went in for the safer route. They picked the Leona, which we not usually see. Rox is the only player that I've seen play Leona. And now Orthros is also giving us a show of this Leona. So RRQ would be going for the same answer. They went in for the Lux, and they might have some more. They're needing a bit more damage to couple that with the Fiora. So if ever they're going for that, a mid lane who has a lot of damage, or if ever a jungler also that could have some damage.
Yeah, those could very well be possibilities, but I'm also looking at maybe Illusion to be paired up with this Leona in the bot side of the map to have a lot of control right there because you're going to be going against that Lux and the Galio. Yes, the Akali has been picked right here by Helios, but on the other hand, they really want to double down on that because they didn't have any AD damage. UDG went for the brand. It's also a pretty good kill lane, I believe, for the side of UDG. Expect them to try and get early lane control at early levels and maybe go for a dive on the Lux right here for the side of RRQ.
This is our UDG goes in with the early game composition because most of the time Brand doesn't really deal a lot of damage into the later stages of the game. So you're expecting that they're going to be falling off onto the mid game. So UDG needs to play this fast. RRQ with their composition, this is pretty much well-rounded. They have the Akali. I was looking for an assassin to use against Akshan, and the Akali and Fizz came into my mind actually, but they went in with the Akali, and that's a pretty much good pick against an Akshan. So they're banking on the fact that Chaz would be the one carrying this game. So they have pretty much very different win conditions. So this might be a different game we're looking at here, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, it's a very different game. I also feel like the roles are kind of flipped for both of these teams because earlier on it looked like more of UDG having that more balanced team comp, having a lot of that late game scaling as well with the Corki, but with the Corki being banned and right now shifting their picks towards a Leona and Brand bot lane. As you mentioned, yes, UDG will need to look for that early game as well as them having that Riven. But earlier on in game 2, RQ also had that late game scaling potential with that Graves, but we are now starting the game. Looks like no weird shenanigans are coming in, although Orthos and Lara1 are looking to put some harass here in the bot side of RQ.
Yeah. If ever he stuns someone else, that could be pretty much a good... Oh, they might be able to steal some. Oh, but good timing for Shaz. But again, back to my point a while ago, what I like about this Brand pick is because they're 4 melee champions, it's easy to bounce house for Larawan here for sure later on after he gets his Pyroclasm. So it's going to be quite hard, quite tricky for RRQ, but if they just build a bit of magic resistance, I think they could ignore Larawan at the later stages.
Yeah, and also I think we've seen this today. One of the disadvantages of having a Brand is, yes, he deals a lot of damage, but he's mostly a mid-range mage. He needs to get very near into the enemy team to be able to throw all of his abilities, and that puts him in danger. That makes him very vulnerable against this Akali, against this VR that's be able to jump him and able to deal a lot of damage. So it's going to be this very tricky style coming from UDG, but as you mentioned, UDG is manning a lot of this early game competition. I expect them to try and go for a lot of these early game engages, spearheaded by Orthos on that Leona.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for Orthos to, especially what I like about the Leona is because you can do a lot of cheeky plays. Honestly, that's what I like about the Leona. You can play all around the map, just leave Larawan into the bot lane together with Marky, just let them fight out. And I think Orthos could have the better hand compared to Agalio on getting more successful ganks because he has a lot more CC, can stay a bit longer in fights, and can absorb a lot more. But mid lane, trying to go for a fight, but he could be backing away. The Shuriken wasn't able to hit.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted over there looking at the map. You can see Mitsura was very much pathing deep into the jungle of RRQ, but he just only put down a ward there. But yeah, going back here, Orthos going in.
Okay, they got the stun onto Exosen. They don't have a lot of constant DPS, so Orthos might get punished here. They have the heal to work with, but they have to ignite one more skill. Larawan might be able to get the kill. The passive would be able to get that in the end, and that's going to be the first blood for UDG.
That was very unfortunate right there from Exos, and Marky was also tagged with a passive from Brand. So when he used his third ability, the fire jump to Exos and dealing that bit more damage that Larawan needed to be able to finalize the kill. Exos and first blood goes to the side of UDG.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to make use of this big advantage that they got into the bot lane. I mean, it's a very momentum-based champion. You want Brand to get the big advantage into the early stages of the game just for him to deal more damage later on onto the objectives, right? That's mostly the plan. The simple plan right here. On the top side, though, Devil J, the Crocodile going to be for dinner, though, and that's going to be the kill for Mitsura. That was a good trade-off, actually. They gave the kill to Mitsura.
Yeah, they did give the kill to Mitsura right there. RQ though forming up here in the bot side of the map, knowing that there are a lot of members of UDG in the top side. I did mention earlier that we were looking at Arthos to be the one to spearhead a lot of these early game plays, and with the rotation to the top side, they were able to catch out Devil J, giving the kill to Mitsura, really trying to push this Akshan to a lot more gold, to getting his first item. If you look right here, he did get that Black Cleaver.
Yeah, I like that, especially after using the heroic swing. That just is just gonna shred most of their armor after he gets into the fight. And what I like about Mitsura, especially with Akshan, is that he plays like a pseudo ADC slash assassin. So you don't really know where to place him. He doesn't really have a lot of late game potential, but he does have a lot of early game damage. And he's a ranged champion. So maybe later on, they could use this in their favor, get the resets onto Mitsura. After that, the Black Cleaver would just play its way. But looking at the items right now, Sayonara only has the page. So if they go for this fight, they are on the back seat. They don't want to go for this. Looking at the position from RRQ is not really ideal. Chaz is getting a lot of damage dealt to him.
Though.
5 members are here. Dawn is not yet here, so if they want to go for a fight, this is the right timing. Heroes entrance onto the backside. They were able to get it onto the red team. Was able to get it. Sayonara was able to, but UDG is losing a lot of members. A lot of members are super low in HP, but they won't be able to get this.
The resets!
Mitsura onto the backside, though. The resets from Devil J is working just in their favor, and that's gonna be a triple kill already onto the ace for RRQ.
That went bad to worse immediately for UDG. As you were mentioning, I love how you were building it up where Sayonara didn't have any completed item. He only had the phage. So UDG was on the back with starting off that fight immediately. RRQ really, or fancying that dragon, they really challenge it. They didn't want to just give it for free to UDG. You could see Chaz always going in and out. And you could also see, as you mentioned, the combo with the Galio, with the Fiora. If you pair it up with another tank like that Darius, it frees up the Galio to being just the only guy tanking for the whole team. So Darius was able to just freely use his resets as the backline, as we're gonna see in this replay right here. It all started when Arthos committed to that stun on Chaz, and RRQ just jumped on that opportunity, knowing that the Leona was already away from that fight. And look at Devil J just freely having dunks right there, getting that triple kill, and it's now 5-2 in kills with 3,000 gold in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, that's something that you always need to be afraid of, especially when you're fighting against a Darius. If the fight is taking super long, Darius probably has the 5 stack on your head already. Yeah. So you need to be careful whenever you go for that. And that is really what RRQ just did there. RRQ are just playing this so well. UDG, they can even play the early game. They lost that early game fight, which is a very, very big chunk of what the identity of their composition is. So if ever they go for this fight, especially right now in the Rift Herald, they need to be careful. They might get converged on by RRQ again.
Yeah, but looks like RRQ is gonna give this up. Really? They don't really have a lot of control here. They do have mid lane shove right now. The tower in the mid lane is gonna get hit.
Yeah, also Zenith Blade comes in together with the Solar Flare. They're going for the right target. Exocent is just super tanky with the Stone Blade. And that's now Rift Herald gonna go for the mid lane. This is gonna be big. If ever UDG takes this, that's a lot of map control for them. But it's a good thing that RRQ is already converging onto the bottom side of the map. Mitsura gonna be the target, but look at this. Apprehend onto Dawn is gonna be falling down. That was just a crocodile falling down onto their side. Arthos 5 stacks on his head, so he needed to flash away. That is a good 5-man again from RRQ.
Yeah, good 5-man for RRQ. They did give up a lot of health from their mid lane turret. It's only 178 HP right now, but at least getting that 1 kill, it's able to give them this tempo right now. They are looking at the top side of the map. They are looking to siege this turret while UDG goes for the backs.
I really like how RRQ is playing right now. They're playing the early game, even though that it's not their place to win it, because they have the Holly, they have the Fiora. Chaz is just playing out of his mind right now, especially with the way that they're playing. Devil J always get the chance to get in. It's because UDG doesn't have any way to mitigate the damage. The only thing that they can do is go in. So right now, it's because it's just clashing. What they don't need to do is go in, and their only the composition just works on going in. So it's really hard to make it work for the side of UDG. That's why they're always just risking most of these fights.
Yeah. Dash, I'm not sure if I'm the only one feeling this, but like, I could feel the heat right now coming from RRQ, how
Yeah,
they
man.
engage these fights, how they are so confident in taking these. As you mentioned, they're not the team who should be taking these fights early on because UDG is the one who's built for the early game fights, but they are the ones who are trying to bait UDG in these bad positions and taking these fights. 10 seconds on the Cloud Raid. It looks like it's going to be the same formula for RRQ. They're trying to force UDG to come to them and take the fight and win these fights for the objective.
Yeah, 2 seconds of the clock. We have the Cloud Ray coming in, so this might be the last chance for UDG to fight against us if they want to still win the early game. 8 minutes onto the game, they're slowly building onto their second items. And I think Helios is looking to be scary if ever he builds his item. After all, they have the Lich Bane already onto him. No two items already onto Devil J, so he can still go in together with that Deadman's Blade.
Yeah, he still has 2 items. He is very much accelerated as well, getting the triple kill early on. He's also 4-1 at this point. Both of the teams are just really forming up. Again, both teams are understanding the pressure that they have, but Chaz and XSN might be getting pinched here, but at the same time, Chaz does walk away. Dawn is the guy that RRQ is looking at, and both teams right now very much respectful of where they are at this point in the game. Dragon, though, getting started out by RRQ.
Zero info from UDG. If they want to start this, they need to make this work. Front to back could still be a potential answer here because at least Larawan would be able to make the Pyroclasm work. But the Shield of Duran, and looking at how Sayonara is playing right now, he's trying to get the CC. The Solar Flare wasn't able to hit. They're focusing on the Cloud Drake. Cloud Drake has been taken already, and that is mission complete for their team. Yes, they take down one member in the tower in the mid lane, but RRQ just wanted that Drake anyway, so that is good for RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ denying a Cloud Drake from UDG. Cloud Drake could have been very much useful for them. They are the early game composition. If they have that a bit of movement speed, they could roam around the map even faster. And you could really see the plan right there, as you mentioned, for RRQ. They just literally scattered Chaz, I think, and was it Marky or no? I think it was Helios with him taking down that Drake. Exocet was sacrificed so that they could still have more space, so that Marky won't be taken down, and he could have do some wave clear in the mid lane.
Look at how fast Devil J is right now, especially when he has the Deadman's Blade stacks. He's super fast just because of that Cloud Drake take that they had a while ago, though. And now Marky, oh no, if that hit, that could have been very disruptive for RRQ, but because Orthos wasn't able to hit that, they were able to just back away, and now they can regroup for this Rip Herald. Considering that Marky doesn't have any flash now, and also Devil J, it could be a potential good fight for UDG because they have a lot of flashes on their end.
Yeah, they do, but RQ is now starting out this Rift Herald UDG. Will they react? Dawn is looking right here for an engage. Devil J goes for Dapper Hand.
Yeah, Hextech Proto felt onto Dawn. He's gassed the status, though they
He
have
stole
the
it.
final spark onto here. The hero's entrance comes in. Yes, they get the Rift Herald, but onto the backside, Sayonara is dealing a lot of damage. They have the stasis to work with. Devil J might go for the target. Dawn is super low in HP. Oh no, this is not looking good for RQ. They're scattered around, and UDG just capitalizing. And Sayonara taking that. Oh no,
One
this
more.
is not good. The Lucent Singularity. It's a good thing they have the Locket of the Iron Solarity to save their teammate there, and UDG got the good win, and RRQ just backs away in shame.
Back away in shame. Indeed, they were the ones who started out that Herald. It was stolen, but at least it didn't go as badly as it could have. Again, the narrative still in this game is they are the late game composition. Chaz is a bit overextended here.
Oh no, he does have the riposte though, but what would that do? You know, Chaz, oh no, he lost his life. And I think UDG is slowly getting back in the groove, but RRQ still though, he can still have the advantage. He still have 2k gold lead.
Yeah, they still have the 2k gold lead. The barrier earlier was burned by Dawn so that he wouldn't die to the Lux. But going back, I feel like in the current game state with how we think the team comp should go, RRQ is the team who has a bit more late game scaling on that Fiora, while UDG really needs to open up the map more because they are the team that is very much on the early game focused team. Look at the items. Mitsura now has 3 completed items on that action because he has 3 kills, but at the same time, he is not the traditional marksman who will be able to carry games in the later part of the game. He can be bursted down by some of these members, like the Lux with her full burst, like this assassin on the Akali. So there's a lot of danger for Mitsura when you get to the later part of the game, and I believe the trades that RRQ have been doing, just getting these turrets, at least challenging UDG in some of these objectives, have been at least on par, not not exactly the worst thing that had happened with them just based on the team composition at this point.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they're building more of a bruiser onto Minnesota, having a lot of magic just so he can't get bursted by Market and Helios. But because of that, he's sacrificing a bit of his damage, and that might leave UDG at harm later on in the stages of the game. Because right now, I think Minnesota is the only member who has a lot of gold in their team because they invested a lot onto Minnesota, and that just might bite them in the back later on in the game because they need also Sayonara to be dealing this damage and even onto Larawan. But now, RRQ looking for the target. Sayonara would that be? And now with the stasis, he's buying a lot of time though, but Devil J is still here. The flash has been burned and in good timing on this Infernal J.
Yeah, no flash, no stasis on Sayonara, the jungler of UDG, while the Infernal Drake is up right now. RRQ is already starting this breakout. Let's see if UDG will contest.
Yeah, one apprehend, and for sure Sayonara is dead. So they need to be careful on the side of UDG. They're going onto the backside. Helios is just going in. Dawn is going to go for the stasis. They have a lot of work to go with. Final Spark onto the side. They were able to get the kill onto one, and that is going to go good. Devil J going to be the target. He's going to fall down. Look at the backside. Chaz is also going to fall. UDG turning this thing around. Double kill already onto Dawn. They have the light binding, and here comes Minnesota taking them down. UDG gets a 4-for-1, and now the Infernal Jake may be a Baron after this.
Yeah, this could be very well be the Baron for UDG, and that was the fight they were looking for.
Yeah.
UDG leveraging the strength of their early game, separating the members of RRQ. Mitsur was able to box out Helios, was able to take him away from that fight in the middle part of the lane. It looks like UDG will be securing this Baron as well, distracting right now RRQ with that Rift Herald summon in the mid lane. UDG getting the lead, getting that point in the game that they need to be able to say we are still in this game in the mid game.
Yeah, color me wrong and surprised right now, Crazy Apple, because UDG is just turning the script around against RRQ. Yes, they are the early game team, but right now we're almost late into the game, and UDG is still on the board. They got the Ocean and the Infernal Drake, and this is pretty much the very best combo that you can have when it comes to Drakes. Yes, you have the extra damage, you have the extra sustain, and that is the reason why they lived through the fight a while ago. The longer it takes, the better it is for them. And like what I said a while ago, yes, Devil J would be a threat, but at this point in the game, that extra damage after 5 stacks is not gonna matter because they have a lot of resistances at this point.
Yeah, it's the later parts of the game. We are hitting about the 16-minute mark, and a lot of these players have most of their items. If you look at Dawn, he has 2 completed items. Devil J, though, will be spotted out here by Mitsu, but he nopes away. Yeah, I was scared for him as well, but look right here. 2 lanes are being shoved by UDG, bot side with Sayonara and Mitsura, while the rest of the members are currently sieging that mid lane.
Oh, you lost that Buffalo belt onto Devil J. They want to go for the fight here. Devil J is going to be the target. They have the Stone Plate to at least mitigate some damage, and they won't be able to continue with the fight. They lost some ultimates right there, which is good for RRQ, but they also lost. They didn't lose anything. They just lost the flash from Devil J.
Yeah, they just lost the flash for Devil J, but the pressure with the Baron buff, with the fight that UDG was trying to do right there. 2 turrets were taken, but there might be a catch right here.
Yeah, Mitsura gonna fall down to the final spark, and that is gonna be the kill for RRQ. What a good shutdown for their side, and also Chaz was able to get it, so that is very big for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, that's very big, really, for Chaz. He is the late game scaling champion right here on that Fiora. If you also look at the amount of CC on the side of UDG, yes, they have a lot of that AoE CC on that Riven. They also have the stuns coming from the Leona and that singular stun coming from that Renekton, which could really pin down this Fiora later on. But still, if Chaz is able to navigate these fights against UDG, if they're able to pick members one by one, there's still a scenario here in team fights where RRQ could really take the fight to UDG, but we'll have to see. Objectives are going to be coming up in a bit. A lot of the outer turrets are already down for RRQ. They only have the top lane inner tier turret, so it's going to be hard for them right now to get into the map, to put down vision. If you look at where the wards right now for UDG are, they're very deep into the jungle of RRQ. So they're going to be spotted out by UDG. UDG will know where RRQ will be forming up.
Yeah, they're going in for RRQ. This has been always the answer. If RRQ is at the back pedal against any team, they've tried to find a way to get more of those shutdowns. They're just basically hungry for it. Whenever they're given a chance, they're going to be taking it because there's no vision onto the upper parts of the map. UDG might not be taking this bait because they know they don't even need the Baron. They just need this cloud. Mountain Drake on their hands because they have a lot of Drakes on their side. So that just multiplies the power that these Drakes have.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you can see here the forming up of UDG. As you mentioned, they do want to secure this dragon just because of how important it is with the stacking right now. They have 2 dragons on their side, but the timers are very close
Right.
between the 2 objectives. It's only 2 seconds off for the Baron and the dragon, so there could very well be a push and pull coming from both of these teams. Let's see where the sights are for both of these teams. RRQ are trying to chase UDG away from this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, this might be crazy. Crazy Apple, RQ
Mhm.
are just working their way throughout this. I mean, UDG doesn't have the vision that they need in order for them to contest this, but because they know that RQ can't do this really fast, UD is just confident though. They're just taking their time. They don't have any vision at this part of the map, so this looks scary though.
Exo?
If they want to go for the fight here, they're taking it down. It's half HP. They already have the TPs coming in, and Orthos is going to target the back line, so they're going to be breaking this work. Mitsura is just dealing a lot of damage off the backside, would be making it work. Dawn on the backside also would be able to get the damage, and they're just making it work. The Sayonara falls down. That's just big. Hero's entrance on the 4 was able to get the knockoff. They don't have enough damage to make this work, but Devil J gets the kill, gets the resurrect, and this is the turnaround that they're making it work on the side of UDG. And Orthos is going to fall down onto the backside, but that doesn't matter because they still have a lot of members alive. And here comes the party. Here comes the fray. Sayonara going to Chaz. He's chasing him down, racing after the duelist. He can't duel 3 members. He needs to get a 1v1, but no, this is a 3v1. Chaz is just gonna fall down, and he's gonna get taken down. But he
Guess one more.
got one. What was that? Was big. And got another revive. What is this champion? Give him a tool, and maybe later on he'll make a house for you.
Yes, exactly what is this champion. Akshan, he revives his teammates. He can trade. He literally, if you're playing FPS, he'll trade and get you back alive. But our Exocet is being sussed out right now by Orthos, and the gang Marky still in this side. But it looks like he's getting jump right here.
Okay, they didn't get the solo flare. Barky gonna be the target. The Devil Shade would be able to get the upper hand. They have the Guardian Angel onto him, so that's why he's really confident. But if they pop this, it's gonna be very big. Orthos, look at him. He's just a tank. He's absorbing all of those damage. Oh, it's okay. He falls down. We get the Drake, and that is mission complete for UDG.
Mission complete indeed for UDG. They are able to get that big objective, the Elder Mountain Drake. And right now, looking at the game, there's only a 4k gold lead, but we haven't really noticed that lead just because of how these fights have been turning out. RRQ always in a position, always trying to go for these fights. But that last fight that was won by UDG was something I believe was won because members were not really grouped up, especially for RRQ. I believe EXO was trying to go for an engage on the right side of the fight, while on the left side, Helios was getting caught out by Dawn. And it's just so hard for RRQ, I feel, at this point, if UDG is not balled up into a group, because Marky's damage is mitigated, Helios's damage is mitigated, Devil J can't put a lot of his stacks on multiple members. So it's going to be hard for RRQ to navigate these fights if UDG just keeps playing this game that way. On the other hand, though, we still believe in this late game scaling coming from Chaz. He's about to hit that last item mark, but at the same time, look at the items for UDG. A lot of them right now have full inventories. Even Orthos right now has a full inventory. We are getting into the late stages of this game.
The reason why it's hard, right, Crazy Apple, is for the side of RRQ because their composition is really hard to pull off. Basically, most of their champions are playing mini quests every time. Chaz getting the weak points, Devil J getting the 5 stacks. That's why it's super hard for them to make their kits super effective on this last fight. But considering UDG, they just need to go in. That's very linear composition, and as long as Mitsuru is alive, they can die anytime they want. And that's why they're so confident on going for this fight. I really like the addition of Akshan onto this composition. Yes, he doesn't deal a lot of damage, but if he gets the kill, yes, he'll get more. He'll get a lot of revives. You're basically fighting a 7v5 right now.
Yes, exactly. And I think a perfect description of what you mentioned on UDG, it's a linear composition. You could say it's an unga bunga composition for them. They just need to go in the straight line, get that guy, go, and that's basically how UDG have been playing this. But going back into the game, going back at what that Baron contest was happening, RRQ was looking at UDG, stopping them from starting that Baron, while they told Chaz, go to the side lane and split push, and UDG respects that because this is still a Fiora. Fiora is super quick and dealing damage to structures, and right now, again, we're going to the same confrontation here in the Baron pit. 4 members from UDG are here, 4 members of RRQ are there, and who's the members missing? Chaz on the side lane and Don on the side lane, trying to stop this Fiora. We might be seeing a pick right here from Orthos if he's able to hit a member of RRQ. But for the meantime, it's gonna be this very long, protracted, staring contest into the Baron pit.
I really like that what they did here is put teleport onto Chaz so that he can react later on and use the split push, because at this point Don couldn't put a stick against Don right now. Double J can be the target. Gargo's slow play. Hero Center is going to be used defensively. Not going to be good for their side though. There's a lot of TPs working in for their side. So if ever they get the kill onto Devil J, this is going to be very big for the members right now of UDG. They're going to go in. Orthos is just going to go in. He just had the damage. Zenith Blade would be able to get the kill onto their side, and they're just falling around. What is this? This scattered fight. There's a lot of fights happening. Exo Sen, Brand was able to get that, and that is not going to be a kill onto their side though. Bot lane Chaz is just fighting a 2v1 onto the bot side. Won't be able to get the kill. The Guardian Angel has been popped. If they lose Chaz here, this might be the end for the members right now of RRQ, because right now he's gonna get chased down by the slice and dice for sure. But there's a lot of dashes going in for Chaz, and he's gonna go in. He's trying to go for a fight, and that's gonna be the stun onto Orthros, and that's gonna be 50 seconds on the clock for Chaz, and 16 HP. Final whoa, that was scary. UDG takes that Baron, but Exo-San gonna be the next target. Dawn is here to help him out. They have a lot of damage to work with, and Sayonara is also gonna go in, and this is gonna be the kill. RRQ are just gonna fall down. 10 seconds on the clock at least. Some of the members are gonna be alive before they go and try this, get this inhibitor turret.
But it's gonna be a 3v5 at best if UDG does decide to try and end the game right here.
Yeah.
They are going for the engage.
Yeah, they want to go for the end. This might be the last fight of RRQ. UDG was still able to pummel them down. They're getting the win. They might be able to get Devil J 1 HP onto him, and they just need to focus on the turrets. This is gonna be the Nexus. UDG still reigns supreme, and RRQ got taken down by the Conquerors on the Battle of King's Landing.
Wait, I'm catching myself here, Dash. Great job, by the way, on the play-by-play, but I'm just catching myself on what happened the past couple of minutes. The plays that would happen for UDG between RRQ, because RRQ had the game plan. 4 members staring contest into the Baron pit to let Chaz go into the side lane and push. And what did Team Underground do? We're gonna call your bluff. We know you're never gonna commit to a fight with us in the Baron pit. You're never gonna let us back. So what they do, they took the fight to RRQ. They essentially said, hey, we're gonna go towards you, force you away from this objective, because at this point we are stronger, we deal more damage against your members. We can't put to a point where we kill you or either force you to recall, not letting us recall and react to Chaz. And that's exactly what they did. They sent 2 members to Chaz in the side lane to deal with the Fiora, to stop the split push, while at the same time they were still getting these objectives, getting these kills. 2 members only from UDG were starting out that Baron. I believe that was a very, very great call right there from Team Underground, navigating the very late game stages of that fight. And yeah, still undefeated in terms of series for Team Underground.
Yeah, that was not really ideal for especially RRQ to go for those scattered fights. Because honestly, because they have the Heroes entrance, they have the Darius, it's not going to be good. Most of these champions need someone to help them out for them to fulfill their quest. And Chaz also needs that. They need someone to help them out whenever they try to go for the Grand Challenge, when they go for getting the weak points. That's why it was easy for UDG. Yeah, as we said a while ago, the composition is very linear. They just have one thing in mind. They want to go in. And RRQ has a lot of things on their mind, which is why it's really hard to pull off this composition, especially on the later stages of the game, in where just one hit and you're probably gonna get bursted down by anyone. That's why it's super hard to make the RRQ's composition work, but it was a good fight nonetheless.
Yeah, it was a good fight, and I believe as you mentioned, game 2, what a banger of a series, by the way. Like, both of these teams have been playing their hearts out. RRQ, we had a lot of questions on this team because they've been feeling very experimental. They have been feeling very dicey. They are the king of kings, as has been dubbed by their title. But I believe seeing their performance here against Team Underground, who we have are looking at right now as the best team in the league. Team Underground still cementing that title for them. They are still undefeated in terms of series. Yes, they have lost a game to RRQ, but for me, overall in this series, RRQ has shown that they can make gods bleed, and they are still in the running to be at the top of the standings here in the WCS.
Yeah, you just need to upgrade your defenses like what RRQ did there during the second game. And I mean, upgrading that, upgrade the Nexus, upgrade anything that you can onto your side, and maybe add some ballistas, some trebuchets, and maybe that could work to help you out. But I think that game 2 was the defining factor for me for RRQ. Honestly, that was such a good play for them. But UDG just is a different breed right now, especially when they had the Akshan. It's like you're fighting that fight in where they almost lost. I thought that was going on the favor of RRQ, but because it's an Akshan, no, it's not gonna go in your favor because we still have a lot of members alive. So yeah, honestly, Mitsura, this is very well deserved because he made those fights work just because of those revives.
You could really see the understanding of this guy on this champion. I do believe Autolus has mentioned as well on the panel that this is one of those picks, one of the pocket picks that Mitsura has. They have to look out for this Akshan, and he has shown today why this is one of the picks that you need to look out for against this guy. You were mentioning Akshan is not good in the late game, but Mitsura didn't care. Are we in the late game? I don't know, because he just keeps on producing for his team. The thing that makes Akshan really deadly is, yes, he is weaker in the late game, but if he gets that takedown, he can revive your team. You could essentially, it didn't matter. It was an instant revive, and you've seen it earlier where Chaz was chasing down a member trying to get away, and Sayonara was able to essentially stop him from recalling, able to get the kill because he was revived from that Akshan. It's just really a lot of things to break down here, and let's throw it to the we'll throw it to the desk later on for them to break out this series.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say here, Crazy Apple, is that Mitsura just built a lot of resistances because he doesn't really need to deal damage. He just needs to get an assist, and that's enough for him to fulfill his quest. He was able to get the revives, and that was enough. That was such a good play from UDG, taking out an Akshan. We haven't seen a lot of Akshans yet in the WCSPH, but now Mitsura showed that Akshan is a threat. So next time that you face against UDG, probably going to be one of the bannable champions against it. So that's another thing that you need to think about. But again, let us let our panels think about this game right now, though, because this was a really banger of a match right now. We're just going to be taking a short break, everyone. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high, sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Bright light, shine like lightning. Feels right. I can't lie. Sky high, sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. Shine like feels right, feels right, feels right. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind, hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground, about to explode. Nobody knows, coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind, hold my breath. I got nothing to lose.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where Team Underground remains undefeated. The score is, however, 2-1, still in favor of UDG, but RRQ managed to give them one of the most intense battles in the WCS to date. As we jump into our series highlights, Otilus, I know you have a lot to say about this match.
Game number one. Let's start with game number one. Actually, kudos to RRQ just owning the first few minutes of every game. I believe at one point on every game they were in the goal lead. In fact, on game number one, there was a game-saving play. The Trendamere pick was actually genius if you think about it. Against the Fizz, remember, this is a Fizz that was nerfed during the patch 3.0b, and this was the clash I'm referring to. Plata 1 going inside with the package delivery, going stasis, and that is just going to be the play of the day, play of the game for game number one. But for game number two, it went the distance. Infinity, we have to talk about game number two because it was 26 minutes and 16 seconds of full action. We even saw Orthros on the Janna again with Awakened Stealer, Soul Stealer as her item, but we are jumping already to 23 minutes and 50 or 24 minutes here. So what are your thoughts on game number two here, Infi?
Game number two is just absolutely insane. How Helios has a lot of outplays, and I think he was the one who contributed the most with 12-3-5 kill standing, KDA.
Right.
Absolutely insane on how he was able to constantly get the kills and get those flags up and running for his team that enabled them to go for those team fight wins.
Yep.
And it was just so good that they actually won that specific game that brought it to game number three.
Game number three, right? Game number two was all about the stasis enchants that they were using properly to buy time, right? The combo of the Galio plus the Hextech Ultimatum, Galio ult plus the Hextech Ultimatum, you could easily negate that with proper usage of the stasis, and I think that's what RQ played with on game number two. But on game number three, we were introduced to another pick by Mitsura that he has been picking for months now. You have seen this on competitive, I would say amateur tournaments, and that's the Akshan. Now, there was a play during that game that I was mesmerized, and that was the 1v1 between the Akshan and the Akali, and we were doing, some chit-chat over in the watch party Discord room, and man, oh man, I did not expect him to win a 1v1 against the Akali. We know the prowess of Akali 1v1, but his item choices: one, Wits End; second, or the second item was the Wits End; and the third item was the Maw of Malmortius. And remember, on patch 3.0b, the gold value or the amount of gold that you have to expend on the third item or on the Maw was actually reduced by 200. So you could say that was a very genius buy coming from Mitsura. Another of those innovative ways of playing the game in the mid lane. So Mika, so many things that did happen right, but our predictions were wrong. Well,
not technically. We'll get to that in just a bit because I believe our interviewee is ready. I believe we have Mitsura from Team Underground joining us over here. We can ask him all about the action and so much more as we welcome back Team Underground. As we say, suking-suking dito sa panel desk. Because they're actually kind of like a fourth panelist already as it is because they're quite regulars here. Mitsura, congratulations to you and Team Underground. First question. Ito yung first game loss ng Team Underground in a while, and can you tell us how the team was able to regroup after that loss and how you're able to come back?
Hindi naman po kasi namin iniisip na hindi kami matatalo eh. Bali, every series, every game, pinapagandaan na namin na okay lang matalo tayo sa ganito, okay lang matalo, tanggapin na lang natin. Kasi matatalo naman tayo eh. Kaya hindi kami masyadong tinamaan ng nung natalo kami. Kaya sabi namin, kaya namin bumawi. Kasi lahat naman natatalo eh. Kailangan lang ulit makabawi.
Wow! Words of wisdom. Pwede niyang gawin motivational poster ni Mitsura. Second question, Grand Finals. Let's say Grand Finals, it looks like you guys are on the road to being there. If Team Underground does make it to the Grand Finals, which team do you think yung makakasama nyo sa Grand Finals?
RRQ siguro. Kasi so far, sobrang hirap talaga nila kalaban para sa amin.
And it was a great series. Sobrang ganda talaga ng laban. Otolus?
Yeah, I saw your post, pare. Letter A, mga dosing ganun. Ano yung pakiramdam all throughout the game number 2? Kasi game number 2, 26 minutes was it, kumbaga, kwento mo yung experience dun sa team environment. And on game number 3, 25 minutes, may follow-up question pa ako, pero pare, bigyan mo naman kami ng insights ano nangyayari sa team environment during that very, very intense matchup.
Ewan ko hindi ko na rin alam yung nangyayari. Siguro kahit sino sa amin, hindi na alam yung nangyayari. Ano na lang, ewan ko, hindi ko alam. Basta yun, sobrang grabe lang talaga yung experience. Sobrang saya. Sobrang ganda ng
intense talaga. Right, and on the third game, napansin namin sa watch party na yung build mo sa action, going for the wit's end and then Maw of Malmortius. We know patch 3.0b, medyo nagpura yung item ng Maw of Malmortius. Nung nakita mo yun, si Akali mag-isa, alam mo na ba talaga na kaya mo siya 1v1 because of the items na bagong bili mo?
Oo, kaya ganun yung item ko kasi gusto ko siyang i-1v1. Kaya maabot niya yung brand, haharapan ko na lang siya, tapos mag-1v1 na lang kami. Kasi pag nakapunta siya sa backline namin, mas mahirapan kami kasi lahat ng kakampi niya pupunta sa backline. Bale, kung maalis ko siya, kung malalayo ko siya, kasi assassin siya eh. Kung mapapatras ko siya, kung mawa-1v1 ko siya, bale, kayang-kaya na ng mga kakampi ko yung apat sa kanila. Tapos 1v1 kami.
They are taking apart the brains of a pro, diba? Thank you for the answer, Mitsura. Man, Infinity!
Yeah, for me, I actually have no questions, but I do want to congratulate you guys for winning that wondrous series, going into game number 3, but at the end of the day, Underground still remained undefeated.
Yes, congratulations. It was quite a series, probably our favorite one so far. Mitsura, do you have any shout-outs or messages that you'd like to give siguro sa lahat ng mga supporters ng Team Underground?
Shoutout sa family ko, especially kay Wela and Amelia, kay Madam Phoebe, Boshin, Bu, Primo, R.A., Ponji, Veloci Group, and kay Sir Cam, yung nakakulay orange, dahil sa'yo hindi naaagawan si sa'yo nakata ng objective. Barangay Socorro Tanos, mga supporters ng Team Underground, at sa lahat ng gustong magpa-shoutout, shoutout sa inyo. Mabuhay ka hanggat gusto niyo.
Thank you so much, Mitsura, and congratulations once again to Team Underground. I'm sure we'll be seeing you back here dito sa panel desk. Congratulations and good luck with the rest of your games. At least hindi na nahuli si Sayonara sa objectives for sure. That was a very interesting tidbit.
Yeah, I know. It's a very, very interesting story. And by the way, I also want to plug Mitsura has a page, UDG Mitsura. So if you want to catch him in action streaming, his plays, diba? Live. Might as well follow the guy.
There you go. He did give us that breakdown on the action build, and you might as well see what else he has in store for us here at the WCSPH. I also want to give a brief shout out to our casters, by the way.
Oh.
I know that series was super intense, and you guys really did kill it. And that was definitely one for the books. I hope you guys managed to get some water or cool down a little bit. I know everybody was at the top of their game at that point, but another team, of course, that we also have to make sure is at the top of their game is those two coming up for our final series of the day. It is going to be between Team Secret and Grindsky Esports. Now, Infinity, our eyes are on Team Secret right now, especially coming from the loss against Sunsparks yesterday.
Yeah, and it's such an upset from yesterday. We've seen them, but I keep on remembering how Chewy answered the interview before. We will not lose anymore. So maybe the improvement is coming today. I'm looking at Team Secret right now, right? So it's going to be an intense matchup.
I agree. It was the wake-up call that I feel everyone from Team Secret needed. Team Secret, again, still very, very stacked from top to bottom. And again, we have the support that is in the discussion. We have Rocks here. But for now, our main highlight of the day are the Dragon Laners. Chewy, the front of it all has been relatively quiet, I would say.
Yeah.
He's still playing his comfort picks in the Varus. And again, we would remember Chewy as the best Varus in Southeast Asia, I guess, because that's been his go-to champion, and he's still effective on the champion. The average damage percentage of 28%, not too shabby, but still very effective. Now, it is again, we when we talk about Team Secret, we have to be transparent. This is not a team secret that we expected the first few weeks. Yeah, we know that there will be adjustments, but then again, losing against Sunsparks was, I think, the wake-up call for the Dragon that's sleeping. And I feel the team secret right now going to be led by not just Chewy, but all the members will put on a show. What do you think,
Yeah.
Hika?
Yeah, I definitely think it has to be, that wake-up call. I mean, of course, we can expect that this isn't, the game is constantly evolving, so we're gonna see Team Secret evolve as well. But as we mentioned, this isn't the same Team Secret that we saw at the Horizon Cup, or that we've been getting to know all throughout the Sea Icon series for sure. This is a Team Secret that's kind of had to again reshuffle, of course, with the addition of Roxen here. But we're seeing a little bit of the members also experiment. So again, we're waiting for that pop-off moment, like the Team Secret that we've always known from way back when. We're still not getting it yet, especially with all of the adjustments coming on. And could this be the day? Hopefully so. I'm excited to see Team Secret back in action. And of course, going up against Grindsky Esports, I just have to. I love these guys. They're definitely one of the funnest teams to interview for sure.
Yep.
But there's an opportunity here also for Grindsky, Otilus, because Team Secret, they seem to be at a low point right now, and this could be their chance to strike.
Yeah, pounce on a wounded dog. Definitely, Grindsky Esports has the chance to upend the Team Secret and definitely make themselves legit right now, because again, in the pack of 8 teams that we have, wherein everyone could defeat anyone, Grindsky Esports has to ride their momentum. They're coming off an impressive win yesterday, a 2-0 against Cerebrum Esports, and today against Team Secret. If they will be able to continue to make the gods believe, then that could be the confidence booster that they will need moving forward, right, Nika? And again, for Grindsky Esports, we have to focus still on the Dragon Laner Tactical. Tactical has been more reserved yesterday, I would say. There has been so many aggressive plays coming from this guy, and I think he just has to step it down a bit, or put a brake pedal onto his plays sometimes, because it's not helping if he goes over aggressive. And I think Tactical, alongside his coaches, knows that best.
Yeah, and the thing is, looking at both these Dragon Laners as we have today, like a Dragon Lane Mania for Saturday, right? The champions is actually quite different. So I'm curious on what would be this lineups as we're seeing right now. Corki, Gragas, and Lucian for Tactical are the champions that he has played. And when we saw a while ago for Team Secret, right, we're seeing Varus and all these champions. So it's going to be an interesting bot lane.
Yeah. So, in our head-to-head here between Chewy and Tactical, I think the dynamic is very interesting, because we now have this showdown between the two very more of the quiet sort of marksman or AD carry, so to say. And again, in our head-to-head over here, we're seeing the not exactly the contrast of styles, but it's actually glaring how similar they are, and it actually, oddly, it shows in the stats.
Exactly. Looking at the damage per minute, that was just a couple of tenths apart. Chewy is more reserved though. I feel Tactical sometimes there's big sometimes goes over aggressive and would want to carry the game by himself. Meanwhile, Chewy is happy to dish out damage consistently on the poke side, and then leave the finishing blow to Tatsuri and company. Then again, you're right on that one. Chewy and Tactical has a major role in the team composition that they have, because again, Team Secret and Grindsky Esports is like the 5-headed dragons, right? Damage could come from anywhere. In the mid lane, we have seen Grindsky Esports really utilize Garen very effectively. So when it comes to the play style and preparing for the matchup today, I feel this is a battle between Coach Reckmeister and Hamiz.
Yeah, I agree. Infinity, I actually have a question for you. Do you think we're actually going to see any of the AD carry champions up for contention here between Chewy and Tactical? Or you think these guys have, very, very separate champion pools?
I think there is going to be just an overlap, but it really depends. It comes down to the composition or the strategy that they want to do. If they want to go early, if they want to go late, if they want to go mid-game. So it's up to them on what they want to do when it comes to their AD bot laners. As you guys have stated, these two have important roles for this team.
Yeah, I think so. And even more important right now is, of course, our predictions, because we are ending this with our final series. So far, it's not looking good for me, guys. I think I'm going to go back a few years and revisit my previous career and do a little dance for you all. Autolus and Team Dash, Infi Dash rather, both have 1 point each thanks to what we had a while ago, because Infi Dash actually had the closest guess with regards to the gold lead from that previous series. We had 3, and I'm just going to recap it really quickly. We had about 1,200 for game 1. We had about 8,400 for game 2, and we had 7,700 for game 3. And that brings it to a total of over 17,000, but not quite 18. And that is the closest that we had, which is what Infi Dash was able to get. So they were actually very, very close on that. And again, just to recap, I guessed 20 and Autolus guessed 25. So the point goes to Infi Dash, and I have nothing. I have nothing.
All
right
right,
now.
that's okay. I feel that you just want to dance the Peacemaker dance.
Maybe I do. I would be lying if I said I hadn't memorized it yet, just because of how often I watch it.
All right.
But of course, we still have this final series. So Infinity, I'm gonna start with you. Team Secret or Grindsky Esports?
Well, Infidash is going for Team Secret on this one.
Okay, Team Secret. Autolus?
Team Secret.
Okay, so we're still good across the board here. I will also be going for Team Secret in this case. But obviously, we know we've been very critical of Team Secret, but I still do believe in those guys.
It's hard to bet against Team Secret if it's still Team Secret, the number 3 team. Although there are questions being raised. Are they Team Secret that we saw from last year? It's still Team Secret. They still have the right support system, and again, it's just about a matter of time of them turning things around. So Team Secret would still get this win.
Yeah, I think so as well. And because we're all still on the same board, I think we're gonna have to throw it back to our goal difference once again. Do you guys have any guesses?
Wait, I think we can set things apart by guessing the series score, right? I'm guessing 2-0.
Ooh.
How about you?
I'm gonna guess 2-0.
2-0. How about Infinity?
Well, me and Dash, we talked about it earlier this morning. We're going 2-1. 2-1 Team Secret.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
That's a clincher.
Okay, that's something new. That's something new. All right, so we have 2 zeros on one side, and we have Infi Dash with a 2-1. Now, again, this is going to be very, very interesting indeed. This is going to, come to the line for Team Secret and to see if they could really bounce back from, a very, very tough match to take against Sunsparks, of course. And, all eyes are on them. And everybody is, of course, expecting them to come out as the victor in this. But of course, Grindsky Esports, they are still that very hungry team, and they are still looking for those points as well on our standings. And if you guys are cheering for them or maybe cheering for Team Secret, let us know via Twitter. You can use the hashtags WCS or WCSPH or Wildrift Champion C, and you could see your tweets featured over here. I think we have a few to bring up, but again, also if you have some suggestions for our panel consequences, just make sure that it's broadcast friendly. We just have to reiterate that. Just make sure it's broadcast friendly, and we could take those suggestions.
I think I have one suggestion. Let RRQ
attend?
or a person from RRQ decide what we should post, because I feel that there's social media. I mean, not RRQ, but the members from RRQ, from the management to the players, they've been so funny. So yeah, we could possibly have a cameo of RRQ on our social media.
Maybe we borrowed our social media manager for just a bit but here we go. We do have a tweet over here from a familiar name, Tonsty. Hello. Wahahaha. Easy predict for last pick brand. Hunter Genius is OP for him, but most surprising was Mitsura Akshan. Yes, we did discuss that. It was very surprising indeed. Itemization and performance was super IQ. RRQ versus UDG series was so good. I inserted the so, but I know that's what you meant. GG UDG still undefeated. RRQ slowly getting their power spike.
nice.
Oh yes. That was pretty much like, yeah, so exactly what the paddle desk was able to break down.
He was
And
with
yes,
us actually during game number
There
3.
you go.
He joined us earlier in the PPGL Discord watch room. Again, if you guys want to join us in the watch room, all you have to do is to join the Discord server and be verified, and you could see me, Infinity, and the rest of the talent hanging out there with fans.
There you have it. Just PM Autolus for the link. He won't scene zone you. We can attest to that. He won't scene zone you. So don't worry. Well, here you go, guys. We have our final game for the day: Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
The battle in King's Landing is over, but the war is not. Crazy Apple. I'll just stop there because it's Dash. Only Dash can do it in such intros,
Don't worry, man. You're doing great. But
anyway,
yeah,
let's
King's
make it
Landing,
simple.
man.
Let's make it simple. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the 4th series this time around between Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports. And I hope, of course, Crazy Apple, you have refreshed your voice because that was intense. 3rd series we have just witnessed. But this time around, another king is aiming into the sky.
Yeah, Team Secret, the kings of Southeast Asia, they have been, not really looking to be at their best form yet. They did lose the series yesterday to Cerebrum Wildrift, and now it feels like they need to show us that they are still in this. They're still in this tournament because Cerebrum Wildrift, nothing to take away from them, but at the same time, they did not have a good week 1 performance. Coming into week 2, they did have that good performance against them yesterday, and now they're gonna go against Grindsky. Grindsky is still very much of a coin flip team that we're seeing here. It depends still how good they are at the start of the game. So we'll see if Grindsky can copy what Cerebrum did and dissect what Team Secret has done to be able to get the series win for them, or will this be their bounce back series?
There we go, the start of our last series at Crazy Apple. But before we do proceed into the draft, have you seen the post from Team Secret? It was a post somehow. They're aiming for these guys with the rockets ready against an airship with the Grindsky logo in it. Oh my goodness. It only shows that the dominance is still there for Team Secret. They want this win, especially for that that loss on the last series yesterday specifically. But Grindsky as a team, morale is high. We have seen that on their interview yesterday. And here we go, Crazy Apple, with the start of the bans on the Renekton, and we have seen Azar on the Renekton. Perfect 100% win rate.
Yeah, Azar has been taken away. It's still a 100% win rate on this side of Azar, but at the same time, it's one of those picks that have been used by both of their solo laners. If you look at the other picks as well, this pick and ban has been moving fast for both of these teams. Jace has already been picked up by Grindsky, but the answer for Team Secret are also 2 very good picks in that set and that Lee Sin. One thing that we need to look at is, as been mentioned by the panel, is what will be the marksman picks for both of these teams, because we are in marksman mania. Tactical and Chewy, they've both been playing a lot of these more supportive, more poke oriented, more AP damage oriented marksmen, and we need to see if that's going to still be the route that both of these teams are going to go, or will it be the traditional marksman? Looking at the picks right now, though, for Grindsky, they have picked up the Fiora.
Yeah, this could be as well in the Baron or the jungle here, the Thresh as well. For Bow is up for Grand Sky. And we have seen as well Rocks on the Thresh here. We haven't seen, to be honest, Rocks Thresh. It was always being denied whenever their opponents are facing Team Secret here, respecting Rocks on that comfort pit champion. But in the meantime, with the sets as well, with the Listen, we all know that they are going to be very aggressive. I think this is going to be a team fight heavy as well. And you know, in this day two as well, in the second week, Crazy Apple, we have seen so many Lux, and these Lux performances are doing great as well.
Yeah, Lux has been the go-to champion right on the bot side of the map, especially when Ziggs is banned away. Morgana is still open though, so it's kind of something that maybe Grindsky can still pick out of. There's going to be a lot of magic damage focus bans right here on the side of Team Secret, since they have already decided that that would be the route they're taking. Zed is still open, one of the comfort picks on the side of Tatsu. I feel like right now with that set, Lee Sin and Lux priority that they have put in the first round of picks, they are looking at that Zed. Yes, exactly. Banning out that Morgana takes away that black shield, which takes away, which could possibly take away the snare, the catch capability coming from the Lux. Zed is still open right here. They have focused a lot of their bans on Rocks, taking away the Leona, taking away the Rakan. Let's see right here what would be the pick coming from Team Secret. They have picked that Lucian.
I think this Lux is perfect as well with the light binding here, because for this first three picks coming in from Grindsky is just going to go straight head on. So with this Thresh right now for the setup, I think this is going to be a great counter here. But yes, you've mentioned, of course, most of the bans right now going against Rocks here. I think this is going to be the first time as well we are going to see Rocks another different champion. No, we have seen him on the Enchanter Nami, correct me if I'm wrong, Crazy Apple, but that was a separate game here. But Grindsky with his Orianna, again, team fight heavy driven, and this is now the lacking in this team composition, that AP power spike.
Yeah, AP power spike on that Orianna, more of a late game scaling. Right now, it looks like the setup is this Orianna is going to go in the hands of Tactical alongside Bo on that Thresh. I love that you pointed out Rocks. Rocks has been the person that we're really looking at Team Secret. He is the newest addition. He is the guy who is replacing James on this team right now. So a lot of the bans have been really focused on him on the side of Grindsky. This Garen pick for the side of Grindsky, huge chance it's gonna go in the hands of Bambi. Yesterday, Bambi was so good on this Garen, just a rock in the mid lane, making sure that none of the big plays will be enabled on the side of their enemies. And right now, the rounding out of the composition from both of these, Diana has been picked on the side of Team Secret. High chances Diana is going to go in the hand of Tatsu in the mid lane, about to go against that Garen. So it's going to be just these two defensive champions in the mid lane. While it looks like the Dragon lane, it's going to be that Lucian with possibly a support Lux.
This is great actually for the side of Team Secret here. Lux playing a big role here in the team fight. Because basically you can just rely, either is going to be the Garen or the Thresh initiating the team fight here, or you can go for the flanking maneuver for this Fiora. However, all those actions coming in from Grindsky can be mitigated with the Chewy's Lux here. But we are seeing here Rock's support this time around. Now this will make things spicy.
Yeah. One thing that I wasn't able to mention is that Azara also plays this Lucian on the solo lane, and having him at the top side with this gives a lot of that lane pressure that they will be having probably in the Baron lane going against that Garen on Tante. Having this Lux set up in the Dragon lane makes more sense, because it is a ton of shields, it is a lot of defense on their side. It's also going to match up into the AP matchup between the Orianna and the Thresh. So now both of these teams having a bit of at least some flexibility in their compositions, a bit more magic damage on the side of Team Secret because of the Diana and the Lux. But one thing that we need to look at is the late game scaling. Azar is the guy who will be more on the late game scaling side with the side of Team Secret because he is on that Lucian, on that marksman. While on the other hand, it's gonna be Qeon, the guy who we usually look at on the side of Grindsky, their main jungler. This guy, if he gets ahead, we'll see if he can able to carry his team to a victory.
And here we go, the start of our last series, game one, with Team Secret versus Grind Sky. And you know, all the lanes match up here, Crazy Apple. I think this is pretty even, except for Azar having this great advantage on that range department here. I think this is going to be, of course, a strength here for the early stage of the game. As you can see, Tante has been harassed here, and a potential first blood, but the honey fruit has been consumed.
Yeah, the barrier has also been popped by Tante so that he won't immediately die right there. Good catch from Azar. Probably was hiding in the bush, but in the bot side, no, Bo might be looking for a hook. Got rooted by the Lux here.
Yeah, this is beautiful with the Lux pick here. It's not gonna be easy for Bo to initiate such team fights here. But meanwhile, we are seeing activity here in the mid and a 2v2 brawl once again. And Qeon is popping, of course. Skill there, not enough though for the first blood.
Yeah, that action in the mid lane happened because Tatsuri is not in the best matchup compared to a Jace. Jace is still a lane bully. He can switch between the melee and range form. So if he is on the range form, he can harass this Diana. Good play right here, right now from Rox and Chewy, ceding a bit of control in the bot side lane because they know that they just lost the scuffle there in the mid lane. Spotting Qeon on the ward, but a hook right here.
Beautiful follow-up there on the lantern and flashes in. The clutch haymaker saving himself there for Rox. But that was an insane combo coming in from Bo as well as Qeon. That is one for the books.
Yeah, that was a good. At least they burned the flash away from Rox. Great haymaker patience right there from Rox, knowing that he is still in kill range from Qeon. Qeon did need to burn that flash to be able to get away from there. Just a good series of plays, at least forcing the flash away from Rox. Qeon could probably go back there to get a kill on that set.
It's not going to be the first time we are going to see rather Crazy Apple that lantern mobility combo here. That is very, very cheeky. And, you know, in this moment in time, Grand Sky and Team Secret having the same rotations in this game. Both are being aggressive here in the bot lane. And these two junglers as well, Trevor and Qeon, making opportunities, roaming around the Wildrift here, going to go for that first blood.
Yeah, still looking for that first blood indeed for both of these teams. But let's take stock of the objectives as they'll be coming up in the 4-minute mark. 1 minute away, we'll be seeing the Rift Herald. And I believe the Ocean Drake would have a lot of priority right now for the side of, I actually think for both of these teams, because they would really need that regen. They have a bit of poke coming from both sides. That Lux on her with her third ability deals a lot of damage alongside with the accelerated shock blast from Bambi. So having at least of that regeneration coming from that Ocean Drake would benefit them very well. Look at the lane swap right now has been started out by Team Secret first. Already in the bot side is Tatsuri, so you could really see the priority the Team Secret wants to have control over this mid lane, prioritizing putting the dual lane here in the mid lane. Going back to the objectives though, I think we might see a clash here in the Dragon Pit just because of how important this objective is for both of these teams. And I think in the past 2 weeks, Team Secret has been the team who would usually contest these objectives.
And here we go. It is now going to be Team Secret though, transitioning in the top side of the river. Rift Herald will be their priority here, but Tante going to prioritize as well this Bramble Vest. I do love this item pickup because the team relies on him to go for that punching bag maneuver here in the forward there. But meanwhile, Team Secret going to go for the contest, but Grindsky is still going to go for this DR. I think this is going to be a handshake here.
Yeah, it was a handshake, and I believe the call right there from Team Secret was to take that Rift Herald since they already have control of the Baron lane. Azar is on that Lucian, is able to bully out Tante on that Garen, so it was more of a safer play. On their side, they did not go for the engage. Tatsuri only really went there to check it out. Rox trying to go for a gank right here, but not being able to due to being spotted out. Both teams right now will consolidate where they need to go next. If you look at the vision game for both of these teams, Grindsky has a lot of wards on the Dragon side of the map, while there are no wards to be spotted anywhere for the side of Team Secret.
Now with the Rift Herald right now in favor here for the side of Team Secret, they can dictate the early start of the game. They can punch a hole here when it comes to lane pressure as well, but they are still respecting the power spike of Grindsky during the early stages of the game. So far, both teams here playing passive here, but the first itemization is already being picked up by the players themselves as well. But here, there's the ping in the mid. Will we be able to see a clash here with, of course,
Look at
Rocks
Bo
as
though.
well as Chewy in the mid?
Yeah, Bo is right now rotating to the top side, also wanting to suss out if there's gonna be any action on the top side of the map against Tante. But at the same time, they're just rotating around at this point. No clear picks for both of these teams. And I just want to touch up on that point. As you mentioned, it is a bit of a passive game right now for both of these teams. And I don't want to say it's because we are in this weekly tournament format. Three days a week, these teams get to know each other, get to see how they play, and you get to know what their tendencies are. And usually because of that, you get to play more passively because you're trying to read what they're doing. But Grindsky, though, forming a tower dive here in the bot side.
This is going to be a 4-man, but
Oh.
there are doubts there. They are still going to back away. But meanwhile, Tante being pushed here on the top side of 2 versus 1. Reef Herald has been summoned. Tante, will he be enough to go for the defense here? Trevor on forward, Azar in the backlines as well. Here comes the bash, and I think the first blood turret will be in favor for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, just a good heads up play right there from Team Secret. Honestly, I'm not sure if that was a read from them because I haven't seen a ward that has spotted Grindsky when they were doing these rotations. Team Secret has not been going deep into the jungle of Grindsky to put down that vision. It feels like it was more of this. Just so happens that Team Secret was able to get that Rift Herald summon the top side. Great play though, because still the thinking there is we do have that advantage on that Lucian. Lucian is still that lane bully, already has that Blade of the Ruin King to keep on bullying the Garen. But right now, since the top side turret has been destroyed, they are reassigning this Lucian to go into the bot side of the map. Let's see what is the reaction from Grindsky. It looks like it's going to be the Fiora who will be looking to match up against Azar, or could also be that Jace.
I think they need to go for the pick off first, trying to transition after for that objective takedown, and Team Secret is doing this right now. Trevor, Rocks, as well as Chewy, being very aggressive, trying to invade as well the jungle area here against Grindsky. But you know what, Crazy Apple, this is the first time as well I've seen so far a passive gameplay for Grindsky here. But hold that thought, Qeon spotted, of course, Team Secret here, preparing for the next objective.
Yeah, they are indeed preparing for the next objective. They are still prioritizing this Rift Herald. Look at the wards. They have wards on the dragon side of the map. They want to know when Grindsky is going to start that. Tante and Azar are still in the bot side of the map. Azar will always have that advantage there, so he could react first when the fight's going to start between Grindsky. Look at where Lucian is. He's already in the river, running towards the mid lane. He can get control of the mid lane right there and should be respected by Grindsky while this Rift Herald is being started.
There we go, Trevor right now. You got a pair on Qeon jumping in. No follow-up though for the side of Grindsky. Here comes the showstopper. Stopping, of course, this contest. Meanwhile, the follow-up here in the back line. Look at the Moonfall coming in from Team Secret. And they are going to go for a re-engage. Grindsky on the play on free. That was perfect as well. But no one's been picked up there against Team Secret. Instead, it is going to be Bo falling down and Rift Herald summoned in the mid.
Rift Herald summoned in the mid. First blood goes to the side of Team Secret on Chewy. All of them having very low health bars. And then again, even though that was the case, it felt like a very even fight for both teams. Only one kill going to the side of Team Secret. It was still the second Rift Herald take for the side of because of the health bars that are very low. Look at the ultimates. Only Chewy about to have his at the moment. On the side of Grindsky, it's the Fiora has her ultimate. This is a bit of a tenuous situation right now for both of these teams. Grindsky starting out this dragon. Team Secret are gonna go in for the contest.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for the contest, but Frox doesn't have the showstopper right now. Will they be able to successfully go for it? But no, they will give it because no ultimates yet ready for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, a lot of respect given by Team Secret. As you mentioned, there are no ultimates on their side. Earlier on, they really were confident in getting that Rift Herald because Rox had that showstopper. He was able to essentially throw Qeon away from that Herald. Having that aftershock also helps him to be able to stick around these fights longer, because when he's throwing that hard CC, you get that increased resistance, so you won't get bursted down immediately. Azar though is looks to be getting pinched right here, but there are a lot of members of Team Secret that could able to spot Bo and Qeon, which now deterred both of these Grand Sky players from going to Azar.
And I do love Team Secrets playing around here against Grindsky. No pick-off opportunity for them. 10-minute mark. This is also one for the books for Grindsky. No kills yet. And, they're just dancing around Team Secret's rhythm once again here. Of course, Crazy Apple. I've seen previous games for Grindsky. If they cannot secure the early stage of the game, they have so much difficulties in grabbing the win when it comes to late game. I think this is going to be a challenge once again for them in winning the series.
Right, it puts into perspective where we are right now in terms of the standings. Grindsky, I believe, is 2-2. This is also a very critical game for them, and it feels like we're seeing a different kind of Grindsky, a very more passive, but it puts into question if they can finish this game, if it gets into the late game, because as you mentioned, they are not characteristic of that Trevor though getting caught up the shockwave, but it was mostly used to clear the wave. Mid lane priority is so important for both of these teams. But going back to my point earlier, just put into perspective as well how heavy this game could feel from Team Secret. As we mentioned earlier, they are the kings of this of Southeast Asia. They are one of the favorites coming into this tournament, and they are now being put into question with their loss yesterday to Cerebrum Wildrift. This game could very well tell us, are they still here? Is this still the Team Secret that we're waiting for? And could really feel the tension with how both of these teams are playing this game out. There is a fight on the top side.
Yeah, that is good indeed, a pick off there. So the first kill for the side of Grindsky, but here Team Secret going to go for invasion. Trevor out of position. That is going to be the flame, but the stage has been popped up, but still managed to go back away with the safeguard there. The calling has been used for Azar, but the red buff coming in from Tante.
I believe Tatsuri got caught out by multiple members of Grindsky in that Baron lane. They were able to get one more kill on their side. The red was more of the objective coming from Team Secret right there. They wanted to get that jungle incursion, wanted to get a bit of control on the red side jungle of Grindsky. Unfortunately, they weren't successful in that, even needing to burn the stasis on Trevor right here. Getting stock of where we are at this point. Almost 13 minutes into the game, the Baron's about to be up. Only 2 kills have been done in this game, Deadeye. There are no kills happening. There's just all rotations, all movements from both of these teams. But let's look at where we are in terms of items. Crystalline Bracer, I believe, and also the Rod of Ages on the side of Tatsuri. He has a bit of that durability right now to be able to start these moonfalls off against this team. But since the Baron is up, Team Secret is looking to opt for more vision. Qeon might be getting pinched here.
Oh, Qeon. I think he knows that there's going to be Team Secret trying to go for the rotation, but he's been spotted here. Oh, he'll be able to go back away. Yes, he will. But look at the transition here for Grindsky in the mid. They want to take this down. They are going to prioritize this one, but still a great defense for Team Secret. Another objective popping up. I think this is going to be a big team fight.
Yeah, Dragon's gonna be coming up. It just spawned right here. The Mountain Drake. Remember, 2 dragons right now are on the side of Grindsky. If they start Drake, it's gonna be very big for them. It's gonna be the Infernal Elder Drake later on, but it looks like Team Secret won't give this up without a fight though. Grindsky ceding control over this river. They might be looking for a setup on getting a pick on Team Secret, but Rox is in this pixel brush.
Yes, indeed. Rox is having a big role to fill in here. His showstopper trying to deny, of course, Qeon in the scale, but instead it is going to be Tante going back away. Qeon is here in the forward as well. The box has been used. Look at the damage here. It is now going to be the calling being used as well by Azar. Flashes in. Tante going to go for the rocks in the back lines. And speaking of the back lines, Trevor is there as well. Stage has been popped. Bambi as well as Tactical going to go flash in for the kill as well. A double for Bambi.
Azar?
2 versus 1. Azar with the kill. This is going to be a duel. A battle here, but Tactical winning that fight. It is going to be Grindsky with a win, 5-4.
An ace for Grindsky right there, taking 5-4 in exchange. And Team Secret, that was the fight that they were trying to get into that dragon right there. But Grindsky, they were formed up as a 5-man unit in the start of that fight. They were able to pick off targets. They were able to get a hook, 2-man shockwave as well coming from Grindsky. And the fight just went in their favor when it was so chaotic. After the start of them being balled up in this big group and Team Secret coming in, they needed to scatter away. And scatter away, they were good at, because this is a Fiora. She's able to duel people. She is the Grand Duelist. The Garen just, I believe, 2v1 members of Team Secret right there to get them away from that fight, to be able to give a lot of space to the members of Grindsky right here. And it looks like it's gonna be the Drake secured by Grindsky.
I'm just surprised that we are not seeing the contest on that objective here. Anyway, summoner spells has been used already. I think this is going to be advantage as well, with Rox having the showstopper. But then again, 3 DR buffs already on the side of Grindsky. This is unorthodox we are seeing for Grindsky, going to stretch here into the later stages of the game. But with this buff, we do have the advantage here.
Yeah, and right now there's a bit of a fight here in the jungle, but looks like both teams are opting out. Tatsuri did get another tower for the side of Team Secret, giving them a bit more gold. That's why even though these fights, it looks like has been going to the side of Grindsky, the gold is pretty close. Blue buff did go the way of Shiani's right there. A fail steal coming from Team Secret. Right now, both teams forming up into this river.
And here we go. Anytime soon, we are going to see a team fight. Chianese for the belt in. And that is going to be a pick. But Rox is here.
Rox?
Oh, look at the face breaker here. But out of position once again.
Moonfall?
Tatsuri here. But that is going to be a stasis may pop up. The damage for Bambi. Rox passed away. Here comes the Garen. Bonking the rest of Team Secret. This is a disaster for Team Secret here. 2-man down without any casualties for Grindsky.
Exactly, and Trevor is in the base right now. He is the guy with the smite. He can't. I don't think he can reach this. It is looks to be the Baron that's going to the side of Grindsky. Yes, a final spark was already used. A lot of members are low right here. Trevor, can you make it?
Trevor, no, great defense for Bambi, eliminating that contest. And Grindsky with his Baron buff, Crazy Apple, they do now have a major advantage in this game.
Baron, 3 dragons, almost all of the objectives have been going to the side of Grindsky, and who has the late game potential on their side? They do have that Fiora. Yes, Azar still. This marksman already has the Blade of the Ruin King, already has that IE and the Black Cleaver. But the thing is, Taunte has just been a huge thorn on everyone's side right now from Team Secret. And Taunte gets near you. When this Garen gets near you, it's just gonna be so hard for you to help out your team in these fights. But look at Rox right here with a big flank.
Oh, Rox. Oh, that is going to be a flash out for the side of Tactical. No one's been caught here, but Showstopper flash combo. Here comes the follow-up.
Oh my!
The shockwave of fire! That was beautiful there, coming in from Tactical, but still it is going to be Team Secret turning the tables around. Split push!
But Giannis?
Giannis in the top side. It is
And
going to be
Taunte.
Garen Taunte on the bot as well. And with the SPR buff, inhibitor turrets are easy to be taken down.
Yeah, inhibitor turrets are indeed falling one by one, but again, Azar gets one more kill on the other side of the map, though. We're seeing a couple of kills going to the side of Team Secret, but Grindsky still having 2 members here in the mid lane. Looks like they're gonna get this inner tier turret, and yes, they do. Team Secret is in chaos at this point. They're running around all over the map trying to look for a place. Rox forced the issue right there earlier on, getting the pick off Tactical, getting a beautiful 4-man shockwave. Fortunately, it wasn't enough. No follow-up damage to enable the kills on that Orianna, but you could really see right there how strong the lineup is going to be for Grindsky. The damage from the Fiora, the strength right now of this Fiora as well. Man, it's, you know, Panel was talking about earlier. Are we gonna press the panic button? Is Team Secret gonna press the panic button for themselves? And right now, game 1, it feels like it's gonna be in the hands of Grindsky. Although the Elder Drake is still gonna come up. Will Team Secret be able to turn this around?
Now this will test the mettle of the Kings in the series. What decision making can they do to turn the tables around, with the Grindsky right now owning this game without inhibitor turret on the top, being outplayed in the Baron takedown as well? Then the Elder Dragon. Infernal Dragon is open. But this is going to be a team fight we're about to see. The stun, the flay, the crowd control, showstopper, desperate move for Rocks has been committed there. Now Napper's advantage. Kildare going to push through. Look at this one, Tante with the forward. The stage has been popped. Tasuri flashes out. And big win here for Grand Sky, transitioning for this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, it's gonna be a desperation play right here from Team Secret if they still want to challenge this Elder Infernal Drake. Only 4 members from them, only 3 of them right now very near. Trevor is being boxed out away from Dante.
Oh my goodness, cannot do anything about this one. There's Dante, there's Bo, there's the defense. No one to come in. And there's also a barrier there being given by Bambi as well. Here comes the final spark.
Oh my
and
God.
Bambi just eliminated there. Azar as well.
The
Well,
base!
minions doing their job here. Oh my goodness, this is just heartbreaking for the comeback kings. Grand Sky is just dominating here the game 1, Crazy Apple.
They just need to blow on that Nexus. It's gonna fall.
Bam!
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Deadeye.
OMG indeed, Crazy Apple. Team Secret losing in this game 1 against Grand Sky.
Yeah, we were prefacing this week right now, this day 2 of week 2, to be the week of upsets, to be the day of upsets. We've seen it yesterday, done by Cerebrum against Team Secret. Right. Sorry, my brain is just not keeping up anymore. These games have been going for so long, but to not take away the win right now from Grand Sky. This is game 1 of this series towards Grand Sky against Team Secret, and this is not the Grand Sky we were kind of expecting here, Deadeye, because we were expecting a very aggressive, make plays across the map Grand Sky. They have Bo on that Thresh, so we were really looking at, hey, they might be forcing the issue right here against Team Secret, but they played macro-oriented, calculated, slow. It really felt slow because I just kept talking over and over the whole game, but at the same time, it bore fruit for Grind Sky. And Grind Sky right here, taking game 1 against Team Secret.
That's true, Crazy Apple. Look at the recap here of our game. Early stages here, it was Team Secret prioritizing Rift Herald. And oh man, they have secured start objectives ahead against Grand Sky.
Yeah.
And I really thought that is the key.
This
to
fight
defeat
right here.
Grand Sky. But you know what? It is going to be Grand Sky having this composure here. Team fight after team fight. Look at Tante in the backline. He knows who to target there. And just eliminating the head of the snake. Difficult for Team Secret to go for a prolonged battle.
Yeah, you can see this fight right here. It felt very even for both of these teams, but Grind Sky was able to grind it a bit more. It was an ace for them. And yeah, you could really see in terms of minutes, it's already 16 minutes, only 6-5 in kills. And another beautiful 3-man shockwave for Tactical right there. We were putting this day as Marksman Mania. And it was the featured matchup, Tactical versus Chewy. Both of these players not really playing the traditional marksman. Chewy going for more poke. He was known for his Varus, but as you saw in that replay, Tactical did another multi-man shockwave. I'm not sure who is the player of the game yet, but for me right now, if it's Tactical, I'm gonna be so happy because this guy has done so many great plays for his team. Yes, Bo, Thresh, you already expected from this guy. He is very good at his champion. Qeon is gonna be the carry, but this Garen pick is a thorn on everyone's side right now, and I feel you need to ban out this Garen against Grind Sky.
There you go. Player of the game. As expected, of course, by you, Crazy Apple, it is going to be Tactical here. Basically, the main highlight there was, I think, they lost the team fights in that BR area with a Shockwave on 4. At least they delayed the defense there, coming in from Team Secret, while the Fiora and the Garen split pushes with the BR buff. I think that was a high IQ play for side of Grand Sky. But we have to talk on the side of Team Secret. You know, Crazy Apple.
Do we have to?
Just happened.
Do we have to, but yeah, of course we have to. It's we are here out right now. We are casting this game, this series.
This is surprising, to be honest. This is very, very surprising, to be honest. Crazy Apple. They look fresh. They look great. They look pumped for the start here of our WCS group stages. Everyone's looking at him as the pinnacle of Wildrift PH. But oh man, what just happened there?
About it in the next game, man.
Of course. But let's see. Let's make it easy because this is just the start of our best of 3 series here. Will Team Secret, the Comeback Kings, will be able to grab this series against Grindsky? So we will take a short minute break. Deadeye here together with Crazy Apple. See you guys in a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Once again, here at the last series. Dada here together with Crazy Apple, and we are your shotcasters for this last game. I think Crazy Apple, the airship with the Grindsky logo, is still flying there. It's still flying, floating freely, and I think the rocket is still not being fired upon. What do you think about this one?
You know, one thing I wanted to talk about, which I'm sorry, but I forgot about it when during the pick and ban phase, was that graphic looked like it was Jinx's rocket. So it kind of had this arcane vibe as well. So I thought maybe we would be seeing Chewy on the Jinx pick, but unfortunately, we didn't see that in game one. And yeah, it seems like Team Secret missed the mark in game one. There was a lot of tension you could really feel from both of these teams. A very uncharacteristic play as well coming from Grindsky. We know them as this very explosive team, but they did not show that earlier on. And I think that's what you call growth from the side of this team. Grindsky really showing that they have a lot of room to grow. We know that these players are some of the best this country has. Their mechanics are on point, especially Bo on that Thresh. Tactical has stepped up immensely this series as well on that Oriana. So a lot of good things happening on the side of Grindsky. But the question is that you have asked me when game one ended is Team Secret. Man, I think Team Secret really needs to consolidate where they want to go at this point, because they have tried to play. They are playing very passively. They are playing very respectfully and very objective oriented, but that has been biting them at the back. I feel like they need to regroup, play more these comfort champions, because we saw earlier in the pick and ban phase, Thresh was left open after the first phase. If Team Secret can get their hands on that Thresh for Rox, if Tatsuri can get his hands on that Zed and the Varus on Chewy, we might see a different Team Secret. But pick and ban phase has just started.
That's true, Crazy Apple. I think when it comes to prioritization of the picks on the side of TS, they are not going to have that prio pick for the comfort champions of Rox. I think mostly we are seeing the Baron laner, the mid laner, but for Rox, it's just always going to be the last priority here. All right, the Yuumi joining in here in the game to Crazy Apple. And Garen, we have seen Bambi on that Garen doing insane plays. Will we see another unkillable Demacian tank killer? Anything description there for this one with this Yuumi pick?
Okay, a lot of things to talk about. Yuumi, yes, you mentioned Garen is open for Yuumi, but at the same time, Chianis is a carry player. He plays the Kha'Zix. He also plays the Rengar, I think. So it could still be the Meow Meow connection. But this is exciting for Team Secret. Varus and Thresh were left open. Thank God we picked this immediately in the first round of bans. This could very well be a bait. To be honest, let's keep our hopes at where they should be at this point. It could very well be a bait for Grindsky. Since they were able to get the Yuumi away, they have also picked the Fiora, which is a very good carry alongside the Yuumi. But Varus and Thresh, comfort picks for Team Secret. Garen as well, though, for Grindsky. And I'm just having a lot of flashbacks right now on Yuumi Garen, but Deadeye, take it away.
I'm just very happy that they heard you, Crazy Apple. They heard you. Team Secret heard you. That comfort champions should be the key here. And I do believe this is going to be one of their victory conditions, pushing through the team composition where the players shine. First time Rox at last on the Fresh. That's why most of the teams facing Team Secret prio bans this champion. Now I'm hyping Team Secret now. I'm hyping Team Secret because I do believe in the power of the Comeback Kings here. But Grindsky, Yuumi Garen, one of the devastating duo we have seen so far on the first week and here in the second week as well. This is very great. With the performance of Bambi as well on the Garen, all hell are loose.
Exactly, and this is probably the pick and ban phase that I feel we're most enjoying, because we are seeing all of the picks that we want to see. Now it's only the Zed that could be on the hands of Tatsuri, although if they do pick that Zed, there's going to be a lot of 80 damage on their side, so they will be looking at more of an AP champion, most probably on the side of Team Secret. If you look at the bans right now, Grindsky has taken away that set. Could have been one of those picks for the side of Team Secret on Azar in the top lane, but we also see the Vayne being banned out right here from Team Secret because there is still the Yuumi. There's still that marksman threat on the side of Grindsky. We're still not sure yet how Grindsky plays this Yuumi because each team has had their own Yuumi flavor so far.
Correct.
UDG has been playing the Meow Meow connection. Oasis has played a top lane Yuumi and the Jax Yuumi. I want to forget about the top lane Yuumi for now because it was the first showing that we saw from Isilla. But going back to this pick and ban phase, Darius has been picked by Team Secret, and this is their bread and butter composition. Poke coming from that Varus and resets possibly coming from that Darius.
Now here we go. On the other side, GS though lacking that AP burst here. It could possibly as well for Tactical to go for that route as well. We have seen him on that Orianna, and it can do those of course shockwaves very well. But instead, it is going to be Lucian being picked. At least they do have the scaling profession per se, but not that heavy scaling champion, but still can go contribute much damage into the back lines because they do have the frontliner now. No questions about this one. They only need the support firepower on their team composition. That is lacking there for Grindsky. And there you go, the Kazakhs being used as well. I think this is also power heavy driven composition right now for Grindsky. No questions for the Garen, Yuumi, and Kazakhs, Fiora, Lucian will fill in the roles for the damage department.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of damage from the side of Grindsky, but they don't have magic damage. It's very heavy on the attack damage side. It's gonna be very easy here for Azar on that Darius to build a lot of the armor to be able to tank the damage for his team. But the last pick coming from Team Secret is this Orianna on the hands of Tatsuri. I believe it has been a question for Tatsuri if he is playing a lot of these control mages at this point, and if he will be playing this in the mid lane, at least it gives this mix of damage on Team Secret. I'm liking the composition from Team Secret just because it feels like a more standard composition. You don't need to be very creative with what this team composition does. It's Lee Sin trying to control the early game, making these jungle plays in the side lane, while Tatsuri on that Orianna will just be doing wave clear duties at the mid lane and then to a side lane. So it's gonna be very standard for Team Secret. The onus right now of the initiative will go to Grindsky because they have this more of a team that needs to scale because of this Kazakhs. If he falls behind, he has a hard time scaling into the game to deal more damage, but that could be covered up by the damage output from this Lucian and the Fiora. So it's just going to be this clash of styles at this point. Grindsky looking to be a bit more experimental in their team composition. Team Secret looks to be more standard in their team comp at this point.
That's right. This is now the standard composition for Team Secret if they lose this game, to be honest. Now, this is somehow, I can say personally, pushing the warning button there. Of course, Crazy Apple. But on the side of Grindsky, I'm surprised for the last pick. That was Kazakh. I really thought this is going to be Qeon on the Fiora because they lack that AP damage, as you have mentioned here. But instead, going to go for the Kazakhs. They do have the Yuumi, though, to enable the early game of the Kazakhs because, listen, having the advantage there when it comes to a 1v1 jungle fight in the early game.
Yeah, and level 1, it's gonna be really these are two junglers just default starting out these camps. I wanted to touch upon the mid lane where it was Bambi who is piloting this Fiora against that Orianna. In the mid lane, he was helped by Tante to clear the wave. It essentially gave Azar that free lane. At the top side, he was looking at the river, waiting for Tante to come up there. But looking at the bot lane right here, Rox did get the flay on Bo, but since all of them are level 1, level 2 was just hit by both of these bot laners though. Tactical wanted to go in, but since the Thresh also hit level 2, they gave respect to the hook right there.
High offense here for the bot side of Team Secret. I'm very excited to see Rox Thresh here in the competitive scene. Meanwhile, Tante here against Azar, great matchup as well. But we are very excited to see this jungle battle between Qeon as well as Cerebrum here. But meanwhile, on the top side though, it is going to be Azar having those spokes against Tante. But Tante is very tanky this moment in time.
Yeah, both of them rocking that flash barrier. Both of them are really defensive in that part. Trevor though trying to catch out Qeon, he's getting that scuttle. But since control over that river is right now in the hands of Team Secret, they could very well secure that rift scuttle. Trevor is shoving this lane with Tatsuri, which tells me that they will be opting to go for the top side scuttle since bot side scuttle has already been taken by Team Secret.
All right. Bambi's role here to go into the backlines here. They need to pick off as early as possible Tatsuri on that Oriana. After this Oriana is out, I believe Grindsky has the advantage here when it comes to a brawl. They have to rely for the Darius here for the Vanguard play. But when Yumi and Dante here
Trevor
will go online, it's going to be a difficult situation. But a steal coming in from Trevor? Is it?
Does he have the blue
No.
buff? I think he did. I saw
Did he?
156 gold. I wasn't sure to whom it went to, but I think Trevor was the one who got it because he is already level 5 as compared to Qeon. He's also only level 4. So great invade
Whoa.
right there coming from Trevor.
Yeah, and they have the ward there. They do have vision as well. It's a great early game here coming in from Team Secret. Tactical here with the Yumi. I think he's just pretty safe here with the heals. But when he's caught in the area of rocks, it spells disaster.
Yeah, the thing with being a Yumi is if there's only one teammate with you, you can only stick towards him. And if you're a Varus and you use your ultimate, chances are your ultimate can crawl towards the Yumi when she detaches. Tatsuri might be getting caught out here.
Oh, 2 versus 2. Oh, resonating strike for Chi against Chinese rather, but it doesn't push through. Tatsuri. Oh, the damage coming from Bambi there with a poke. Will this be a kill? Nope. Both players here just trying to disengage.
Yeah, still have the flash and the barrier on Tatsuri. It's just a bit of harass right there from Bambi because Tatsuri needed to overextend himself to help out Trevor to enable to for him to secure his jungle camps there. If you look at it right now where Trevor is, he is going to that red buff, which is a bit of an off timing when it comes to the objectives. We are 8 seconds away from the Herald and the Mountain Drake. With where the junglers are at this point, it feels like the Herald will be the one that will be prioritized by Team Secret.
I do believe, as well as Grand Sky, they are now going to converge here on the top side of the river. Trevor is here, is in the pit first, while the Rock's on the back line. A 3 versus 2 situation right now. There's the lantern, there's the escape, and both teams trying to disengage first, waiting for the right moment to jump in. And speaking of jump, Chi and knees trying to go for the attack. The shockwave hits, but look at the sustain. With Yumi's attached again for Chi and knees, it's going to be difficult for the first.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to burst down members right here, especially in the early game when you do have that Yumi. It makes you more. It gives you a lot more movement speed. It gives you a lot more healing as well, effective HP. But since there are fewer members of Grindsky right now here in the Herald, it's been started by Team Secret. Looks like there might be a clash here.
Oh, Bambi trying to go post through, but Rox is there in the bush trying to go for the box. They will take the Rift Herald here, but the dunk is not enough for Azar. But still, they will take the first Rift Herald.
Yeah, first Rift Herald does go, I believe, to the side of Team Secret, but First Blood does go to the side of Grindsky. And I just want to say that Pixel Brush Ward, there are 2 of them there, so it's very much worth because they were able to capitalize on that with the kill on Rocks. And for Team Secret, there were a lot of wards already put down Sky. They weren't able to spot those. If you see right here, look at how many wards are in the Rift Herald side of the jungle. And because of that series of plays for Grindsky, they now have control over this Dragon Pit. It did reset, but it's still a half HP at this point.
I think Team Secret is just too late here for the contest, and Tatsuri going to flash back, forcing this retreat, but Dante providing this space. Inside the team fight, left alone, but the flash is there, and now Yumi is attached to him. Great to sustain, still managed to defend with the Rift Herald Siege. Shockwave hits, but no follow-up. Team Secret going to push through. First turret will be destroyed, but it is going to be Bo out of position. Be poked with the piercing arrow, and the flash hit for Trevor hits the last kill.
Yeah, and Bo does fall down on that Yumi. Was detached for a moment right there, and believe got flayed by rocks, and then CC Shade to get that cat. Yeah, a tower, first tower of the game in the mid lane for Team Secret, as well as the kill. Great, at least an answer to what had happened earlier in the Rift Herald. Now to explain a bit on what happens when the mid lane turret is down, it leaves your jungle vulnerable farm incursions from putting down wards for the side of Grindsky. So they have to be a bit more careful in their jungle if Team Secret does decide to put those vision down. But right now, Rox might be looking for a hook at tactical.
Oh, I think that was Chewy's bursting arrow securing that scuttler on the bot side. Yes, it is. And while Rox here, very aggressive, but the wards are being placed here for the side of Grindsky. As you have mentioned, Crazy Apple, with the opening here in the middle lane, it's going to be easy for Rox to go for the pickup.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of just minor things right now for Grindsky in terms of vision control, is that they have been doubling wards in the bush. In Wildrift, I think this is a bigger problem compared to LoL PC, because in LoL PC, you can buy red wards to be able to put at least some more vision down, and stealth wards are basically free. The thing here in Wildrift, you don't have that luxury of buying more wards. You're all the resource for so small compared to LoL PC that putting double wards there is a bit of a detriment. But Azar getting jumped by his Qeon, right?
Oh, that is going to be upper hand, but Bambi going to go for the final blow. Did not commit that fully though. But nice point, Crazy Apple, when it comes to vision games. Yeah, we have seen that one double wards on the bushes there. I think Grindsky, it only shows that Grindsky really loves to prioritize the vision game here. And Team Secret, however, on the other side, with his opening right now, we have mentioned in this game in the mid, they need to be proactive to take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, and it's gonna really come down right now to how team capitalize on their first objective that they have taken down in the mid lane. And if you see at the map, there's a lot of vision for them at the jungle Grindsky. That's why they're able to spot Grindsky is rotating to at this point. But looks like the focus for the Team Secret is gonna be this Herald up in another 10 seconds.
Yeah, they must, because they are just going to... oh, hold on, thought that sentence hits, and look at Rox there with a follow-up as well. And the rest of Team Secret players secures another kill against Qeon. No jungler for Grindsky right now. Easy repel for Team Secret.
Yeah, easy Herald. 2 members right now down for Grindsky, and it's just a great sentence right there from Rox. It kind of shows why you don't give this guy Thresh and that pick right there.
And now, under 25 seconds, another objective pops out. That's going to be Infernal Dragon here. I think both teams love this buff, and Team Secret has the advantage already. They do have the Rift Herald. They can go for a diversion play, but instead, patrolling the area around here with a pickoff, potential pickoff. Rox, Proto Belt in, did not caught with a play though, but the resonating strike is there for the side of Trevor. Bambi backs out, still managed to escape.
Yeah, Bambi was able to escape right there, and we are nearing of this game. It looks like the Dragon, Infernal Drake, is being started right here by Grindsky.
Oh, it is now going to be Grindsky going to go for the pickoff. Demasian Justice with a judgment kill. And no Chewy right now for Team Secret. That sentence once again for Rox, but look at the follow-up here for Grindsky. The final chapter hits in the choke point. And this is going to be a great opportunity for Grindsky to take this Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, and this has been the story of this series. Grindsky has been getting these Drakes away from Team Secret. Focus on this Rift Herald, and in exchange, Grindsky has been given a lot of space to take the Dragons, and it's just giving them this lead later on in the game when they get to the late game. Right now, if you look at the gold, it's very much, I would say, slightly ahead for Grindsky. Yes, they're 2,000 ahead at that almost 11-minute mark, but it's still something that...
There you go. Team Secret having the map control advantage. Oh, another bursting arrow! Time and time again here. It's going to be Of course, Tante, the bash being used, the calling as well to go for the counter attack. Tante cannot save the top turret rather.
Yeah, he couldn't save it, but I think there's another fight happening here in the bot side of the map where Azar is chasing down Bambi.
Oh, this is pieces there, and no roots connected there. Team Secret, Rocks, Tatsuri, Chewy holding their ground here in the middle lane. They are still going to defend this most important turret in the game. Grindsky looking for opportunities to go for the siege here. Tante, Trevor is here. There's going to be a duel here. Trevor backs away with a safeguard as well. Tante for the chase.
Yeah, it's gonna be an escape for Trevor, I think. And I think what we're seeing right here with Bambi is in the jungle. We have about 30 seconds before the next big objective comes up. It's gonna be the Baron for both of these teams are pretty much dead even at this point. There are not a lot of kills as we at least compared to our previous game of this series, there have been a bit more action, to be fair. But at the same time, it is still more of that passive game. But Trevor might be looking at Tante right here.
Oh, Tante, that's the play coming in from Rocks. Where to follow up. The final chopper has been used as well. The escape, but the jump there for Qeon knees. And instant popping that stasis as well for Trevor. Here comes the re-engage. Join the back lines. Tatsuri joining in the fray as well. And Rocks is here. Qeon is jumping out. Piercing arrow did not hit. Here comes Tactical with the calling as well. Going to go for this kill. Oh my goodness. This is going to be Team Secret holding for the line. Ponte joining in the fray.
Yeah, it's too late. And man, if you saw the hook right there from Rock, he didn't choose to go for Tante. He chose to go for Chianis because Chianis also had Yumi with him. So if they were able to finalize that kill, they could chain it along to 2 to 3 more kills for them. And sadly, they weren't able to finish the job right there. Shock did miss, and there's a bit of a skirmish right there at the top side. Led these teams to go for these recalls right now. And Ocean Drake is going to be up in another 30 seconds. So both objectives are going to be up. What objective will be prioritized? Azar, Bambi.
Bambi backs out. Great mobility for his Fiora. Easy to go back away. We are some seeing activity as well on the hot side of the river because another dragon will pop out. Will Grindsky going to take this one again? But Team Secret, I think they are converging here this time around, saying no, we will take this DR buff.
Yeah, and right now DR is being taken down by Team Secret. Looks like there's not going to be a contest, but Qeon, using the Twin Shadows, might be able to get it. Steals the Drake.
That's going to be steal indeed. And now Team Secret backs out. Bambi going to lunge through. Here comes the slow. Proto Belt out. Well timed for Chianis on the Dragon Steel. Rocks, that Sentin missing its mark. Here comes the play of Dante, but no follow-up. Unfortunately, once again for Team Secret, the kill is not there. But hold that thought. Chianis going for isolation plays. Dante with the help as well. Azar trying to defend this bot target as well. Will this be enough? Here comes the duck. Here comes the fly. Here comes the counter duck as well. Azar will fall, and the Demashian as well will be taken down.
Yeah, and Grindsky, I never knew that a bug with a cat was that sneaky, able to steal the Drake away from Team Secret. Grindsky now has 3 Drakes. This is gonna be the same as what we've seen in Game 1. But yeah, the fight right here that happened under the turret here in the bot side of the map, I feel like it was a bit overzealous for the side of Grindsky. They could have just went for the back. They could have positioned themselves into the Baron, but again, instead, they went towards the kill, tried to go for that, and it allowed Team Secret to have a bit more space, to allow them to have a bit more time to be able to position themselves to contest this objective. Yes, it's still going to be the lead for Grindsky. They are still holding on to the driver's seat, but a pull right here from Bambi.
Bambi, and this is going to be Team Secret backs out, but we have to give commendable remarks here for Team Secret for defending their outer turret in the mid. They really prioritizing this defense here. But this is going to be Rocks once again. Initiating team fights, but Tante, so much tankiness here on this Garen right now. It's difficult for Team Secret to force the issue with a death sentence coming in from Rocks.
Yeah, and we're getting into this late game point. Yes, Orianna deals a lot of damage in the late game, but she's not the type of champion that bursts through tanks. She doesn't have enough of that sustained damage to be able to take down the likes of Tante when he gets hooked. So he will be very aggressive here. He will be very brave catching a lot of these hooks coming from Rocks, which questions now Chewy, what can he do? The only thing he can do here is really to poke down the members of Grindsky. But we're getting to a point in the game where Grindsky is getting these items, allowing them to be more durable, allowing them to have more damage to be able to take down members of Team Secret. Grindsky is being very aggressive here in the jungle of Team Secret.
There's going to be a pick-up play once again. Tante left alone here. Numbers advantage, but still, Team Secret cannot finish the match they have started in that series. But on the top, the Rocks hold down with the Qeonese and Yumi combo. Oh my goodness. This is just insane performance for Grindsky.
Yeah, Grindsky showing us that they can do this. They are one of the teams here, the top 8 for WCS, and they are here to play right now. It is a 4v5 in favor of Grindsky. Still 25 seconds on the death timer for Rocks, and Grindsky is taking stock of what they have. They are going for the recalls right now. They will be positioning themselves for these next takes of the objectives, but it feels like for Grindsky, they are not accelerating the pace of the game as we see other teams do, and this puts into question that they are not good at ending it. Chewy though.
What
I'm sorry,
that?
but
Crazy Apple. Oh my goodness. Instant delete.
yeah, and Qeon's still going in, man.
They are not finished yet. Jumping around with the cats. And now this is going to be Grindsky opportunity to finish the team fight. Azar is here. Apprehend. Tactical. Exposed. But that is going to be a stasis big pop-up. Still managed to go back away. Oh my goodness. What in the world did they can pull that through? That was a sliver of health for Tactical, but still managed to go back away. But her fight still continues. It is now going to be Azar low on life here. It rocks in the vicinity as well. Grindsky, different gameplay here. I think that vacation buff gives a lot of somehow boost of morale and playing style for Grindsky.
The Pansol buffs were just showing right there. And then I love how I was trying to formulate this storyline where Grindsky has a hard time ending games.
Exactly.
And it's kind of this thing, right, where we are getting to 20 minutes in the game. They have a lot of control in the map, and they haven't taken the Baron yet, but they are taking a lot of kills. They have taken the Exodia Drake.
Man, Qeonese is on a kill streak here, and without Yumi,
oh my god, he's going back in.
Here comes the final chapter though. Still going to go for more kills. Qeonese, all the rest of Team Secret backs away with a counter.
He doesn't care.
That's gonna be a rampage, but that is going to be as well a very greedy play. Double here for Azar, but the Demacian is here again for the counter attack. Tante will go for the kill. A triple and an ace once more for Grindsky.
Grindsky can end the series right here with the bot lane. Bambi is shoving this turret. It's gonna be only the Nexus for Team Secret.
Exactly, the game-ending win for Grindsky. Vacation buff, ladies and gents. Grindsky sweeping the series against Team Secret.
Congratulations to Grindsky. This team has shown a lot of resilience, a lot of heart here coming into this game. This is a different Grindsky we're seeing here in week 2 of day 2. A more calculated Grindsky. They still are showing their sides of being very aggressive. We saw Qeonese just jumping around, even making that tower dive, but they had control over the game. Team Secret wasn't able to come back. And some of the key picks right there that happened for Grindsky for them to be able to end the game was on Chewy. Chewy kept getting caught out twice in the matter of 2 minutes, I believe. And this really let go a lot of the pressure that Team Secret can put towards the map. And Grindsky was just able to roll over Team Secret here in Game 2 of our series.
That was the first time as well I've seen Grindsky playing it into the late stages of the game. And also, yeah, you have said, of course, that it was Qeon's pick of plays against Chewy. That was big. That was heartbreaking for Team Secret as well. 2 isolation plays in a row, and we have seen how confident Qeon is already jumping in behind enemy lines. The damage is indeed very, very scary. Team Secret, another defeat. Win a sweep in a sweep against Grindsky here. Oh my goodness, this is just a statement here. Warning button being pushed already here for me personally. Of course, Crazy Apple, this is going to be somehow a big reset going to happen for Team Secret, especially here in their performance in the week 2. Oh my goodness, just go for the recap here, Crazy Apple. I have nothing to say anymore here.
Let me
I'm
take it at this
speechless.
point. That I know how you feel at this point. It's the same thing I'm feeling. You can see it on my face of how I'm flabbergasted. I have no words for Team Secret at this point because they were given their comfort picks. They were given they were given the Varus, they were given the Thresh. But one of the things we've been seeing a lot on a lot of the Thresh players in this league is they make an impact early game. Team Secret was never able to do that, and it really puts into doubt right now where Team Secret is at, because if you see some of these fights right here, yes, in the early game at around the 15-minute mark, it's still 3-3 in kills, but Grindsky was just able to catch Team Secret off guard in a lot of moments. I hope we see it right here. The thing where I was speaking and we just silence from the both of us because we couldn't believe how a bug would squash a man with a bow and arrow. Like, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that way. But you saw it right there. If you have a cat with you, miracles do happen, and the bug was just able to get a lot of these kills. Qeon is really forcing the issue, and man, Grindsky had a game plan coming into this series, and it's to get all the Drakes. When they were able to get all the Drakes, they were just able to get enough of that strength, enough of that power to be able to finish the games against Team Secret.
This is also a statement game here for Grindsky that they can also have different playstyles right now. We have seen them from previous tournaments until now, linear gameplay, very aggressive in the early, going to go for the Qeonese to carry the game. And so far, they holding their ground here. They know the victory conditions, go for the pick of plays. No doubt, player of the game, Qeonese won. Oh my goodness, this Epis.
Yeah, this cockroach, this champion. But Qeonese, man, 100% kill participation. When we got to the later parts of the game, you saw how more Grindsky changed up where Bo was going towards. Bo was usually on Qeonese because Qeonese is an aggressive player. He will start out fights for your team, and Qeonese just push the tempo. I think it was very risky, to be fair. If you were gonna do that kind of play as Qeonese against other teams, you might be caught out. But the thing was, one thing that I want to maybe point out to team, seeing their games the past couple of days, is their vision control isn't as strong as other teams. And Grindsky, I keep pointing out how many wards Grindsky has because it's in direct comparison to how many wards Team Secret has on the map. And it may be one thing that Team Secret needs to work on coming to the next couple of games.
Well, I guess those rockets missing its mark, and still the airship floating around in the skies. And you know what's interesting as well, Crazy Apple, somebody's gonna dance the Peacemaker dance there.
Right.
That's gonna be cheesy, so look out for it, guys. And that was it for the last series, and I guess we can tell that this is going to be another shocking series with the Team Secret losing a sweep against Grand. So this has been your Casters Data here together with Crazy Apple. See you guys later in the panel after a short break.
A bright light as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where the week of the underdogs continues with Grindsky Esports winning a 2-0 against Team Secret. And I know everybody, the casters pretty much had the right reactions as well. Odalus, oh no, you agreed to get this in Infinity first. I think Infinity has something very important to say over here as we jump into our series highlights. But this was definitely the most unexpected, I feel, Infi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in game number 1, right? The Team Secrets' draft, you have the early game win con with Lee Sin there, and then you have Grindsky being that late game scaling team. But this game has probably been the most stagnant game that we've seen, with the first blood going, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 50 seconds? So it's actually quite insane. And then what happened next in that 14-minute later on in the stages, all dragons went to the side of Grindsky Esports. So after that, it was just a landslide. And this in particular was an amazing scene to see, because they went for the Infernal Dragon, they got it after, and look at the top lane. It was pushing on the base. So it was just a great overall play coming in from Grindsky Esports, playing to their win con and not letting Team Secrets' win con be activated.
Oh, it's my turn. I'm getting tagged by a couple of our friends from Grindsky, calling out the Fennel's prediction.
Oh no!
Yeah, we apologize.
We have to do it. We have to get that ready.
Oh, of course. But on game number 2, we saw the Yumi being unlocked, and I did say earlier today that Yumi got opened during the draft of Oasis Gaming, but they were not able to successfully play the composition very well. But this time, Grindsky had a very well balanced composition. They know that if Qeon is ahead, they could have a combination of similar to the Meow Meow connection, but this time it will be a fairly different. You have an Epis Pusa connection, which is very annoying nonetheless.
We have the flying Epis, basically.
Game number 2, I still feel that that's a draft diff, Coach Rec. prowess of being able to outdraft Team Secret. Team Secret had actually drafted the comfort. We saw Azar on Darius, right? Trevor on the Lee Sin, Tatsuri going back to the Orianna, Shui on the Varus, and then Thresh for Brox. So comfort is definitely not going to win you games in the method that we have, especially with the level of competition that we have right now. Again, the 8 teams that we have right now, dog eats dog. Turns out, in the end, the cat will win.
Yeah, dog eats dog. But here, cat wins over dog and everything else, apparently. But, you know, that it raises a whole lot of questions for Team Secret for sure. And we'll get back to that in a little bit because we do have our interview ready. And we can bring on Grindsky Esports back on the panel. And yes, get ready for a party indeed, of course. I know these guys are happy. Hi, guys! Of course, super high ang energy natin dito sa Grindsky Esports. First question for you, ano yung breakfast ni Qeon today? At bakit ganun yung performance niya today? Ano ba yung kinain niya?
Tuna lo. Ano ba kinain mo? Ano? Tuna po. Tunang may ewan ko.
And second question for you, Tonte, of course.
Tunang may ipis. May ipis.
Tunang may ipis.
Tunang na may ipis. That makes a lot of sense, diba? Kaya na-attract din yung Yumi sa ipis. Well, anyway, Tonte, of course, you guys were up against the Team Secret today. And I just want to know, what was the team feeling before going into the series? Ano ba yung feeling nyo? Were you guys partying pa rin? Or mas seryoso pa yung feels nyo?
Confident naman po kami lumaban sa Team Secret po. Yun lang.
To lose?
Infinity goes first.
Yeah, so just a simple question. How were you guys preparing for this match up against Team Secret?
Coach, pa-translate. Pa-translate. Ano daw, coach?
Paano kayo nag-prepare for itong laban na to against Team Secret?
Kasama po yun sa preparation nung nag-swimming po kami. Doon po kami, si Bambi po lumablog po sa swimming pool 24 hours.
Dedication yan, dedication yan.
I don't have a question. All I have is apology. I'm sorry to the Grindsky office, to Miss Chen and company. Congratulations on your win, by the way.
Sorry.
Go check. Man, what a draft on game number 2. I for Tonte, the flash last hit on the Nexus, very good, very commendable on that, Garrett. But yeah, against Team Secret, you won and you have proven yourself that you belong in this league. Man, congratulations to Grindsky Esports. That's it for me.
Awesome! Yay!
Oh, ganun sa pagiging.
So, Grindsky, do you guys have any...
Shoutout po sa tatlong boss namin. Kila Sir Wayne, Sir Don, Sir G. Shoutout din po kay Mami Cheng, kay Sir Dennis po. Kay Boss Jomar po yung pinamasarap magluto. Tsaka po kay Chubby, tsaka kay Stella. Shoutout ko.
Ay, shoutout na sa utol ko kay Artmeister. Let's go!
Guys, go!
Yay! Congratulations, Grindsky Esports! And mukhang gumana talaga yung pansol buff. Congratulations to you guys and good luck on the rest of your games.
Yay!
Oh my my gosh, those guys are always so fun. And syempre, they're super high energy right now after winning against a Team Secret. And, we have to go back to that, of course, because it begs the question, Autolus. It begs the question. And, this, of course, is everybody's been saying it's time to press the panic button. And, we've seen the memes come out of the respective social medias of each of these teams, which actually are pretty great, by the way. Good job to the social media managers. But again, this is Team Secret. Still, it was first against Sunsparks, and it's now against Grindsky Esports. I mean, what do they have to do? I mean, what if umiyak na po ako?
I think 0-6 is incoming. Tomorrow it will be a tougher task for them. Fennel Adversity. Again, there's something that really is happening here in the roster of Team Secret. They are trying different stuff. All of the stuff that they have tried in week number 2 hasn't been working for them. But yeah, it's not just them. It's the whole day, right, Ika?
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely the whole day. And as we check out our match results today, we're gonna see exactly how very unpredictable these all were. And Infinity, just wrapping up the discussion, of course, on Team Secret. We've been talking a lot about how we were expecting the Team Secret from the Horizon Cup. The problem is, of course, all of these other teams have evolved and changed and adapted. Is Team Secret actually stuck in the Horizon Cup? That's that's one of the big questions as well.
Yeah, it's a question that I can't answer here, Mika, because there is just changes from the team of Team Secret, and then there is adjustments to make here. So I don't know how to answer you. Maybe in the next couple of weeks, I don't know. I'm still having that little hope left for Team Secret in the following weeks to come. But hopefully they can make it back. I mean, Chewy answered us that we won't lose again. So we'll see.
Yeah, we will indeed. And of course, it was definitely nice as well to get Cerebrum on the panel with their win as well. And Autolus, I'm actually reminded of the moral victory of Action PH way back when. And it feels like that for Cerebrum Wildrift as well. And, there's nothing impossible. But it just goes to show like there's nothing impossible in WCS.
Yeah, it's Action PH back then. I was a big fan of them because of the perseverance, but I feel that Cerebrum Esports, again, alongside with Sunsparks, the whole 8 teams that we have here are very capable of winning games off of each other. So this is, again, we hyped the WCSPH as something very hard to predict, and I feel it's happening now on week number 2, day number 2. We missed a lot of predictions here, Mika, and so who's going to dance? That's the question.
That would be me. That would be me on the Peacemaker dance, which I will get to you guys, of course, over the weekend. Checking out the standings, of course, not my terrible standings as on the panel. I think this is the second time, not in a row, but this is the second time that I've fallen victim to the consequences. But of course, right now, Team Underground still sitting pretty at the top. Fennel Adversity not too far behind, but now we have a shuffle in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions over here with Grindsky Esports, Oasis Gaming, and RRQ. Infinity, is this how you thought this was going to go by the end of week 2? I mean, a lot of us here on Talent Pool mentioned that okay, the top 4 is pretty much just or the top 5 rather is just pretty much going to be stagnant, but there's movement happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Oasis coming up there, Team Secret going down a bit. So it's not expectation. It's not my expectation here for week number 2. But of course, there's still day number 3 tomorrow. I don't know how this would change though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So this is definitely not something that I was expecting.
You want a spoiler? Let me go out on record that I think Team Secret will be 2-4 tomorrow.
So is this a week of upsets, huh?
They will be facing Fennel Adversity tomorrow. How is it an upset if Fennel Adversity, one of the hottest teams that we have right now, Team Secret, one of the teams that are on a slump right now.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say this because again they are our team. They're they were our representatives during the Horizon Cup, placed 3rd in the whole world. And it's hard that they're facing this, I don't know, slump.
Yeah.
Big slump. Definitely.
It definitely is. And, we know that, of course, like, the first week, of course, you're like, okay, teams are experimenting a little bit. Week 2, it's like, you're kind of like your excuses, I guess, are numbered a little bit. Time is running out, of course. And, by week 2, you think that things would have stabilized, as it is for most of these teams. For example, Underground, of course, looks pretty solid. They were challenged by RRQ in a very heated series. And it looks like for Underground and RRQ tomorrow, it looks like they'll be up against Sunsparks and Cerebrum respectively. I think our match of the day would have to be, this rematch over here for the CIFA Series fall season. We're seeing the we're seeing the fall season.
FLA versus CS. Yes,
Exactly.
let's go.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a little bit of a throwback over here. And we have Grindsky versus Oasis as well. So, we're getting a little bit of a flashback of the fall season. And Autolus, I have to say, again, it seems like the Fennel adversity has evolved, has changed, has still improved. Team Secret might be a little stuck in the past or having trouble adjusting to, what is meta.
Yeah, the meta, again, it does not seem to favor this set of guys. I did say that, when you go back to Comfort, which they did on game number 2, and got beaten by the meta champions that we have here, for example, the Yumi, that just goes to show that the level of preparation isn't there yet for week number 2 of Team Secret. Possibly week number 3, but for tomorrow, I feel not so confident for them.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for sure. Of course, we want to see them pull through. We want to see all of our teams pull through in, epic matches and good series. And we'll see. The story will continue tomorrow for day 3 of week 2. Of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to see tomorrow if the week of the underdogs is going to continue. A lot of stories are left hanging with what happened today. And we're going to see how they wrap up at the end of week 2. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you in the Rift.